Hello viewers, I am Saket from MindMajix and I welcome you all to the new video tutorial on business intelligence platform that works for everyone, Alteryx, a perfect solution for any industry to serve self-service analytics, data science and process automation. We have made this tutorial to help any aspirant understand what is Alteryx and how it works. Before we begin, we take a look at the agenda for this course. We will start with an overview of Alteryx to understand the need for Alteryx, and then quickly jump into examining the license key and installation of the Alteryx trial version, and then get started with workflow components and their usage in data analytics, followed by the input tools with browse, map input and output tools to import the files and data tool activities. Hereafter, we shall explore the fundamental concepts of Alteryx like data types, working with SQL servers, file operations, data cleaning tools, and many other critical job-oriented features of Alteryx. We then explore the advanced concepts like reporting, database tools, documentation tools, macro operations, predictive tools, functions and dynamic tools, and finish it off with the VLOOKUP functions. We shall have a short quiz section to recap the tutorial, followed by comprehensive interview questions and answer session to show you the most important concepts asked in global MNCs. MindMajix provides industry-ready Alteryx training covering the certification curriculum, allowing users to work on real-time use cases. Visit the link in the caption for more details. Like and share the video with your friends and IT aspirants. We together might be the part of someone's incredible career. Now, let's start with the first topic.
So the first question that arises in everyone's mind is what is Alteryx? The Alteryx is basically a leading tool in the ETL space right now in the market. And what I mean by ETL space, it is extract, transform and load. Like the day-to-day problem of crunching your data, wrangling your data and fetching it from multiple data sources and loading it into a single data source is one of the use case of Alteryx, but there are many use cases of it. The thing that Alteryx is quite popular is because it is quite intuitive. First, the pace is quite high than the other tools. The third reason Alteryx is popular that it is not just a ETL tool. It is a reporting tool. It is also a predictive modeling tool. It is also a diagnostic reporting tool. So using the geospatial analysis, so it is a complete package in itself that I'm gonna explain further. So I have explained what is Alteryx. Now we got to know that what is Alteryx, but why the companies are using Alteryx? Because it help us to answer each and every question very effectively and very quickly. It is very less error prone, it is very less risky. The chances of getting an error in Alteryx is very less, and even if you get through, the log that you will be getting or the intuitiveness that you will be getting on the platform is quite good. You'll be able to solve most of the problem by yourself. So let us come upon what are the various offerings of Alteryx. The first product that is being offered by Alteryx is Alteryx Core Designer. What does Alteryx Core Designer tool does? It is basically a desktop based tool that will be installed on your desktop and you can create the workflows in that system, and after that you have created the workflows, you can publish the workflows on the Alteryx server. You can connect to various flat file databases, API and much more using the designer itself, and it requires minimal coding knowledge, minimal or no coding knowledge. Okay, so why it is so good? The thing is that working with Alteryx is very easy and you can learn Alteryx in short span of time. The third is it has greatly reduced the amount of time required per project. What I mean by amount of time required per project, it is quite intuitive, so that's why you can easily drag and drop and you can easily create a workflow and run with no lag on the server. So that's all about Alteryx Designer. The second thing that I will cover is Alteryx Server. So let us come what is Alteryx Server. Basically you have created the workflows in Alteryx Designer. Now you need to publish those workflows somewhere. That somewhere is Alteryx Server. It is basically having a gallery. By gallery what I mean, it is a combined workspace where you can publish your workflows, and the other team members can collaborate with you and they can make the changes on the same workflow. They can see your changes, etc. I'll show you in the upcoming sessions. What are the other use case of Alteryx Server? The workflow is published, we need to schedule it. You need Alteryx Server. The version control is there on Alteryx Server. Let's suppose you publish 4 or 5 version of your workflow on server. You will be able to retrieve each and every version. The master data management feature is there. So to sum it all up, Alteryx Designer is how you build the workflow, and Alteryx Servers is how you're gonna share and scale them. Now let me take you to the minimum hardware requirement and the minimum software requirement in your PC to work on Alteryx. In this video, we're gonna cover what is Alteryx and how we will download the trial version of Alteryx, how to install it in our system. So let's start. We will start by typing Alteryx free trial download. So just enter this and click. You will be taken to this link, free trial Alteryx. Click on this link. Now you have to enter a couple of things over here like this. It will ask you for the email ID, and you can, it's totally up to you. If you like to check this box, you can check, else leave it as it is. Click submit. Now after this, there will be a executive file .exe file downloaded in the bottom of your screen. Double click on this file and let it run. It will take a couple of seconds. You can see that there are 2 types of Alteryx Designer that are available. Alteryx Designer 2020.2 cross 64, Alteryx Designer 2020.12 cross 64 with R-based predictive tools. So as of now, I gonna download this version, the bottom one, Alteryx Designer 2020.1 with R-based predictive tool. So this version has some edge over the above mentioned version. Here you can do the predictive analysis, descriptive analysis, and you can click on next. The download will start. It will take a couple of seconds to download. Now after the download has been completed, it will start installing Alteryx in your system. You can see that Alteryx download manager at the bottom is there. Now you can see the install where wizard is verifying the content of this setup package, and this might take a couple of seconds to load completely. Let's wait till then. Now you can see that the verification of the package installer has been done, and it is making your Alteryx Designer installed in the system under C users, and whatever your name would be, it will start installing. It will take somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes to load this setup completely. So let us wait till then. Now this pop-up come after the package installer has been verified. It is asking that R for Windows and R packages require the Alteryx predictive tool will be installed in your system. What we do? We will click yes, we want the Alteryx predictive tool. You need to click on the next. It is just the agreement that you are okay with the general licensing term of Alteryx. Click next. Now it is showing that this may take several minutes, so let us wait till now. Till then, yeah. Now our R package has been successfully integrated and installed with Alteryx. It is showing that it is successfully installed and run Alteryx now. So we will select finish over here. It will launch Alteryx for you. You can see that Alteryx Designer has been installed and it is starting up. It will take a couple of seconds. Okay. So now our Alteryx Designer has been opened in our system. You can see over here. We will cover the interface of Alteryx in the upcoming video tutorial. So this is today with the Alteryx Designer installation part. Now we need a key to work on Alteryx Designer. We need a key. and that key can be procured by using the Alteryx website. I'll show you. We will visit this link. Enter. So Alteryx provides a license for a student for 1 year free. Whomsoever is pursuing any education can procure license by using the Alteryx Spark Ed program. What Spark Ed program is? Under this, you will have to apply for a free educational license, or if you are a member of any non-profit organization, you can also download and get the license key from there. So I will show you how to get the free education license. Click over here. See, you can notice there is higher education student, higher education educators, and career changes, the adapt program. You can also visit this link if you are willing to change your career in Alteryx, but we will choose this one, higher ed students. It will take some time to load. Okay, it will ask you which country do you belong to. Just enter your respective countries. I belong to India, so I'll enter India. It will ask your name as appearing on your ID proof or your identity card of any college or school. I enter my detail, enter the birth month and day. For quicker verification, please use the university email address. So you guys must have some email address like chitwan.garg@mmh.gov.in. You can also use any edu ID. You can enter your personal email ID over here. I will enter my personal email ID over here. You have to enter the name of college. So my college is Interpres Engineering College. Okay, by default it is not taking the name. And you can see that I can select any of the option. For now, I will select Interpres College, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. I will select the month and year of anticipated graduation date. So my anticipated graduation date is in August 2020. Area of study is computer science and plan of use is for the study purposes. Click next. Now you will have to upload the documentation. Any valid ID proof from school or college that is reflecting your name, your photo should be there. The date providing enrollment for the current term, it should be within the 3 months. Example of acceptable document is class schedule, tuition receipt, or school ID card. Just add a file over here, browse, and I will select a picture. I'm just selecting any random picture, but you guys need to take the photograph of your ID, the educational ID, and then select that. It should clearly reflect your name, your address, your current academic year, and the purpose of study, which course you are taking, and then you can click continue. The reason why I am emphasizing a lot on the correct details is because there is a lot of verification that is being done by Shear. Okay, and if you fail in that verification, you will not get any of the educational license. So now I have submitted this detail and I will receive an email within 2 or 3 days with my student license. I'll show you because I have applied for the license in the past. I'll show you how this mail will come. So now you can see the mail come from Share ID. You will get a mail from verify@shareid.com, and here your license key will be mentioned, and one license key can work on one computer only. So that's all. So what you need to do, you can go over here and go to help option, about, and check your latest Alteryx version. The reason I am telling you this is because some of the workflow that you download from Google might be the older version or the newer version. So by default, just download the latest version. The second thing that you need to take care of is Alteryx releases its version timely, and like we have procured the license key, you can go and manage licenses. Go over here to enter your license key. It will take a couple of seconds to load. See this, activate new license, and you can paste your license key here. Let's suppose I paste my license key here. By default, I'm just randomly typing something. You will have to enter your license key. It is confidential, that's why I'm not entering my key, and you can click on activate. Okay, it is showing that it is not the valid license key. You just copy my license key and paste it over here and activate. It will take some time to load. You will have to enter the other details to be able to use this key. I will enter mine. I'm not entering my company name due to the confidentiality purpose. You will have to enter the address. Just ignore this message and activate. What is the Alteryx workflow? What are the various components of Alteryx workflow? So what is a workflow? First of all, a workflow is a set of interconnected tools that work sequentially in any order. So basically the approach of executing a workflow by Alteryx is top to bottom. So the first tool will be executed first and the last will be executed at the very last. So let me go to a link and I will explain you all of the options pertaining to a workflow. I'll show you how to create a workflow. Now go in the file option, the new workflow. It will open a window for you over here. So let us start by using the input tool. We will input some data for our reference. Let me prepare a workflow for you. Just have attention. I will connect to a XLSX file that is being given by Alteryx. I will go to data, the ABC sales workbook. I will take the customer transactions workbook, select the sheet. I will select the output sheet and import all of the data. This time I'm not gonna take the random data. See, this worksheet contain the original data from row number 4. So what I will do, I will skip this and boom, we have created the magic and we have the correct headers now. So let me do one more thing. You need not to put attention on this. I'm doing some operation that I will explain in the upcoming sections, but it's also necessary. See, now have attention at this point. So a workflow is a set of interrelated operations. It is very small workflow. We have taken a file, we have applied some filter operations. So first the input operation has been executed. After that, this tool has been executed. They have dependency on one another. they cannot be executed in solo. Now I explain what is workflow. I will show you the configuration of a workflow. On the layout direction, how we can read a workflow. We will read it horizontally. The annotation. Should we show the annotations? See guys, annotation is quite useful for a tool. It helps you to identify what all operation is being performed. Here we can see that we are importing the customer transaction. Here we can see that we are applying a filter of visits greater than 3. Okay. See, your workflow is the type of standard workflow at the default time of operation. You can convert your workflow into an analytic app, that is app that perform the analytics operations. You can convert them into a macro. So a macro is a component that can be reused again and again. It is a workflow component only. At the runtime, do we want to locate the error? Do we want to limit the conversion error? This is the important thing. You can have a look at it. Now the meta info about the workflow. Do you want to export the meta info about the workflow? Yes. If you want to export, you can refer to this link. I will leave up to you to explore it. So the third step is, once the workflow is created, how you gonna save this workflow? So what you can do, you can type Control S, as most of the applications support this, or you can visit File, Save Workflow. You can browse the location. Okay, I'm saving most of the workflow in this Alteryx series, and this workflow name would be the workflow explanation. Okay, what type do you want to save it as? Do you want to save it as all files, and do you want to save it as YXMD? So YXMD is the extension of the workflow. There are multiple extensions that you're gonna see in our videos. Out of those, there is YXMC, that is a macro extension, YXDB, that is Alteryx database file, YXMD, the metadata file of a workflow. Right now we'll save it as YXMD, and we have saved. I will show you a couple of options more. I will show you that what if you right click on a tool, what options that you can probably use. You can cut a tool, you can copy a tool, you can delete a tool from the workflow, you can zoom a tool, you can view all the possible connections. So it is an input tool. We will right click on this tool and we can view all the possible connections. So it is showing that the output connection are two, the input connection are input data. The connection type is wired. We can have a wireless connection too. Let us select the wireless connection and click OK. Okay, in our case, it is not showing the wireless connection, but some tool can support the wireless connection. The input tool doesn't. The cancel option. What if we are having the multiple input tools over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this view possible connection option will be required then. Now insert after. Okay, you can insert a lot of tool after this tool. You can insert after false, means you can insert after the false output of the filter tool. Add all browses. Okay, this is very good option. You can add browse after. Let's suppose you want to have a look at result. You can obviously have a look at result in the bottom window, but this is the most preferable option. Okay, have a look at browse tool and you will get to know what all the information is being returned. Now let us move to the different option. We can convert this tool into a macro. Let's suppose we want to use this workflow again and again. We can make this workflow as a macro that I'm gonna explain in the upcoming videos. So that's all about the options that we got on right clicking on a tool. Now the next option is when we right click on the workflow name, workflow explanation.yxmd. I right click on this. You can duplicate a workflow from here. Like you can create a copy of this one. You can open the containing folder, like on which folder this workflow is being saved. You can close all of the workflow at once. Let's you are having 4 or 5 different workflows opened over here. You can close all of them. Close all but this. Rest of the workflows can be closed from here, but this will open, and close is just close this workflow. So it is basically closing and duplicating the workflow options. Now guys, when you right click on the space other than this right click, you can zoom in, zoom out. Okay, zoom in. So right now we are just having 3 tools. What if there is 35 tools over here? You can't see all of the tools at once, so you need to select the zoom out options over here and have a look at your events. Let me just have a look at this and I'll tell you. Okay, cache and run workflow, this option. So what this will do, it will cache all of the result in the Alteryx temporary space. So most of the tools support the cache operation, most of the tool doesn't. What do I mean by the cache operation is, if we talk about this tool, there are true option, there are false option. So the true result and the false result will be cached in the temporary workspace of Alteryx that I gonna explain you later in this videos, like why this is being used. But just remember, the cache workflow option comes from here and it will turn into a blue icon. See, you can see it will turn into a blue icon. So that's all about the Alteryx workflow and its component. Now in this session, we're gonna cover the input tool in Alteryx. So where you can locate the input tool, it's in out section, and you can drag this input tool from here to here. So why basically the input tool is used? Input tool is used to retrieve the data from various data sources. The data sources can be the Excel file, the CSV file, the APIs, the YXDB Alteryx file, and any other database you can connect to, any other flat file you can connect to. Currently, there are 90 plus data sources that you can connect to in Alteryx. So let me explain you how to connect. See, this is the configuration of input tool. Here you will select on the drop down and it will ask you to locate your file if you are connecting to a flat file. And in the case of database, we will connect a little bit differently. So let it load. See guys, Alteryx is a little heavy tool, so it might take some of the tools to load for 5 and 10 seconds, even more than that. So now the recent list has been loaded over here. You can see 5 different options. There might be the saved data sources, there might be the file, the flat files, there might be the data sources that you have as a database. You have ODBC connection, OLEDB connection to Microsoft Azure. You can connect to Amazon Athena. If we talk about more data sources, you can connect to SharePoint, etc. So in this case, what we will do, we will connect to the Excel flat file, and you can see that out of these flat files, like there are 30 plus options. We will connect to Microsoft Excel, and I have a file downloaded, sample file. So I will open this. We can make it as it is .xlsx.xls. So I will select this. Now that I have selected the file, I will select the range of cells. See, this option might be different for different type of files. We are having sheet 1 in our sample file, and we will select the range. Let's suppose we select from A1 to C5. Import only the name of, only the list of sheet name. It might also happen that you can only import the list of sheet name, that is sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. You can also select the named range option, and click OK right now. Now have a look at this section on the left. Record limit. We can set the number of records that can be imported from Excel file. By default, it is set to 1000, but let's suppose we only want to fetch top 3 records. File format is .xlsx. You can change the file format from here also. You can select any type of files, table or query. Okay. In the case of flat file, you will have the table. It is showing that sheet 1 A1 to C5 is kind of table that is being created in Alteryx. In case of database, you will have queries. These search subdirectory option. Let's suppose you are entering a file from a directory. Do you want to search in subdirectories? So if yes, then check this box. Okay, output file name as field. Do you want the output file name as a field in your output? No, we don't want our file name. So, okay, no. Now, let's suppose your Excel file doesn't contain the headers. So what you will do, my first row contains the data. It is not header. Okay, and the last option is start data import online. Let's suppose you want to import the data from row number 100 to row number 1000. What you will do? You will enter row number 100 over here. So what it will take? It will read row number 100 till 1000. Or in case you have not selected, it will take complete input. Like by default, I will keep it as 1 and refresh. Here you can check that what is the sample records in our input, and there are only 3 records in our input. Why? Because we have set the row limit to 3. Let's suppose I change the row limit to 10 and refresh over here. See, you get 4 over here because we have A1 to C5 only. That's why we are getting 4 records. Now let's run the workflow, and I have it's running, and I have a look over here. See, this is the output arrow. Every tool has output arrow, whether it is having the input arrow or not. It has output arrow. So the data that is returned after running this is these 4 records, and the metadata of these records can be checked from here. The type of columns that are being returned are row ID is double, order ID is string, and order date is date type of system. It is showing which file source you have taken. Now let us check this option. The first row contains data. We will check this option, and we will check this option also. Start data import at line number 2. We want to import line number 2, and we will check. We will change our sheet. So it is not selecting any range. It will import all of the records, and it will start data import at line 1. Have a look at here. See, we don't have any field headers name because we checked this option, and right now we are having many records. 10 records were there in our Excel file. All 10 records are being taken over here. So that's all about the input tool. In this video, I'm gonna explain you the directory tool. So I have explained you how to import a single file. But what if you want to import all of the files in the directory? What we can do? We can use the directory input tool. So let me explain you. Just go over here, drag this tool, go to the location where your data is stored. So my data is stored at, just give me a second. My data is stored in new volume D, the samples, the sample data over here, and I will select this. So this is the by default location where the Alteryx data is stored. You can check the location and then click OK. Now here come the second part. What type of files do you want to import from this? I want to import all the files that are XLSX extension here. So what I will do, I will run this workflow now. and we will see in couple of minutes this. See what it is giving you. The directory tool is giving you the full path, the directory, the file name, short file name, the creation time, and there are lot of columns that are being returned by this tool. So what it is showing, that we are having three files. The directory tools is giving you the location of three XLSX file. I hope I am clear. Now what I can do, I can include this option also, include subdirectories. What if you are having two directory inside a directory? You can include subdirectories. It will include all of the file pertaining to the subdirectory also. So let us take example of this option. What I will do, I will go over here, and now this, in spite of choosing this sample data, I go to data and click OK. Now we must got some other files also. See what you can have a look at over here. Initially we are having three files, but now we are having six files inside this parent directory. So that's all about the directory tool. So we have explained the directory tool. Now let us move to a different tool called a browse tool. Now when you run the workflow, you got a error that this workflow, this field doesn't have any incoming connection. So what we can do, we can go over here and select the incoming connection. The input to the browse tool can be any other tool. So what essentially browse tool does, you have imported the data. Now you want to have a look at what data you have imported. So what I will do, join this to this. Click on the output arrow and click on the input arrow of a tool to connect them. To interconnect them, just click and connect. Simply be connected here. And now execute the workflow. Now the output of a browse tool is nothing. It is just giving you the profiling information, the behavior information of the data. So in browse tool, we get all of the records that have been returned by any of the input tools. Here you can have a look at data profile. I'll explain you in couple of seconds. It will show you the data profiling. See our field F1. Okay, just give me a second. Let us uncheck this option. First row contains data. Let us take the proper headers first, and then we will be able to fill in. Okay, we have imported the data at line 2. See guys, whenever you got the error and whenever something is not working properly, just have a look at the configuration pane and you will sort your solutions. You will find the solution. Now you can see the proper headers are coming. Initially they were not coming. Now proper headers are coming. So it is showing you the profiling information of your data. Your row ID is type of double or integer over here, and it has this much of values. Let's suppose I have something repeating in my column. You can see and have a look at order ID. Your order ID C82014115812 is being repeated 5 times in your data. So it is showing what your data is behaving like, what's the repetition in your data. You can have a look at here also that order date is being repeated, ship date is being repeated. It's all about the profiling information. You can have left right view also, but these are not frequently used. You can just ignore these options. Now in new window, you can also drag from here, new window, all records. You'll wait a couple of seconds and then you will get to know what this does. The table being returned is this, and all of the profiling information we get at a single point. Say this. So that's all in this tool, the browse tool. Let us pick up another tool now, Other tool is datetime now tool. What datetime is it in your region? It takes this. So when you hover over this datetime now tool, inputs the current date and time at the module runtime in a format of users choosing. Example. So let's suppose I will think of a scenario. I imported the data. Now I want to import the timestamp of the data also. At what time I've imported this data. So what I can do, I can select the language as English, or I want to select my data not in the R format. I want the data to be present in the format, just give me a second, MMDDYY, at what time, what second my data was imported. So you just run this tool and you will get to know now. Like right now I'm at 7th of August and it's 10:06 a.m. So it is giving me the current date. Guys, these tools might not be interrelated right now, but these are very important and I'll explain you how we can interrelate them. So we are done with the datetime tool. Now let us move to the another tool, the map input tool. It will take a couple of seconds to load. So map input tool, what does this does? Let's see what it does. It manually draws or select map object, point, line and polygon to be stored in a workflow. Remember initially I told you that Alteryx is also being used for the spatial analysis. Now the map input tool take those spatial coordinates. Spatial coordinates may be of a point, maybe of a line, or maybe of a polygon. Polygon I mean area. So let us explore this tool. A map input configuration, draw or select. I don't want to draw, I want to select only. We can set the base map, like we want to use the most recent vintage dark map we want to use. Let's suppose we use the Alteryx dark map. It will load over here. You can see United States, Mexico, Cuba and other countries. Now here comes the reference YXDB file. So YXDB file, I will explain you what type of file extension do we have in Alteryx one by one. But for now, just remember that YXDB is a database file of Alteryx. So what we can do, YXDB file we can locate here, go to data again, one tool data, and let's suppose we took city population file. So this is the reference file that we have taken. Okay, it is not containing any spatial objects. This might be the case that happened that your file doesn't contain any spatial object. It doesn't have any spatial coordinates. So let us select a proper file then. It is not there in this folder. Samples in one tool at a time. Let us go to the spatial coordinates and we select YXDB file. Okay, we don't have any file over here. Let me check other folders. Now I find one of the spatial file that is being given by Alteryx. What we can do, we can go in data, one tool data and select this spatial file one and open this. Okay, I opened this. We are having a label field called supply ID and supply ID has some coordinates. So you can see we have taken the map input coordinates over here and we can fetch these coordinates in our workflow anytime, anywhere. So let me move to another tool, the output data tool. Now that you have inputted the data, you want to output the data. What you can do, let's suppose I've inputted my data, this 10 rows, and I want to save it in an Excel file. What I can do, I can go over here. There is an option write to a file or database. So we will select write to a file. We will find a file where to write. Let's suppose you want to write in a XLSX format, and we go and you want to write our data in, okay, I don't have any file over here, in this sample file only. Okay, it is showing that the sample.slxs is already existing. Do you want to replace it? No. Let us give any other file name, sample2. We create a file sample2, save. Specify the sheet, like which sheet on sample1, sample2 file you want to write your data. I am saying that I want to write at sheet 1. You will select OK. Now, guys, you need to have a look at this configuration pane very carefully. There might be a couple of scenarios where our output data fails. So, your max records per file. How many maximum records can you write in a file? I am saying that I don't want to write more than 100 records. I will enter more 100. The file format. Which file format do you prefer? You want to export the data as an Excel file? You want to export as a SQL file? Do you want to export it as Tableau hyperdata file? So we can select any of the option. We can create right now .xlsx. Output option. This is very important, guys. The output option. Let's suppose we consider of a scenario. Your Excel file is already existing. Sheet 1 is also already existing. Okay. Then what you can do? You can create a new sheet. This option you will check when you want to create a new sheet in the existing Excel file. Append to the existing sheet. What this option will do? Let's suppose you have a file and you want to append the rows in a table. You will select this option, append to an existing file. Override sheet or range. This option will overwrite your data in a sheet. The third option is overwrite file. It will totally remove your previous file and totally import the newer one. I will show you one by one example of each. So let's suppose by default we select create new sheet and we executed this option. Now you can see that our output has been written in this sample2.slxx file. I will show you. I will go over here and we can see that sample2.slxx file has been created. It will take a couple of seconds to load. I'll show you. Please have a look at this file carefully. We have exported all of columns that were present in our worksheet, in our input data. Now you can see the sheet 1 has been created in sample2 file. Okay, I will close this file. Now suppose you executed this workflow again. Now this workflow will give you the error. Why so? It is showing that sheet 1 already exists in the file dsample2.slsx. Select a new sheet or file for output. So what we will do, we will append to the existing sheet and I will run this option. Now you will see that sample2.slsx file would have 12 records in it. The 6 were written previously and 6 are written now. See, you can see here. We are having 21 records. 10 were previously written, 10 are written just now. And we will close this file again. The third option is to override sheet or range. We will see this option. It is showing that we can override a sheet or a range. Now you will see all of the 21 rows are deleted and now 10 new rows are entered. See again. I will not overstress this topic now. And you can see override file. It totally removes the file and create a new one. Now let us have a look at this option, append field map. This option is showing that whatever data is in your input must be have the same name in the output. What we can do, we can select the custom mapping option also. Here in source we are having row id as row id, but in destination we want to take it as order id. I mean that's a hypothetical scenario. You can change the header from your input to your output. You can map one column to another. We will not touch upon this and we cancel this option. Skip field names. So do you want to skip the field names? No, we don't want to skip the headers. Reserve formatting on override. Okay, this option is showing that while you override the field, override the data in your Excel file, do you want to keep the formatting? So 90% of the case we don't format the Excel file that has been once outputted using the Alteryx workflow. So we will not touch upon this option. Okay, this is very important. Take file field name from the field. So what we can do, what we check, take file and table name from the field, append suffix to the file oblique table name. So what this option will do, this option will take the unique name from the field whatever you have specified, and it will create a new sheet in Excel for each of the name encountered in that column. So let's suppose we have customer name. You can have a look at this. We are having Claire Good, Darren Van Half, Sean O'Donnell, Rosina Hoffman. So we are having 4 to 5 different customer name, and we are saying that customer name field is appended to the sheet name, and we are keeping the field in output. Now I will run this and I'll show you what this will do. Let's go to the location, go to the sample 2. See what it has done. Sheet 1 is being exported as it is, and now we have sheet for each and every name encountered in our customer name column. Brosina Hoffman has 5 records in it. Claire Good has 2. So this is very ideal scenario. Let's suppose, hypothetically speaking, you want to export the results of your states. Like let's suppose we are in US and you want to export the result of Florida in a separate sheet, New York in a separate sheet. You can use this option. Let us move to a different option. Like you append, you can prepend. You can prepend also. You can change file oblique table name. So what we can do, we can run again this option. I'll show you what it will do. Now that we have executed our workflow, we will have a look at sample 2. See, we choose the option change file oblique table name. It will not append anything. It will not prepend anything. What it will do, it will create the that's all about the input and output tools. I hope you guys are able to understand. Thanks a lot. In this video, we're gonna cover what all data types are being supported by Alteryx. So as you all know that Alteryx support most of the data type, and if we talk about the most common data type are string data, the numeric data. You can see on this link the string data, the numeric data, datetime data, the spatial object. I will go in depth of each and every data type. First of all, Alteryx processes the value that is being inputted using the input tool as numeric, datetime, boolean, and spatial object by itself. We need not to convert those into the relative data type. It will take by itself. And one more question also arises that if one data type is imported wrong, can we change the data type? Yes, obviously you can change the data type. You can change the data type by using any of the select tool, append fill tool, and a tool which is having a select functionality. The select functionality is available in 90% of the tool, and I will show you how to change the data type of a field. So what is a string data type? First of all, the string data type is just just a combination of the alphanumeric data. It can be A1234, A_234, A_125. It can be any representation of the character. So in Alteryx, how do we perceive them? There are four different data types: string, W string, V string, and VW string. Now relatively, I will explain you each and every string type. First of all, string. The type string is having a fixed length. It doesn't vary according to the situation. It has only the fixed length. The maximum capacity is 8192 characters. Now W string. W string means the wide string. It can accept any string and its length is not varying, but the only difference between W string and string is W string can import the Unicode characters. So if your column has Unicode characters, then it will be taken as W string. Now V underscore string, that is variable length. So any string that is having a variable length, like let's suppose if we talk about address, sometimes the address is of 25 characters, sometimes it is of 100, and sometimes it is of 250 characters. So what you will do? You will use the V string, but ideally we should use V underscore W string because your address can have alphanumeric character, Unicode character. So VW string is variable wide length string. Variable wide length string means it can be of variable length. It can accept the Unicode characters. Most of the time we will be using the V string only. Now let us talk about the numeric data. Your numeric data can be of 4 or 5 different types. The first type of data can be integer data type. The second is decimal. The third is floats, and the fourth one is double. I will show you each and every data type. Now in most of the programming languages, we know that the byte contains 0 to 255. So it is a unit of 8 binary digits. The byte is unit of 8 binary digits. Like let's suppose your age. Your age can be of byte. It can range from 0 to 255, hypothetically speaking. So it can be of byte data type. Now we talk about the integer data type. So let's suppose your cell is most of it is in round figures. So cell can be your integer. It can range from -3 to 762 to 3 to 767, 2 raised to the power 15. It can range between 8 and 16. In 32, again we can take the example of salary. It ranges from -2 billion to +2 billion. Similarly in 64, it is 2 raised to the power 63. So these all are three different precision of integer depending upon the power. Now we talk about the fixed decimal. Now if we talk about the interest, it can be of decimal type because it can be 1.25, 11.25, something like this. Anything that is having decimal places is treated as fixed decimal in the Alteryx work. We'll talk about the float. Float basically uses the 4-byte structure and it can represent value from -3.4 to 10 raised to the power 38 with 7 digits of precision. So there is no much difference between float and decimal. Both can take the decimal point, but the precision in float is maximum up to 7. So that's all about the integer data type. Okay, we'll talk about the double data type. Mostly the fixed decimal, the double, the float, all are decimal, but depending upon the precision, they are being segregated. Now let us come to the date time data. In the date time data, we have three different types of interpretation. What should I say? So we are having the date data type, we are having date time data type, we are having only time data type. As it is quite evident from the name, the date contains only the date. The date time can contain the date and time also with the precision till seconds, and the time contain only the time part. It is quite clear from its name itself. The conversion of the date time can also be done by using the different tools that I gonna explain you in the further videos. So Boolean data. Boolean data is only having two possible values, that is true or false. It is mostly used to in the conditional expression to test the true and false values. Now coming to the specialty of Alteryx. Alteryx has spatial objects too. What is a spatial object? Your home could be a spatial object, that is a point. If we talk about the earth atmosphere, earth hemisphere, your home is just a point. If we talk about the road from your home to your office, it is somewhere around 10 to 12 kilometers. That could be a polyline or polygon. So we are having three types of spatial objects: the line, the point, and polygon. Polygon mostly covers the area data type. The line cover path from one to another point, and the point is just the latitude and longitude coordinate. So this is all about the data types of Alteryx. In the next video, we will cover where we can see these kind of data type and how we can change them. In this video, I will explain you how to connect our Alteryx to SQL Server. So first of all, most of you would be using the personal laptops and doesn't have SQL Server installed in it. So what you can do, you can just go at this link. I will paste it for your reference somewhere, and you can scroll a little down. You have to install a free specialized edition. Go to developer option, download now. Just double click on this setup and you will get a window like this. I'll show you. See, SQL Server Developer Edition. Select an installation type. We just want to have a basic installation type. Select basic installation type to install the SQL Server Database Engine feature with default configuration. Okay, we selected this. It will take a couple of seconds to navigate us to the next page. I will select the accept button. It's just nothing. It's having the copyright issues and the agreement that you are okay with the SQL Server terms. Yep, we are okay with it. It is telling the install location. Yeah, we are okay with it. It's downloading. It will take a couple of minutes to download. It is acquiring the setup files. It might take a little bit of time, so let us wait till then. Our download is almost completed. We'll wait a couple of seconds and let's see. Now it has started installing on our server. It has procured all of the files and it's installing in our machine. So our installation part is about to complete. It has downloaded and it will ask you a couple of things. You can connect now. Let it as it is and you can connect now. It will take a couple of commands to connect. Okay, we have installed SQL Server and we will create our database now. So this is the CMD part, but what if we want to use the SSMS, that is SQL Server Management Studio, and it is basically the GUI part of SQL Server. So we will install SSMS now. The reason we are installing here SSMS is because everybody doesn't like this black screen, and secondly, it's quite intuitive to use the SQL Server Management Studio. It will take us to the download link and we'll download it from there. Click on this link, download SQL Server Management Studio 18.9.2. It will start downloading. It's 642 MB of size. It will take a couple of minutes, so let us wait till then. Now our SSMS setup has been installed. Double click on this executive file. So this screen will come like where it can we install the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. You will install at the default location. It is loading the packages and it will take I guess 4 to 5 minutes to completely load the packages. Let us wait till then. Now it has verified a lot of packages and it has started installing the packages. Right now it is installing Microsoft Visual C++ redistributable. So when this overall progress tab is finished, we'll be able to use the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Let us wait till then. So our setup is almost completed. It will take 1 more minute maximum to get us the user interface of SQL Server Management Studio. See, all of the component has been executed and installed successfully. Now close this and we can go and select SQL. Go over here, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. It will take a couple of seconds to start up. See, our SQL Server Management Studio has been installed. Now it is telling us to connect. We will connect with the Windows authentication. So guys, just expand the databases, expand the system databases, expand master, and expand this tables, expand system tables. You will get to know what all tables are there by default. So let us have a look at the content of this table. We have right clicking on this. We have selected select top 1000 rows, and we can see that it is just having a single row. Now we are sure that we have our data ready. Now guys, our SQL Server Management Studio has been installed. We will try to create a sample database for our usage. What we can do, we can go on Google and search sample SQL Server database. You will go and visit this link. Go to bottom of this and download this SQL Server sample database. I have already downloaded it for our purpose. There are three files in this: create object, drop all object, and load data. So I have loaded those files in SQL Server Management Studio. First of all, what we will do, we will run the create files. The second, we will execute the load data, and finally, what you will do, you will select this. There is a table called products in production schema. What we can do, we can write a query select star from production.product. Now let us go to our Alteryx. Go to input data, this drag, drop down, data sources. I want to quick connect to Microsoft SQL Server, quick connect. We will set up a connection name. I will set the connection name to SQL Server. I will go to host. Okay, how I can find the host of our SQL Server is control right click, properties, and you will find the server name in the properties section at bottom. I'll show you here. This is your host name. Control C, Control V in Alteryx. Okay. There are two type of authentication. Let's suppose your host is the local host, that is your laptop. So what you can do, you can use the Windows authentication. And let's suppose you are in the organization premises and you have a account on your name. Let's suppose in my organization I have account in database. You can use SQL authentication then, but in the case of SQL authentication you need to enter the username and the DB password. I will continue with the Windows authentication and test my connection. My connection is successful. Now it will ask, do you want to select any default database? No, I don't want to select any default database, and I want to click on OK. So this connection has been already created. The error message came, I will create SQL Server 2. So this has been created. Click on OK. Guys, this will load up all of the tables that has been in your database. You can have a look at it. It has loaded the master. It has loaded all of the database table. Just give me a second. I will refresh and find out where is our table. See guys, there were some error in the script that I downloaded. I will not say errors, but you have to type two different statements first. I'll show you what statement do you need to. First, you have to create a database by create database by then use bike. We need to execute this statement one by one. First this, then this, and you can execute rest of the statement then after it. So I will save. So we have created a database bike, and now we will move to Alteryx. We will go over here, go to tables, and let's refresh. We will see if we got some tables from bike. Let us cancel it and again load, because it might happen sometime that it doesn't take your table properly. See guys, a lot of time happens that your tables are not refreshed. So I will recommend you to write a query, select star from bike.production.products. I've written this query. I will test this query first. It is showing a successful connection was made and no errors were found passing the query. So now you can see in the visual query editor, I got all of the column pertaining to this table. Now I don't, the select star statement is quite simple. I don't want to run that statement. I will create my SQL query and I will then try to replicate that SQL query in Alteryx. So what we can do, select product underscore ID comma model underscore year comma sum of list underscore price from production dot products where not where group by product ID and model year. Execute this statement. Okay, the production dot product doesn't exist. No worries. We will go to vibe dot production dot product. This must be existing. Why it is not giving any records? Let me check. The reason why that table doesn't showing any record was because the record was not inserted in that table. Now we can execute our query. Select star from production dot products. Let us check now. Yeah, there are records. Now let us execute the above query. What essentially this is doing, it is finding product ID, model year, and sum of list price. The same we're gonna do in our Alteryx. Let us use the order by clause also. Order by price descending. It will take a couple of seconds to run this query because we have used the order by clause. Now again, go to Alteryx. We want to get the product ID. We want to take the model year. We want to have list price. And the aggregation that we need to perform on the list price, we have to rename this column product ID, year, and price. The sort type on this is descending. The sort order on this is, we need not to apply the sort order on this. Aggregation, okay. What we have to do, we have to apply the aggregation that is equals to sum. We will sum. See, there are almost 20-25 different aggregation here. You can find the average. You can find the average of the distinct value in the database. You can count distinct also. Similarly, you can have minimum of the distinct value, the sum of the distinct value, the sum, and you can explore furthermore. So we need to perform this aggregation. We need to group on these above two columns. So we will group these above two columns. Criteria is like where clause. Right now we are not applying any where clause. We will just execute this and we will find out that our data is recorded or not. We can check over here. Now, like we check for the input of Excel file, we can see it is showing that aka SQL Server 2. We have used the SQL Server 2 connection. Record limit, let us fetch top 10 records only. The file format is ODBC. Any connection to the database is 90% of the time ODBC. The query that we have used is being reflected over here. Do you want to cache data for further usage? Yeah, we want to cache top 100 records. Table field name style, quoted or none. Let's leave it. Read uncommitted. Okay, so 90% of the chance is there that your code is committed, your results are committed. But it might also happen like your table data is currently being loaded and at the same time you have executed the workflow. So what will happen in this case? Only the committed rows will be taken into consideration in Alteryx. So what we can do? Read uncommitted. You also want to read the uncommitted rows. Do not show percentage complete. Okay, let's not take up on this. Post SQL statement and pre-SQL statement is something that I will cover in the next steps. So now let's execute our workflow and see what is the result. Now I executed the workflow. Okay, year and price. Here we are getting product ID, model year and price. Oh my god, but we have forgot to take the product ID. So what you can do, guys, let's suppose you have not taken anything by mistake. So again you can click on three dots over here and check. Although we have taken that in SQL editor, but we need to check product ID. So I forgot to tell you about this stored procedure. You can also import the stored procedure if there is any. We'll not touch upon this, but you can import this. And here at the left, you can find the different tables. We have used the bike database. You can find all of the tables here. And guys, you can also create the join and other operation that you can create in SQL here also. I will select OK for now, and I will leave up to you to explore further options. Now you can see we got product ID, year and price, and it is matching what we have executed: 155, 2018 and 11999. So guys, this is all about the SQL Server connection. Now what we will do, we will drag the input tool to the canvas. We will select here, drop down. We will look out for files. We will look for the zip files. See, the last option is .zip. We look for the zip files and we will look that there is some data or not in our data for zip files. There is no data of zip type. Let me download any compressed file and I'll show you how a compressed file. You can visit this link osf.io and you can find the dataset.zip file over here. Just click on the download button and we will select the folder. Let's see in which folder it is stored. It is stored in, got it. There is datasets.zip file. We will open this. Click on open. Now it will ask you which all files do you want to extract. Select file type to extract. Do you want to extract the Excel file in this document? Do you want to extract the SPSS file or other file? I am saying that I want to only extract the XLSX file that is being present in this folder, and the file is this one. In data, we have codebook.slsx file and select open. Now we want to look at each and every sheet of this Excel workbook. So we'll select sheets, all sheets. Okay. And now our data has been imported. We will start our workflow. We'll run our workflow. Now we can control right click on this, and we will add a browse after. We will have a look at what is the contents of browse. You can see that variable name, description, question, and value labels. So these are the content of our file. I'll show you. We'll go to codebook.slsx. We will open this file. You can have a look at the content of this file. I'll show you. Variable name, description, question, and value label. The same fields we are getting over here, and look at any other option that we can. Again, the configuration of the tool depending upon the file select. So file in archive means which file do you want to extract in the archive file. Output field name as field, no, we don't want to do this. Parse selected file as XLSX. We want to parse the file as XLSX. Allow extraction of file greater than 2 GB. So let's suppose our file is greater than 2 GB. Do you want to extract it, or do we want to like limit the number of records? So we will allow the extraction greater than 2 GB. Again, the other things are same as the Microsoft Excel configuration. That's all in this tool, reading the compressed files. Now we will start reading the CSV file. We'll go over here, drop down, file. We will look for CSV file, comma statistical value file. We will see that we have some data for it or not. Okay, we have a state population data set that has comma statistical value. What we can do, we can click open. And the configuration of this is almost the same as of Excel file. Record limit, file format, search subdirectory, delimiters. Okay. How do you want to delimit your data? You can give the delimiter as space, dot, anything you want to. By default, we will keep it as it is. Field length, like how much maximum length of field can be after the data is being extracted. We will keep it as 254. There is in other languages, you want to ignore the delimiters or not. We will ignore the delimiter that are in quotes, single quotes, or none. We can also not ignore the delimiter. Sometimes it may happen there are some read errors. Do we want to take this read error as warning, or we want to proceed? We will proceed. We will not take them as warning. The other 2 or 3 options are not much of the use. We can explore it by yourself. We will add the browse after, and we will have a look at our data. Let's go to the file and have a look at our data. We have our data located in this, and we have sent. We go to state population on this file, CSV file, and it is as it is. Now let us create a sheet in this one. For example, a sheet in this. Let me create a new sheet where I will enter some random data and We will then import. I've created a new sheet. We want to insert sample data, column, space, space, in. Let's take another example, JP, 25, name, 15, 49, name. And let us save this sheet and override it. We have saved this. Now go to our objects. We will again expand the student configuration. It will take a couple of seconds. Now we go here. We can have a look at it and we can use the delimiters as this. I gave my delimiter as this and now I will rerun the workflow. Okay, it is showing the delimiter must be a single character. Okay, we have given a single character as a space and again rerun this workflow. Now you guys can see here. Okay. Now guys, use the delimiter to comma because there was some issues to taking space as a delimiter. Now we execute our workflow and let's have a look at it, that how our data is populated. In this communication is possible. We'll start with the import at line number 2 then. And you can see from line number 2 we have our data being distributed into 3 different columns and the comma was limited. So this is all about a CSV file as input. Thanks for the patience and we'll continue our session in next. So guys, in this video we will talk about the right tool for writing the contents into a database. We will talk about output data. We select output data and whatever data we have inputted in step 1, what we can do, connect these tools. So let me show you this data first. The content of this tool variable name, description, question and value label. We are having 3 fields and 385 records are there. Now we need to write these contents into a table in SQL Server. So what we will do, we will select the drop down over here. We have the data sources. Remember that we have used Microsoft SQL Server in our previous video. What we can do, quick connect over here. See, by default, Alteryx will retrieve all of the data sources name that we have saved previously. Here we have saved two SQL Server instances, SQL Server and SQL Server 2. I'm gonna use SQL Server 2. Our host name is just discussed in the last video. It will remain as it is. Now we will test the connection. What it will do to load all of the databases that we are having under that host. So let's suppose we want to write our table in the bike database. I selected bike database and I click OK. It is showing the output file format that was specified require a table or worksheet. So you guys know that everything in SQL is stored as a table. We will give a name table 2. Give a name table 2 and click OK. Now we can execute this workflow. The workflow is executed and it has finished. Now let us open SQL Server Management. Meanwhile, SQL Server Management Studio is opening. Let us have a look at the configuration of this thing. It might happen that your Excel file contains 1 lakh record, but you want to write only the 1,000 records. So in this case, what I will do, I will only keep a top 100 records. The file format, obviously, we are connected to a database, so ODBC database. Add to the option. You have to look very carefully at this point. Output option can be multiple. Append assistant. So just let me open the SQL Server Management area, and I will be able to relate very properly. We'll wait for SQL Server Management. Must open, and we do not want to record the last one. We will connect to our database. Connect. A couple of seconds to do. Follow the. We will write a new query, and our new query is select star from by dot table 2. Invalid object name. Okay. We have table 2. Okay. And it is sensitive. Okay. By dot db2. By default, it appends the name db to the table. Can have a look at this. We are having 3,385 records in this. Now let us have a look at different options in Alteryx to play around with this table. Let's suppose our table is already existing. We want to append the key. So this option will append 385 or whatever records were there. Record are 385. Rerun this. It is showing that 100 records were written in total. 2 records were read from these sample lists. And let us have a look at error. No columns returned. At error was because maximum records per file. We have selected it to 100, and now if you run it, it will give you the error. Because we are returning 385 records and we have limited the value there to 100. If we change it to 1000, we will not get this error. See, it has written properly. Now you can check if you run this query. See, the number of records are more than 385. It's going in 1000 because we have appended the data at least 3-4 times while executing this. Now let us go to a different option. We don't want to append, we want to delete data and append. We want to delete all of the data and append. Now you can see all of the data will be deleted from this table and only the new data will be appended. Let me tweak the query a bit. Let's count of star. 85 records are coming because we have deleted and then inserted. Let us look at our third option, override table. Okay, it's kind of same then delete data and append. What it is doing, it is first dropping the table. Dropping means delete all of the table, deleting the table 2, and then again creating the table. In this case, what happened, the permission on the table to any user will be dropped. Let's suppose I created a table 2, and I give the permission on that table to you. So while I drop table and again overwrite it, all the permissions will be deleted. The fourth option is create new table. Create new table is, it's like if I run this option again, what will happen essentially, it will give me the, what error it is giving, that there is already a table 2 existing. I cannot create same table with two different names. So this is creating an option, it will give you error. Okay, and this is a very interesting feature that is being in new version that is being taken. Okay, what I will do, I will run this workflow again, and you will notice that one error and three primary required for update operation. Okay. So let us take this option a little later in our tutorials because I need to explain you the concept of primary key, secondary key, and foreign key. So this is little out of link, but definitely I'll take it in the advanced section. It is showing the transaction size. Transaction size is basically the lot size. Like how many records do you want to insert at once? If there are 1 lakh record, we are inserting the transaction size of 10,000. So it will take 10 transactions to basically insert the data. Take file name, oblique table name. From what we can do, append suffix to file oblique table name. Remember, we have taken option where we write the output to the Excel file. This is already same, in which we are appending the suffix to the file oblique table name. If we select this option and we create new table, let's run this option. Let's play around with the specified name. Okay, it is showing that there is no schema table to iatext dot overall. So what it is doing, it is appending suffix to the file oblique table name. We chose that there is a field containing the name of the table or file, that is variable. But when Alteryx map this, it is showing that there is no schema. This option is only useful when you have schema details inside your column and you want to create a separate table for particular category. I will leave up to you to explore this option and the other 4 options too. So thanks a lot, and we will resume our course in the next video. In this video, we'll be covering the most important topic, the preparation tools in Alt. Take the topics one by one. So, first of all, what are the preparation tools and where basically they are located in Alt? So, these are the preparation tools. As the name suggests, these tools are used to prepare the data. Preparation, as in you can perform the filter operation, you can generate the records by yourself, you can change the data type of the field, you can apply the sorting operations and whatnot you can do using the preparation. So these tools are the most encountered tools in Alteryx and you will be using them mostly in the day-to-day operations. So let us first import the data and then I will move towards the tools. Let me import the data first. We will go to any sample file that is being provided by Alteryx. Let me have a look at the good file. Good file as in which have a lot of data in it. So yeah, we will choose the customers file. We will add the browser after operation and we will check what are the contents of this file. Run. There are 2,678 records in it and there are somewhere around 12 bits. So how I find that where how many fields are there, just click on this. You can find what are the type of fields and what are their data type, what are their size. The reason why I'm telling you this, because to prepare your data you should have a thorough understanding that what data you are dealing with, what are the anomalies in your data, and how you gonna talk about each and every anomaly and how you can basically remove it. The first tool that we wanna cover is select tool. So what select tool does? The select tool basically selects the number of columns. It can deselect the number of columns. It can reorder the columns. it can rename your fields. So renaming is one of the good thing that you should do in your database to make your data easily understandable. You can also change the data type, you can change the size, and you can assign the descriptions to your column. So let us go to selective. Right now it is showing unknown. Let's connect to our data. Okay. Now let me tell you the operation one by one. Okay. First, we can go to options. You can select all, you can deselect all using the select option. You can save the field configuration. You can load the field name from a different file, but that is not recommended. You can sort. You can sort basis the field name ascending and descending, the field type ascending and descending, and you can move the highlighted field from top to bottom. I'll show you each and every operation one by. So let's suppose we want to select all. We selected all of them. We want to deselect the column. We can deselect all of them. The most important deselect is because it might happen that we are just having 12 columns right now, but we can have 250 columns over here. That could very well be the case. Then you can deselect all and then select the specific column. Let's suppose I want to have a look at the customer ID, the store number, the customer segment. I'm interested in the first name and last name. I'm not interested in the lat long of this, and I'm not interested in the address of this. Okay. And I will execute the workflow. So this is the first operation that we can perform and have a look at it. Change it to data, have a look at it. We just had the 5 columns that we have chosen over here. Okay. So that's the first thing we can select. The second operation, what we can do using the select field is we can change the data type. So customer ID. Let's suppose we want to filter out the odd and even customer. The customer ID that is having odd number and the customer ID that is having the even number. So what you can do? You can change the data type. Obviously, you will have to change the data type first. So let's suppose I make the customer ID to be integer 64. And tada, we run this. You can check the metadata. Okay, you can check the metadata. Why is it not showing? Okay, yeah, by default it shows the metadata of the input only. It will not show you over here, but the data type has been changed. I'll tell you how it is changed when I'll explain you the filter. So the second operation is change the data type. One more thing I want to tell you guys, 90% of the time Alteryx will import the right data type depending upon the inputs in your file. But it might happen like in the case of latitude and longitude. The latitude and longitude should not be string. They should be the spatial object, or they should be the fixed decimal, because it might happen the 74.2 is lat and the long is 74.8, something like this. In the case of string, it will not be taken as it is. So you can convert over here. You can also very well reduce the size of the string. So let's suppose the size of the string is 254 right now, but we know that the name might be maximum of 50 characters. The same for the last name. And what could be the use case of this? The use case of this could be to reduce your data size, because if we select the size to be any random size, then definitely if we are having 10 millions of records, it will consume somewhere around 1 GB of space. But when you are using the correct size, it will reduce your space. The next operation that we can perform using the select tool is the renaming operation. So we don't want to encounter our field customer ID as customer ID. We want to rename it to ID. We want to rename it to segment. The customer segment, we want to rename it to segment. The latitude and longitude, we want to rename it to latitude and longitude. And we will control R. We will see that the fields has been renamed. Now the next operation that we can perform on using the select tool is the description. You can give the column a description. See, this is not frequently used, but it should be used so that you have some sense of your data. This is just having the single file right now, but ideally this would not have been the case. There might be 20 different files and there might be 1,000 different columns. So it might be confusing for you to understand the column structure and the name. So customer segment, I gave a description to this column that this is the segment of the customer, not product. Because this could very well be the case that it is the product segment, but here we are not confusing it with that. So that's all about the select tool. Let us move to a different tool now. Okay, one more thing we can perform using the select tool. We can very well perform the reordering. We can select this and we can move it up, up and up. Similarly, this. To reorder the multiple rows, select, right click and drag. You can select, control, right. Oh, sorry. You can just drag this. I drag this to the top most section. Okay. So why we are using this? I'll frame a scenario for you. So let's suppose there are 200 columns in your data, and your last name and first name and last name come somewhere in between 150. But when you will see your data, you will find very difficult to read it, and you have to scroll to the 150th column. So this should not be the case. We should encounter our first name at the very top, and we should encounter our last name above. So that's all about the select tool, and run it. You can see that it's in the order of what we have selected over there. So let us move to the next tool. The next tool is the data cleansing tool. So the data cleansing tool. So it might be the case that your data is having a lot of junk value. Your data is having a specific value that you want to remove. So let us go step by step and encounter what the data cleansing tool will do. Let's read the description first. It will perform the basic data cleansing operations such as replacing the null values, remove the punctuation, and modifying the capitalization. So let's have a look at data. You can see that the first name and the last name, they are both in the uppercase. We want to convert them into the downward. What we can do? We can go in the data cleansing tool, modify case. We will make all of these to the lower case. Okay. There are three different type of cases available: uppercase, lowercase, and the title case. The first operation, I will run this and let's have a look at it. You can see that everything has been converted to the camel case, the first name and the last name. So this is the first scenario that we can perform using the data cleansing tool. The second thing is, you might have encountered this a lot. See the address. Your address can have many junk characters at the starting and at the ending itself. So while you perform a calculation on this, you have to trim those. So you can very well directly do this using removing the leading and trailing white space option from here. So we can remove the leading and trailing white space from the address field. So let me just take the address field from here for your suitableness, and then we will remove the leading and trailing white space from. The second option is all the white space. So this is very seldom used. All the white space we want to remove. The third option is removing all the letters. So it might happen that your phone number is a field where you have all of the numbers, and so, this might be the case that someone might have by mistake entered a white space, a punctuation, a letter in it. So you have to remove the letters from it. So you can just check this option. The thing is that the next field, replace with blank string fields. So whenever you encounter the null data, it will replace all of the nulls with the blank field. And in the case of the integer field or the numeric fields, what it will do, it will replace with 0. Let's suppose we do not have the latitude and longitude in our file for some of the IDs. So what it will do, it will just populate 0 against them. Okay, and last but not the least, remove the null data and remove the null columns. So it might happen that your data has null columns, all of the values are null in that column. So what it will do, it will remove those null columns, remove the null rows. Your data might have a lot of null rows. This option will remove all of these null rows. So let me just take a file for your reference, and we will do all of the operations one by one. So I am creating an Excel file in which what I am doing, I am creating all of the scenarios, and we will see that what will be the results here. So guys, let's suppose I created this file. Okay, let's save this file. Let's have a look at data of this file. We are having the name column, we are having the age column, gender column, and the address column. Some of the fields are blank on this. The case is not proper in this. The address having the trailing and leading white spaces. Okay, so we will perform all of the operations and whichever possible by us. We will save this file in our datasets. Now we will read this file. Control C, and guys, you can just copy paste a tool by using the Control C and Control V option. It works very well over here. I'm doing at a little good pace because good sample data and all files. And you will select the cleansing file. Okay. Then let's grab the data cleansing tool, run, and add browser. So now let's have a look at it. First, we want to remove the null rows, and second, we want to remove the null columns. So currently we don't have any null columns in our data. We will just remove the null rows and run. Have a look at this. What happened? It removed all of the null rows. There were certain null rows in between, if you remember. So it removed all of the null rows. The second operation what we want to perform is, see here. Replace nulls. It replaced with 0 in the numeric field. So whatever numeric field was there, it will replace the nulls with 0. Let me show you. Okay, let us create a numeric field over here first. I will drop selecting between and I will change the data type of age to integer and let's run the workflow now. See, the age is having the null columns. A lot of null column are there. And what we can do, we can create our data cleansing tool again and within this. Guys, the reason why I am using the data cleansing tool twice in this is to demonstrate you that at first this column was a string column, so it doesn't replaces the nulls with 0. But once I have converted it to integer, it will replace the nulls with 0. So that's quite self-explanatory. I will go to the next thing now. Leading and trailing white. You can see in address in the first row we were having a lot of leading and trailing white spaces. It has removed. The next operation is the modify case. We will modify the title. We will run again and okay. Everything is now in the perfect case. And have a look at one more. The true and false value are being converted to 1 and 0. And why it is so? Because this was of type string. It will by default remove this. If there is true or false, they were boolean. True means 1 and false means 0 in string value. So it has converted it to 1 and 0. So that's all about these two tools. In this video, what we're gonna cover, there is a workflow that we need to replicate. I will give you scenario and you need to replicate it. The reason why I am giving the workflows each and every second session is I want you guys to be practically trained. You guys to be pro in Alteryx hands-on, not just the theoretical knowledge. So the agenda of today's session is first we're gonna solve this workflow. The second thing is we're gonna cover more and more preparation tools. Okay. So what are the other preparation tools that we're gonna cover today is first is imputation. The second one is sample field. The third one is record ID field. And the fourth one is sample tool. This is what we're gonna cover in today's session. So let us go to the workflow. What is the requirement of the workflow? Let me execute it first and then I will tell you what is the requirement of the workflow. So the requirement of workflow is to sort the national holidays in the order of month. So let's suppose there are 5 different holidays in Jan, 4 different holidays in Feb. So they should be sorted on the basis of date. Now have a look at this data. It is showing the red. Okay. One more thing I want to tell you, the data profiling of the, have a look at this tool. There is red error. So it will give you the cell is not okay. The cell has trailing spaces. So you got a fair idea that you have to remove the leading and trailing spaces. The second thing is that not okay. It is giving 100% not okay. Why it is not okay? It has leading spaces. So first we need to trim this. Then we need to perform a different set of operations. I'll show you one by one what we need to do. Control C. And this error message is the data profiling part. It might be red in color, it might be green in color, it might be yellow in color. Yellow means certain warnings. The red means there is some error in your data. It's not like the error in your data, but the thing is that your data is not in the expected format what Alteryx expects. So the very first operation we need to perform is we need to remove the leading and trailing zeros from both of the tool. How you gonna do that? Both of the column. We have data cleansing tool ready for it. So we will remove the leading and trailing white space, Control R, and we'll check each and every after every step that our data is working correct or not. So we'll do this. Next, what we need to do, here we have string, but what we have to do, we have to make it date first to sort. You can see this is string, we have to make it date to sort. So how you gonna do this? I mean, this is relatively very simple. You just use a formula tool over here and type expression day. What I am doing over here, I am just appending the year to the dates. So what I will do, day plus this space plus 2021. Okay, so you got Jan 4 2021. Okay, the size is certain, that's why it was giving the error. Okay, what we can do then, we will make use of select tool. See guys, I can create a new column also and assign the data type to be greater than this, but this should not be the case always. You should use select tool for these purposes, because you cannot create a new column each and every time. Then day, you need to convert this, you need not to convert this, just increase the size of this, Control R. You can have a look at the output of this tool. It is Jan 4 2021. Now we need to change this output in a format that Alteryx can understand. So let me just go back to a tool, and there is a new tool here. I'll tell you, datetime tool is a new tool. So what this tool does, this tool basically convert your datetime to string or string to datetime. Both can be interchangeably used. So right now we have a string in our column and we want to convert that into our date. Select the field to convert. We want to convert day. Output field exact day. We'll give the name exact day to the new field. So this is how it is working. You will always create a new field using the date time. We cannot change the field exactly. Okay. So I need to mention a format. You can specify from the list of formats that is being given over here, and you can also create your format in the section given below. So just allow me 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, we have the format. We have format, we have month first, then day, then year. Okay, let us check, is there any format like this? Month, day, comma, year. So there is comma in between, we cannot use this. So let us specify a format by our choice. So guys, there is a specific format you can give. I will go with percentile D. Okay, percentile D and percentile Y. So guys, you can see that example and output. It will perceive my date like this and it will convert this into the output. The incoming string should match the example. There is a meaning of this B, this D, this Y. So percentile B is uppercase month. If I make it to the smaller case, you can see that only Jan is coming. But if I make it to be the uppercase, the January is coming to be whole. Percentile D. percentile D is month, percentile Y in caps is year. But here you can see that 00 is coming because I change it to a smaller one. We'll change it to the larger one, percentile Y. So you can play with the tool configuration like this. Control R again. Now second thing what you need to do, you need to sort on the basis of date. So we will use a sort tool here. And what we need to do, we need to sort on the basis of exact date ascending. Control R we will do. Here you can see that our date is sorted. Okay. Then what we need to do, we just need to remove this last the starting 4 character 2021 from this. So we can use a formula. What you can do in exact day or from day only. What we will do from day, we will replace day. The target is 2021. We will replace it with nothing. You can see the January 4 is coming. Control R. Okay, the cell has trailing spaces. We will do this. Control R. It will not have trailing spaces now, and you can see that the data is sorted. Then we just need to select the column that we need to work on. We will select event and day, and our workflow is ready. Now let us move to the tools section. So we will cover the first tool to be the imputation. Guys, now have a look at the documentation part. This is also very important. The first part is comment. Let's suppose you have a workflow which contains 1000 tools. How are you gonna maintain the readability of that a workflow? Just simple, you can use the comment tools anywhere like I'm using over here. In this session, I am covering imputation, comma, select record, sample, and random sample. These three tools I gonna cover. Okay. This is just the comment box. Now let's suppose there are 1000 tools and you want to contain some of the tools in a container. What I will do, I will select all of these tools, move them to this container, and let's see. So guys, container, as the name suggests, is the container of tools. And you can do one thing, just collapse this container, enter. All of your tools is now inside the container. Each container has a name. You can give a meaningful name to a container. I'll give this the preparation tool workflow 3. I gave this a meaningful name. Okay, you can basically select the text color, the fill color, border color, transparency, margin, something like this. Disabled is there are two options, the disabled or enabled. You can see if you click on disabled, your workflow expansion has been disabled. It is not expanding now. If you select it to be enabled, just give us a second. Now it is enabled. The expansion is enabled. So these were the just two tools that we use in a daily purpose a lot. Now let us go to the imputation tool. Excuse me for a second. I took a imputation tool here. Prior to that, I took a input tool. Input data. We walk a little faster on this. Now, as the name suggests, imputation just imputate the value it will search for the specified value that you give, and it will replace the value with some other value that you want to replace with. Now let us want to imputate the population. Okay. One more thing, the imputation works with only the numeric data field. It will not work with the string data field or some other data field. If you want to replace some null values from the string, it will not work. It will just work for the numeric values. So we had population, incoming value to replace. You can replace the null values in a column. So right now we'll just check if there are some of the null values in our data set, but I guess there is no null value. Okay, so we will do the second case right now, user specified value. Now let's suppose we have 758 in our data. We will replace 758 and we will replace 758 with a user specified value. There are four cases. I will explain you each and every one. So I replace 758 with 100. Okay. Control R. Now look at the output of this. The row number 4 was 758 here. Now it has been replaced with 100. Okay. Now the second use case could be, let's suppose there are a lot of null values in your data. I will create a data for you that has a lot of null values, and we will be able to grasp the concept a little quickly there. Just hold on for a minute. Now I created an input and have a look at this input. It has name and salary in it. There are certain rows that are missing. We are not having salary for Mohan and Sundar. What we can do, we can again use the imputation tool, Control C, Control V, use the imputation tool and replace the value with the incoming value to replace. We will replace the null value with the average. Control R. So you can have a look at this. Okay, the salary of Mohan and Sundar is not being changed. Let me have a look at this. We have not selected the salary column. Control R. Now you can have a look at the salary of Mohan and Sundar. The average is 52500, so it is being replaced with this. Now the last but not the least part, include imputed value indicator field. Control R. So you can have a indicator in your field that your value is being imputed or not, if it is original value or the imputed value. You can see that wherever it was original value, it is 0, else it is 1 elsewhere. So now let us move to a different tool. We will move to a sample tool. So let's have a look at this. How many records are there? There are 29514 records. Okay. Now for our understanding, what we can do, we can reduce the records to 10,000. Okay. So I will explain the scenarios a little bit faster, or you will be able to relate little faster. So you can just check the first n records. The sample type is first n records. Yani ki, we have 100 over here, and we will get only the 100 records from this. You can see 100 are there. Second, last n records. We can select the last 100 records like this. So what it will do, it will take the last 100 records. It will skip all of the record in the starting, just took last. Skip first and those. So there might be a scenario where we can we want to select the data from 1000 to 5000. Okay, what we can do, we will skip the initial 4999 rows. 4999 rows we skip, and then we will get the last of the rows. One in every n rows. So here comes the random sampling or the probability concept. 1 in every 100 records. Okay. So what it will do, you will get only the 100 records, but there are chances of getting a row picked. 1 by 10 chances is there. So 0.1% probability of a row to be picked. And control R, run every time. So okay, now there is 1 in n chance to include each row. So 1 by 100 chance of including each and every row. I will execute it, and here you can see there are 86 records, but what we have selected, 1 in n chance to include every row, each row. So it should be like 10,000 divided by 100 and 100. 100 records should be there, but it is not like a row will be picked from 10 rows. It is a probability of getting each and every row picked. So it is 0.01 probability of getting each and every row picked. You just run it again, and you can notice there is 101, 108 record. You run it again, there are 94 records. So what it is doing, it is just random sampling. Okay. Likewise, we can do first n% of record. If you want to have a look at only the 35% of it, we don't want to have a look at each and every data, so we can just type 35 and we got only 35% of the. Now let us move to the group by section. So it might happen in the case that in state Alabama, I want only the first 3 rows. Okay, so you can see over here in Alabama I got only Abanda, Abu Valley and Adam Valley. In Alaska I got only the 3 records. So group by first groups, and then this sampling type is applied. First the grouping is applied, then the sampling type is applied. I hope I am clear on this. So now let us move to a different tool. I covered imputation, I covered sample. Now we will cover the random percent sample. Okay, it is 90% same as of sample tool, but let me explain to you. Okay, see, as the name suggests, random sample percent, random percent sample. So everything is random in this. There is no fixed criteria of picking up a record. Everything will be random. So we want to pick the random 1000 records in the start. Have a look at the data, the output data. You got Alabama, Amanda 192, Alabama, Abbey Valley 2688. Now I will run this again. Have a look at this. Now you got Alabama, Italia 6048. Every time you execute this workflow, you will get the random 1000 records. Now you got Abbey Valley again. I hope I am clear on this. Random n% of records. So you want random 5% of the data. Okay. I want only random 5% of the data. Now each and every time your number of records will be 500, but they will be random. Now the deterministic output. So you can determine your output also. The random seed is the factor by which the randomity of our data is being defined. You can define the random seed to be 50,000 and then execute your work. Okay. Now when the deterministic output is being selected, the same output will be given each and every time. Have a look at this. When I run the workflow last, it was 10,194. I will run again this. It is 10,194. Every time you run the workflow, you will get the same output 5% of data. So the randomity of the record is there, but the deterministic thing is also there. You are getting random 5%, but this random 5% doesn't vary by the state of execution. I hope I am clear in this video. We're gonna cover 3 different
tools, that is unique tool, the style tool, and the record ID tool. So all these three tools are under the preparation section of Alteryx. In the preparation tool section of Alteryx, you can have a look at it. The first one is style tool, the second one is record ID tool, and the third one is unique tool. So let us start with the record ID tool and have a read at the description. Assign a unique identifier to each and every record. So this tool requires an input. In the very starting, we'll go over here, input data, and let's assign some input data. We go over here. Let us pick the city population dot yxdb. Have a raw look at our data. So what we're gonna do, this record is by default being generated here also. Okay. And when we go over here, we can see one more record ID. So record ID basically generates the number of records, the sequencing of the column. So here we are creating a new column, that is record ID, and we can have a indexing from 1000. Let's suppose we can have an indexing from 1000. There are three options. The type of record ID you want to create. You want to create the string ID, you want to create the integer ID, you want to create in 64. It depends upon the size. If you are having more than 20 lakh or 30 lakh record, then you will prefer in 64. Else you can go for the string. The position of the record ID might be in the very starting or might be in the very ending. So it depends upon your choice. Now let me tell you the practical usage of this record. I'll change some input file. See, from today onwards, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select a tool, explain the functionality of it. I will give you a practical use case scenario for that, so that you will be able to relate that which tool we should use in which of the scenarios. I will find a file that is something different from this. Let's go with the CO store not. Let's have a look at this. There is record ID field. We will go with the select option. See, now have a look at this record ID. This record is not being shown over here any which ways. So you cannot use the auto-generated record ID from Alteryx. Now what we can do, let's suppose we want to sort on the city, and then we want to sort on the county. Okay. But what if you sort on both in between and you want to return the sort on the basis of record ID, the original fields? So what we can do, first, let me show you this. The sort option, I want to sort on the basis of law, and I want to sort on the basis of region. Okay, Control R. Now you can have a look at this data. It is being sorted on the basis of longitude, and then it is sorted on the basis of region. Let us have a look at longitude sorted, and then we have sorted on region. Not. Now, can you please sort it back to the original? I mean, by any which means, can we sort it back to the original data? No. How are we gonna sort it back? So, if we would have gone from a different way, that is the record ID and then again this. And we will select the record ID from 1 until R. Now have a look at this data and have a look at this data. Can you please tell me now how we can sort again to the original? Just use the record ID field and that will be more than enough. So that is the practical use case of the record ID field. Now we will move to a different tool and we will assign all of this into a container. Add to a new container. I told you this thing in the last session what is a container. I will collapse it. Now let's have a look at a tile tool. Okay. For tile tool we need input that has some field that is being numerical. Let's click the file. Customer transactions. Definitely transaction will have some of the data that is numerical in size, numerical in data type. We will select all of the output sheet. Now have a look at this. Just ignore this error for now. I will squeeze some data for you from this so that we can have a better look of our tools. I will take customer ID, its first name and last name. First of all, I'll deselect, otherwise I'm gonna select and unselect again and again. I will take customer ID, customer first name, customer last name, and its spend. I will execute. Now you can have a look at this data. The spend is double pop. So as the name suggests, the tile tool is basically grouping your data into a certain types. So now let us have a look at the description of this. Group data into sets that is being tiled based on value range of a key. So let's suppose I want to tile on the basis of spend. See, there are different tile. Let us first go with the smart tile method. Smart tile do not output column name, output name column, output verbose name column. So let us go with the default configuration first, then I'll explain you each and every scenario one by one. We need not to group by, we just need to tile order. Control R. Now control right click. I will add a browse option. Again, executor option. Now have a look at this data. The tile sequencing number and the tile number. The tile number is 3, 2, and minus. So now let us have a look at the data sorted. The sorted data. I will sort data in the order of spend ascending so that we can have a look at clearer picture of our data. So the smart tile feature in Alteryx is basically depending upon your data capabilities. Let's suppose we are having the average spend of somewhere around $100. Now $100 and $3.17. There is relatively very much difference in between those. $3.17 is far less than $100. So it gave a sequence of -3. See, the range of the tile can be varied upon the number of values that are being occurring in the column that we have selected our tile upon. Let's suppose our column spend is being ranging from $2 to $2 lakh. Okay, so we have a larger data set. We can have a larger number of tile sequences. So here you can have a look at this. The tile number is -3. We go to -2. -2 is like 37.86. We then went to -1. -1 is till somewhere around 355. The zero number of tile sequencing is somewhere around 2242, and rest depending upon the values 1, 2, and so this is the smart tiling sequence. So the smart tiling feature is basically dependent upon the standard deviation of your field. So spend was there. We can have very low, normal, high, very high, and extremely high. So not all of the data are compatible with the tile tool, the smart tiling feature. Now let us take a different option of tile. Okay, we will select only the top 100 records, top 1000 records from here, and then work on it. Record limit will set to 1000 for a better understanding. Now let us create one more tile. In this method, we are selecting the equal records, okay, and the number of tile options. See, we are having 1000 records. We selected the equal records and number of tile 5. So it will depend the number of record divided by the number of tiles. So 1000 divided by 5, 200 records will be there on each and every tile, irrespective of the spend. Okay. Obviously, there will be a little bit of dependence on spend. I'll show you how. And have a look at this column. Do not split the tile on column. Column. Just the city. In this, you have to take city. Now, let's suppose we do not want to split our tile across city. We want that New York should have only one tile number. Our tile should not be split across that. The sort column. Okay. You want to sort our data by spend first, then you want to apply the tile. So when I said that there is a bit of dependency on spend column, so here it is the dependency. You want to spend, you want to sort the column on spend first, then you want to create a tile and control R. Have a look at this data. So the record number are from 1 to 1000, and you can see that starting 200 records. So record number 199, record number 200, we have tile number 1. Okay, then we have tile number 2, and likewise we have tile number 1 to 5 from 1000. Now let us go to our different option. I'll copy this tool. I will again paste this tool. Now let us have a look at equal records option. Now I will select the equal sum. So what happens in this tiling option? We are having equal sum. So we will create tiles something like this. We are having number of record equals to 1000. So we are creating the bucketing of tile in the fashion that the average spend, the average of a column of a tile is basically close to each other. So how I gonna explain it? Let's suppose we are having 10 columns. I'll show you. Let's suppose we are having 10 columns and I have the names made. I entered some random data 10, 20, 30, 90, 3, 50, 50, 45, 65, 65. So it will assign tiles something like this, that the average of tile 1. Let's suppose I assign the tile number 1 to it, the tile number 1 to it, and the tile number 1 to it. We assign the tile number 2 to this, 2 to this, 2 to this, and 2 to this. And rest we assign the tile number 3 to this, 3 to this, and 3 to this. So basically what is happening, we are assigning the tile according to the average. So 10, 20 is equals to 30 and 55. 85 divided by 3 will be somewhere around 30 roughly. We'll take rough figures. So these are tile number 2. The sum of these 4 records is somewhere equals to 197 divided by 2 equals to 50, and the rest of the tiles 65, 75, 30. So we'll go to this 75, 65, 140, and 30, 170 divided by 3 somewhere equals to 56. And this basically give you the average of 101 and 1. And now have a look at this. 105, 30, and 20. 155 divided by 3 somewhere around 50. So the tiling will be assigned something in this fashion. Now let us have a look in the practicality. We will take not 1000, just top 10 records in it. Now we will try to assign the equal sum. The number of tiles should be equals to 3. We will not take much of the tiles. Let's take this to 3. Control R. Now have a look at this. The one, and have a look at spend out this. Let me check if we can export this data to Excel. We can export this data obviously, but I am saying that is there any direct way to export data? So there is no direct way to export it. But what we can create the summary tool. I want to summarize. Now have a look at this things. So when I went to this, and I'm selecting some permutation and combination so that I can explain you both new and deeper. Okay, so we have set the column name, address, city, state, and zip. Okay, these are four columns. We are having a combination of address, city, state, and zip. If they are duplicating anywhere in the data set, then they will be returned in the D part of the data set. If they are only encountered once in our data set, they will be returned only in the U part of the control R. So this address, city, state, and zip. Have a look at this. Abington MA0235, and so this is being encountered only once. Now have a look at this combination address, city, state, and zip. Barrington RI02806 has been encountered more than once.
Now let us have a look at our data. I created the data for you. We have customer ID. Okay, it's just the random data with first name, last name, the gender, the customer ID, and the join date. So this data set contains the customer ID, first name, last name, gender, and join date. The second data set contains the customer ID and the first purchase date. So let us forget the data first, and we want to have a look at what operations do we want to perform today. So today we want to perform the join operation. As the name suggests, the join operation will join the data from a single data from a dual data source or more than two data sources. So now let us consider the first scenario only. We will join the two data source only. Let's move the join. Okay. Yeah. So now let us have a conversation about the configuration of our join tool. The join tool contains the two different inputs. Okay. It contains the L input. It contains the R input. Basically, the L input signifies the left table, the R input signifies the right table, and join will signify the joins between them. So let me just give you some example. I'll copy this data. I don't know why the data is not pasting. Must be some glitch with my system only. Okay. Now let me type the data. I'll type the data. The customer ID. We are having the record 49, 456, 31, 51, 456, 31, 51, and 2. Okay. And this is our left table. Okay. And this one is our right table here. We have customer ID here 125, 31, 49. Customer ID 1, 2, 5, 31, and 49. Now let us configure our tool and have a look at what are the different outputs. So guys, L input is decided, the R input is decided. We can join by the two different methods. We can join by record position. We can join by the specific fields. So specific fields will take the name of your column, and by record position, it will join the first record with the first. It will join the second record with the second. Now let us join on the basis of customer ID. Okay. And there are three different join operation inside: the L, the J, and the R. So if you have some idea of what are the joins in SQL, you will be able to relate it. So the L input, the L join operation is basically showing you that if we join the two different data source and we select L operation, it will give you the number of record from the L input that are unjoined. Okay. The R input, the R type of join will give you the number of record that are unjoined from R and the J output will give you the number of records that are joined. Okay, so let me just explain you the three different scenarios. The customer name, first name, last name, gender we don't want to do, the customer ID from right, and this. Now let us have a look at the configuration of this. It is in the first column showing you the input, whether the input is coming from the left table or whether the input is coming from the right table. Okay guys, the second column onwards is just the column name, the field name. So it will lay down all of the field pertaining to all of the inputs. So field 1, input 1 was having the 5 different field, and the input tool 2 was having 2 different. Okay, so you can see that there are in total 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. So unknown is by default given. Let's suppose you have executed this workflow and in the future some more fields will come. So this more fields will be encountered using the unknown. So if the unknown field will come, it will incorporate them. So now what I have done, field is the third column is the data type. Okay, now while joining, you can change the data type of your output columns in the LJR. So what I mean by this, you have customer ID from the left input. It was originally of integer 16 type, but I don't want it to be of integer 16. I want it to be byte. Okay, cool. The other fields, like we can change the other fields too, but let's keep it to the customer ID for now and select the J output. Okay, now I will select Control R. I will execute the workflow and I gonna explain you the output from L, the output from J, and the output from R. Now let's have a look at the output J. It is showing that 5 records are displayed. The 5 records are the output of your join operation. Okay, so let me show you how. Now when we consider the J input, so we have 49 and 49 matching. So let me just color it. I will color 31 too. Okay, similarly I'll cover these 3 rows also. Why I am coloring this, I'll explain. See, 49 is in L input and 49 is in R input. Likewise, 31 is in both input, 512 in both input. Now let us have a count on the number of records. There are 5 records that are common in both of the table. So the join means the common operation. When we have a look at the L operation, the the J output, we got the 5 different records. When we have a look at the L output, we can see that the L output 456 in the L file is not present anywhere. Okay, so you will get in L output whatever records are not the part of the join operation. Okay, whatever records are being left. See, sometimes you might get confused. Okay, how you might get confused? In SQL, we have 3 different operations. Okay, the left, the right, and the inner join. There are many more type of join, but let us take the example of 3 different type of join. In the left join, you get all of the record that are matching from table 1, the table 2, the L table and the R table. Okay, so in SQL, if you would have join, if you have left join the data, then you would have got the 6 record. In SQL, what it means, the 5 records from here and whatever is not joined will also be the part of left join. Similarly, the right join, you would have got the 5, and inner join, you would have got the 5 records only. Okay, but here it is not like this. L has the records from L minus J. Okay, whatever joined and whatever was left in. Similarly, R has
only the record that are not the part of J and are in the R output. Okay, so that's all about the joining of two data sources on the basis of a single criteria by the specific fields. Okay, now I explain you left join, right join, and the inner join. If you want to simulate all those of them in Alteryx, what you gonna do? You can perform the union. Okay, now you can see L and J. L and J have 1 and 5 records respectively, which sum up to the total number of records that were there in L5. So left join, you can do union of L and J. The right join, you can do the union of J and R. Inner join is just the J. So that's all about the single field joining. So let us start with the union tool. Let me go to the Alteryx and drag union tool. Union tool is the part of the join tools that are being given in the Alteryx pane, and it's one of the favorite tools. It's mostly used by the analysts who are building the workflow. Now let us have a look at the description of this union tool. So union tool, as the name suggests, it will union the data from two or more data stream with a similar structure. Have a look at this point. With the similar structure, on basis of field, on basis of position, in the output, each column will contain the data from each input. So remember two things. In the definition, it is given that first, it works on two or more streams. The data structure of the tables should be same. And third, but not the last point, just give me a second. It will contain the output from both of the streams. Okay. Now let us explain this so that we can cover each point one by one. Now let us have a look at our input data sources, both of the input data sources. Let me move it a bit higher. Have a look at the input one. We have stream number, ID, first name, and last name. So stream number is which file number the data is coming from. So we have file number one as this first file. The ID is just the ID column. First name and last name is just first name and last name of the popular personalities. Isaac Newton, Thomas Edison, something like that. And our input tool 2, the stream number 2 has first name, last name, and ID. Just have a look at the column positions. The column positions in the first input is ID, first name, last name, and the column position over here is first name, last name, ID. Okay, but these both are having the same number of columns and the name of the columns are also same, just there is a little variation in the position. So I'll go over here, I will move the union tool. See, in union you can take any number of input stream like we did for what I should say join multi. Now there are different options that are being available in the Alteryx union tool configuration. The first option is auto config by name, auto config by position, and manually configure. We will touch upon each and every option one by one. So first of all, let us go auto config by name. So what it is saying, while doing the union of two different streams, you just auto configure by the name auto configure by the name of what? Name of columns. Okay, and properties of the flow. Okay, when field differ in the inputs, what should we do? We should give a warning and continue processing records. We should ignore and continue processing record, or we should stop the processing. So in this case, when our field differ, let's suppose we have first name, last name. If in the input 2 it would have been first, last. So these two have different names in both of the stream. Shall I shall I continue processing? So most of the cases we continue processing and with a warning. So in case of the differ fields, what should we output? We want to continue the processing, but do you want to output all of the data or output common data? Just make it as it is. We want to output all of the fields. And the last but not the least, output order. So how do you want to see your output row numbers in the output? Sorry, input row numbers in the output. Do you want to have a look at the inputs from file number 2 first and 1 second, or you want to make it as it is first? So we will execute our workflow, Control R, and have a look at the unionized output. We will add a browse tool after. The option is not coming. Okay, yep, the option has came. Control R, and we have a look at the number of records. The number of records are 8 in this case. 4 were coming from this, 4 were coming from this. Okay, 8 are unionized and stack on the basis of one on the top of another. So the output is first from the first table, the second from the second table, and the column are common columns. Now let us copy paste this and work with the different scenarios. Let's have a look over here, and we will tweak the input a bit. Let's make it not last name, let's make it last. Okay, and have a look at this. I continue the processing, I output all of the fields. Okay, so now the output fields are 5. They are not 4 different fields. They are 5 different fields because there was a difference between the last in the first output and the second output. Now what will happen if I will output only the common subset of fields? Control R. Only the 3 columns will be outputted and the rows will be 8. So what if the different number of records are there, but we stop processing? So it will show that field last is not present in all of the inputs. The field last name is not present in all of the inputs. So it will show all of the columns that are not present in all of the inputs. Let us go to a different option now. I will do this, Control C and Control V. Now in this option, we'll keep our input as it is from stream number 1 and stream number 2. And we will now not auto config by name, but we will auto config by position. We'll select the second option. Okay. And the other thing will be remaining as it is, Control R. And let's try to find out what is the output. Have you had a look at this? The stream number is 11112222. Have a look at this. Now it has unionized the record. It just stacked the record one on the top of another without thinking anything. It's auto config by position. So whatever is in the second column will be stacked on the top of one another. Whatever is in the third column will be stacked over here. Whatever is in the fourth column will be stacked over here. So this option is not encouraged, but this option is encouraged when you have different column name, but you are having the output same in the record position. So let me explain you when this input will work very perfectly. Okay.
Let's suppose we have stream number, ID, first name and last name. Okay. Now we have stream. Just give me a minute. I'll reposition all of the data. Now created an input for you guys and have a look at the input. So it is field 1, field 2, field 3, field 4. We do not have the matching number names in the column of the input 1 and the input 2. But what we have matching? We have the order matching. The order in the column is matching. The first one is stream name. The second is the ID. The third column is first name and the last column is last name. So when we auto configure by position, it will configure the output on the top of one another perfectly. So that's all about the auto config by position. Now let us have a look at the third option, the manually configure. Guys, have a look at the input, this input. We have field 1, field 2, field 3 and field 4. Okay. Neither it is having a matching name, neither it is having the fixed positional order. So the third option that remains with us is only the manual criteria to unionize the data. So what we'll do, we will move a union tool here. Okay. What I will do, I'll manually configure field. When you manually configure field, there will be a different set of properties that you will encounter over here. Okay. So column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, field 1, field 2, field 3, field. Let us have a look at our input, that which column is matching to which. So stream number is first, ID second, first name third and last name fourth. I will execute the workflow. So the first name is field 1, the last name is field 2. So when I manually configure field, the first name is field 1. So we move field 1 beneath first name. We move field 2 beneath column 4. We move field 3. Let me have a look at the data again. Field 3 under the stream and field 4, field 3 under the stream and field 4 will be under the ID. We will set the specific output order and we will control R. We will execute. We are having the output whatever we have expected. It has manually configured field. Stream number 1 is mapped to field 3. The ID is mapped to field 4 and it is mapped to field 1 and field 2 respectively. Okay, now we can reset this by position. Okay, we can reset this by name, but this is not advisable because if it would have been by name, we would have been selected the auto configure by name option. The second option by position, then we will have selected the auto configure by position. There was no change, then only we have selected auto config, manually config. Now let us have a look at this option. The non-blocking meta info will not change. So when you check this option, it will show you the warning that column 4 has unassigned field, the column 5 has unassigned field, column 6 has unassigned field. So whatever the records will be coming from the secondary inputs apart from the primary inputs. The primary inputs is the stream number 1. Always it is stream number 1. The secondary inputs are stream number 2, 3 and so on. So it is showing that the column number 6, 5 to 8 has unassigned order. So when I execute this, it will give you 8 different columns and there is no mapping in between. And it is giving you warning too. The yellow color icon is a warning.
designer for developing the workflows. So here I come in the Alteryx core designer, and there are 4 different scenarios in which we can use the running total. Let me just give me a second. It's running a bit slow. So let us have a look at the description of the running total tool. So as it is written, it creates a cumulative sum per record in a data stream. What does we mean by per record and the cumulative sum? I'm gonna explain you in the next 1 or 2 minutes. So let us have a look at our data. We will execute it. Okay, the field has not find customer file narrow one. Okay, you'll find this. I'll go to data sources. I'll go to file, select file. We'll search for customer narrow file. So customer file one narrow, you'll search for it. Okay. And then try to understand your data. Control R. We have customer ID with us. We have first name, last name, address, city, state, zip, customer segment, visits, and spend. Now let us drag the running total tool once. The first scenario is single group by and single running total. Okay. Or either I'll say only the running total. Okay. We want to have a look at the running total of visits. Control R. Unlike the summarize tool, it will not just give you the results. It will append the newly created running total column to your data. So just have a look at this. The run total visits. This column is added and it is creating the running total of visits 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 and till the very last point. It has shown us that the total number of visits is 282. We can calculate that very much by using the summarize tool, but the only drawback of that tool is it will only give us the results. It will only give us 282 number. It will not give that which record against which record we are getting that number. Okay. So this is the first scenario that I have given you. In the next scenario, what we're gonna do, have a look at this. We want to find that which customer ID has how many visits. Control R. I want to do one more thing first. I want to sort it by customer ID so that we have a look of our data clearly. Just a second. Okay. We will sort by customer ID, ascending, Control R, and even have a look at our data that whether we have a customer ID that is being repeated or not. So the customer ID is quite unique. There will be no benefit of grouping by customer ID or sorting by customer ID. So we will move to city. Control R. We'll sort our output by city and have a look at this output. The city Arvada has been sorted. Now what we will do, we will create the running total of spends by city. So what it will do, at the very last record of a city, it will give you the total number of visits in that particular city. So let us have a look at Arvada. Arvada has 15 visits, then 7 visits, then 7 visits, and we'll move a little bit down, and we will see that in the row number 11, there is a total visits of 63. Then it again started for Aurora. Okay, so it is first creating the group that is for city, and after that it is creating the running total of visits. I hope I am clear. So this is single grouping and single running total. Now let us go to a different scenario. Okay, we will go for multiple grouping and the multiple grouping and the single visits. To make our data more understandable, what I can do, I can make use of the select records, and I will only select the record that are useful for us. For now, I will deselect all. Okay, I'll only make use of city, state, visits, and spend. I'll execute this workflow. Have a look at this. We have our data Arvada states you visits this and spend this. Okay. We have created the running total of visits. So let us have a look at this section. The running total of Arvada is created. See how the grouping is done. I'll show you. We have state, then we have city. Okay. If we would have selected only the states in the group by and then control executed it, the result for CO will be 282. Okay. But now that we have selected city also, it will be creating a partition for state and city. And then it will be doing the running visits. I hope I'm pretty much clear on this. Now the next section is the last but not the least. We are having the multiple group by and the multiple total. We'll group by city and state, and we will create running total of visits and spend. So there is no limitation that you can create a running total of only one metric at a time. You can create the running total of any number of metrics at a time. So this is not a limitation. I guess that's all about the running total tool. I will just briefly summarize it. Just give me a second. I will make use of the comment box. First, it creates the running total. Okay, it can be single total, single grouping, multi grouping, and multi total. Okay, third important point to remember this is that it creates a additional column in your data. You cannot rename that column in tool itself. See, there is one difference. Just give me a second. There is one difference between the summarize tool and the running total tool. One key difference. Okay, you must have seen that while we were using the summarize tool, we were able to rename the column at that time. Okay, but in the case of the running total tool, we are not able to rename our columns. If you are trying to rename the running total of visits, running total of spend, you are not even getting that option. Okay. By default, RUN TOT underscore will be appended against your metric for which you are doing the running total. So that's all about running total. Now I'll teach you the count records tool. Okay. Let me expand this. Let's go to transform tools. We'll move to count record tool. Let me first decrease the width, else we can't see our inputs. Okay, I'll connect this count record tool with our input data, and then I'll expand our workflows. So what essentially happens in the count record tool is it counts the number of records that are passing through the data stream. A count of 0 is returned if no records are passing through. I'll show you how. We were having 81 records or somewhere like control R, I'll do. We were having the 90 records, and when we gave input to the count record tool, you can see the count of 90 is returned. So the only work of this tool is to just return the number of counts of records. It is mostly used in the calculation stuff. Okay, we need not to make use of the summarize tool. You can do this by summarize tool also, but this is just an additional tool that has been given by Alteryx for our facilitation. Now there is one more thing that I would like to explain you. Let's have a look at the filter tool. Okay, I'm not trying to explain you, I have already explained you, but I want to create one condition where you can see a difference between the summarize tool and the count record tool. I will create a basic filter where the first name is Pranav. There is no first name Pranav in our data source. I will execute this and you can have a look at the output. Okay. There are 0 records by the name of Pranav, and when you just use the count record and you got a value of 0, that there are no records by the name of Pranav. But I explained you that you can make use of the summarize tool also to create this kind of scenario. But when we connected this to summarize tool over here and you just count the customer ID over here and execute it, did you notice any output over here? No, there are no outputs. So the major difference is your workflow will break if you are using the summarize tool and your previous filter operation or formula operation is just giving you the 0 record. So always try to prefer the count records if you are using the count option and your workflow is dependent upon the count of the columns. So I guess that's all about this running total and count records tool. Now I will give you an example. Okay, not example. I'll explain you a workflow. There is a question. There is a scenario. Okay, that I'm trying to explain. Just hold on for a minute. See, guys, we have data something like this. Okay, I'll show you. We have transaction number and the item numbers, item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, blah blah blah. So what we are trying to do in this question is we want to calculate the unique combination of items. We want to calculate the unique combination of items that are ordered. So let's suppose I will write something for you so that you have a fair idea of what we are trying to do. So the problem statement is find the unique combination of items in the transaction. Okay, unique combination. So let's suppose we have transaction 1 where we have item number 1 eggs, item 2 bread, item 3 is milk. Let's suppose we have 3 items only, and we have transaction number 5 where we have the item number 1 is bread, item 2 is eggs, and item 3 is milk. So it is quite interchange with the row number 1, but this is essentially a single combination of items. We are ordering those items only, but the order has been different. The item number has been different. So this will be considered a single pattern. So we will have to identify these many of patterns in our data. Got it? So I have not explained you the transpose tool, okay? But when I'll give you the input, I'll give you the input in this way. Got it? So the transaction number 1 has 7 or 8 item in it. Okay, 7 or 8 item in it, and I have given you the input in this form. Now how you will create the output like this? The number of combinations are 12. We are getting that unique combination is 12. So first you can identify that you have to create a sort order. Let's suppose there were let's create a comment for you. Okay, so there were bread, milk, and pasta in order 1. Like order 2 is pasta, bread, milk. Okay, now when you sort on the item ascending, what you will get? A specific order. Okay, you will always get bread, milk, and pasta. So first step is to sort your data. Okay, the second step is that one item might have, okay, so let me just tell you, this is step 1. The step 2 will be removing the null items. So it can be the variable scenario that transaction 1 contains an item and transaction 2 contain 4 items. Okay, and the rest 6 columns are blank in that. What you will have to do, you will have to remove those blanks. So what we did essentially, the first step that we perform we perform the value should not be empty. Okay, we have value column, we have in value column we have eggs, bread, milk. There are many options. It should not be blank. See, you can do step number 1 and step number 2 vice versa interchangeably. Okay, so here you can notice that there were 90, there are 160 records that were inputted. Okay, and when we have a notice over here, there are only 81 records. Out of that 160, 79 were blank. We sort our input on the basis of transaction number first and then value. See, why we sorted on transaction number first? Because if you would have sorted on only on the basis of, let me explain you, only on the basis of value. See, you have apples, 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 apples. Okay, but your transaction number is 134 and whatnot. So we will need to identify a unique combination of transactions, unique combination of transactions. So we need to first group by transaction, sort by transaction and then sort by. So when we have a look over here, you got your transaction number and you got your items sorted. Now what we have to do, I have explained you the summarize tool. Okay, just give me a second, I'll come back. Now you want to create a unique combination of items. So I guess I have explained you in the summarize tool, there's option of string concatenation. You will group by transaction number. Okay, you will group by transaction number. You will not group by name. Okay, there is no need of name over here. If we have a look at this, we do not need to have a name over here. We just want to have a concatenation of the values. Okay, you will go to string, you will concatenate, control R. By default, when it concatenate now, when it concatenate, it will give you the comma option. Okay, you clicked on this, the separator is always comma, control R. Now have a look at the row number 2 and the row number 6. Okay, the row number 2 and row number 6, they are essentially same. So what we need to do next, we got the string value, we need to find the count distinct of the string, the concat value. What we need to do, we need to find the count distinct of a string. We will make use of summarize tool again. We will not use the transaction number. There is no need of grouping now. We need to find only the count distinct of the concat values. So this will be the number of unique combination that we have. So that's all about this video. In this video, we're gonna cover the basic and the intermediate example of the Alteryx transform tool. Guys, there is one use case and this is pretty common use case. Let me just increase the size of this to some pixels. I will increase it to 9. Okay. Now what this question is asking you, that there is a use case where the customer is having the 100 Excel files, and out of those 100 Excel files, sheet 1 is always the same. Sheet 1 is always available in the workbook. And let me explain the practical scenario. There might be the 1,000 different cities all over the India, and we have the transaction file for all of the cities in a different Excel. So this can be one scenario. Now through one common process, through a workflow, what our user want to do, our user want to create a process where we can read the sheet 1 from all of the Excel inputs, and we have to return the specific cells. Like for this example, in this example, I want to return the row number 2 and column number 3, and I want to return row number 8 and column number 2 from sheet 1 of each XLS workbook. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Now the result should be a browse tool or a table containing the 3 columns, the XLS file, like from which file our data is coming. Okay, what is the row 2 column 3 value, what is the row 8 and column 2 value. Now for this purpose, we have only the 2 files, the book 1 and book 2 file is there. Okay, and we have to use the sheet 1 only for our consumption. There is one catch also, for all the data consumption, we have to only check the first row contain the data. Our first row contains the data. Okay, So let me just show you how our path will be to create this workflow. I will do one thing. I will make one comment tool over here. So what will be the first step? First step is to read the records, read the sheet 1 from 100 input files. First, we need to read the 100 input files. Second, we need to filter row 3 and row 8. Okay. Third, we need to create a consolidated file for sheet number, the row 2 column 3 value and the row 8 column 2 value. So without further delay, I will guide you through each and every step to create a workflow. First, read the sheet 1 from 100 input. What you will do, you will create an input tool. Okay, let me drag an input tool for you. I've already dragged it. Now the catch here is, okay, when you will be creating an input file, when you will be creating an input tool, what you have to do, go to files, select a file, place all of the file in a single folder. Whatever file do you have pertaining to your inputs, place them in the single folder. So I have only book 1 and book 2. These book 1 and book 2 will be placed in the single folder. Okay, I will select open. Okay, but it is showing that you have not selected any file. It is not letting me open. So what we will do, for the very first time, just select any file. Okay, I have selected the book 1 file. I will say okay. Select a sheet. Okay, I said okay. I'll select the sheet 1. Okay, I've selected one file. But there is one thing called the wildcard operators. Okay, what I will say that dot backslash dot backslash star dot sl. So in any language, star means that anything can come up prior to dot sls extension. So we are saying we have already given you a path. We have already given it a partner D inputs, and then we have selected a file. So we are saying take the path whatever we have given, but the name of the file can be anything with .sls extension. I hope I'm clear on this. Now what you will do, table or query will be asking you which sheet do you want to import. So I will say that I want to import only the sheet 1. See, there is some problem with 2010 security patch in my system. So I'll not stop over here. I'll explain you each and every step in a workflow. So you will just select sheet 1 from here. Okay, I will refresh it and I'll get an option to select the sheet 1. I'll select the sheet 1 and you need not to select the range. You will just click OK. I'm typing cancel over here. Okay, I don't know why this error is coming. It was not coming in my different laptop. So there must be some driver issue that if I'm gonna resolve it, it will take a lot of time. So I'm trying to explain you the approach over here. Now, once you have inputted all the file, what Alteryx will do, it will read the file one by one. So I am reading file 1. Okay, so I have read file 1. What I will do, okay, what I will do, let me just open a work. So you can see that when I open the file, that is book1.slx, I got the field 1 to field 4 and there is no record ID field over here. Okay, there is no record ID field over here. So what we need to do, we need to first generate a record ID so that we can filter out the row number 8 and the row number 2. So we have generated the row ID. It is starting from 1. It is not grouping by anything. And have a look at this expression. If file name is equals to row minus 1 file name, then row minus 1 file name plus 1. Okay, else 1. So what it is saying essentially, when your Alteryx has read all of the content, when it has finished reading with all of the content, what it will return you? It will return you 3 different things. The file name, field 1, field 2, field 3 and field 4. Okay, the file name, field 1, field 2, field 3 and field 4. So it is saying that if your file name and the row minus 1 file name are same, then the content are from the same file. You can append your record ID by 1 in that case, else you will start a new record ID. Getting my point? So if we have read 20 records from file 1 and 20 records from file 2, so while we are at record number 3 of file 1, so file 1, your current row file name and the row minus one file name will be of same category. Okay, will be of same name. So it will just increment your record ID. Now it is saying the field 2 and field 3. You have created one record that is by name of row. If row equals to 2, then 2 number F3, else null. So what it is saying that we have created field 2 and field 3. Getting my point? We have to return file name, field 2 and field 3. In field 2, we have to return the row number 8 and field number 2, the column number 2. So what we are doing, we are filtering if row equals to 8 and column is F2, then return us F2 else null. Okay. Same with field number 3. If the row number is 8 and the column is F2, then return us the column second. So till this point of time, it has returned us two new columns. Okay. And then we have to just group by. The last step is just grouping by. We just group by the file name and field 2 is field 3 are set up to the max operations, and the name has been changed to row 2 column 3 and row 8 column. Okay. And after that you can use the browse tool, just like that, nothing more than it. Let me just close it. So that's all about this challenge. This is relatively very easy. You first have to read all of the file with .sls extension. Okay. Then you have to create a row id for each and every file. After that, you have to make the necessary arrangement to remove the null values, and after that you have to group by. So this is all about this workflow. See guys, there was some problem with only the extension of the file. Okay. Now you can see that file name is coming book1, 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 and you can see that at the very end it is coming to be book2. Okay. I have not done this. Just give me a second. Dot / star dot slsx. So you can have a look over here that we have file name field over here, book1 and book2 is there in that file name. Okay. Then after that we can see that row number 1 till row number 24 is being created for book 1, and again row number 1 to row number 24 is created for book 2, like I explained in the earlier step. In the step 3, what we are doing, we are making all of the unnecessary field as null, and when we have encountered row equals to 2, then we are returning the F3 column over here. So you can see row number 2, F3 column is there, and we are when we are encountering the row number 8, we are populating the records in field 3. So we have done like this. Then after that, what I will do group by on the basis of file name, and field 2 and field 3 I'll select maximum and maximum of them. That's all about this question. In this video we're gonna cover the parse tools. Okay, so what do we mean by parse tools? Let's have a look at it. This is the section over here. So basically we want to filter out the strings from an alphanumeric. You want to filter out only the digits from an alphanumeric string. What you can do, you can use the regex tool. You want to convert the date into any other format, string into date, date into string, vice versa. You want to convert text to columns, etc. You want to parse the XML file. This all can be done using the parse tools. Okay. So without further delay, I would like to start the date time tool. As the name suggests, it works with the date and time. It will transform the date and time data to and from a variety of formats. What it is saying that, boss, I will convert the string, I'll convert the byte, integer, whatever it is into date and time, or I will convert date or time into whatever format you want me to be. Not whatever, it will convert mostly to the string format. Okay. It is saying that we are including both expression friendly and human readable formats. So let's have a look at what are the human readable formats. Got it? So I'll open the example. So this is the example of date time tool. Let's have a look at our data first. We are having the 5 or 6 different columns. I'll execute the workflow. Okay. Have a look at this. We have customer ID. We have join date of that customer. We have date of birth of that customer. We have last save date of that customer. We have last login date time and last login time of that customer. So here we are having a customer data when he has joined, what is the date of birth of him, when he last visited our website, the timestamp and the date time, okay, and the last saved date. It might be null, okay. So let's come to the different use case. First of all, let us have a look at the data type of these columns. Got it? So the first the data type of customer ID is byte, obviously. The join date is date. Date of birth, we have a string, deliberately taken it to be a string. Last save date, deliberately taken it to be a string. And the other are date, time, and time. Okay. Now what we will do, we will first convert our date to a string. First, we will take the date to string conversion, then we will take the string to date conversion, and then we will work with the timestamps. Okay. Now let me just remove this. Okay. For the time being, I'll remove this. Delete. I will create date time here. I'll join with my input. See, the date data type in Alteryx is always formatted in the format of year, month, and date. The time is hour, minute, and second, and the date time is this. Okay. The datetime tool in this example convert date data to more easily readable string. The converted data is added to a new column, join date new with the format this. Okay. What we are saying, okay, brother, we have the join date column with us. Okay, just give me a second. Let us have a look at the configuration of this tool first. Select the format to convert, whether you want to convert datetime format to string or string to datetime format. Right now, we want to convert string to a datetime format. So what string do we have? We have, okay, we are converting the date to string. My bad. So we had join date over here. What we are saying, that join date string version will be our output. This is the input column to convert. This will be the output column. What is the language of your date time? Whether your language is English, France, Dutch, Espanol, Spanish, your language is whatever. Okay. You want to select the format of the new column. In which format your new column should be coming. Okay. Alteryx has given you a range of options in which you want your data to be represented. Okay. So what we are saying, that we have joined date new column with the format month, dd, and YYYY. Okay. So what we will do over here, we will search for this format where it is starting with month, dd, YYY. Got it? And we will execute this work. Have a look at the output of this workflow. Let us select only the relevant column so that you are not confused. I'll make use of select tool to select only the column of my choice. Okay, option, I'll unselect all, unselect. I'll then select join date and join date. I'll rename it to join date new, control R. Let's see the output now. Here you can see we have 1 Jan, 10 Jan 2005. Now it is being represented in this format. Okay, this text doesn't mean anything. I have already explained you this. Now you want to convert a date into a custom formatted string. Now we have selected the format that was specified by Alteryx, but now what we'll do, we will convert it into a format of our choice. Okay, what we'll do, we'll go over here, select this, connect it with this. I'll again convert the date time to string. Again we'll use the join date column. We will convert join date new. See, yeah, the limitation with this tool is you cannot multiple convert the dates. What I mean by multiple convert, you have 4 dates in your data. You want to convert all those 4 days simultaneously. You can't do that. Stick no to that. You will have to use the 4 date time tool to convert each and every date time at once. Got it? So what we'll do, have a look at this, select the format for the new column, and you can specify a custom format. Okay. Now we want our output to be displayed in a format like this. The example shows the value in a date format 2nd January 2000 would be becoming Sunday, January 2nd, 2000. So what do you want? We want day, we want month, then we want day specifically, and the year. So what we have to do, we have to first name it as day. So Sunday, you can see the example and the output over here. The moment you type any format over here, it will just show the output at the bottom. So I have typed day, comma, I want month, I got January. I then want day, I got 02. Then I want year.
Okay, I want a comma before year. So likewise, you can specify any date you want. Okay, you can specify any date you want to, and you will any format you want to, and you will get the data in that form. Okay, now you will have to remember these formats. Okay, what day means, what month means, what BD means, what YY means, what percentile D means, percentile M means, percentile Y means. Let's suppose have a look at this. Okay, percentile D, percentile M, percentile Y. Got it? So you have 1st of January, 2nd of January 2000. When you type percentile D, you got 02. When you type percentile M, you got 01. When you type percentile D, you got only the last two characters from the years. So you will have to remember this. You will have to play around with this to get familiar of it. Now we have converted the date time to a string. It's time to convert a string to date time. Okay. Now there are some limitations when you are performing the conversion from string to a date time. Okay. So when you are converting a string to a date time, data must be in a date time format for Alteryx to perform date or time based calculation. Okay. You cannot have something like this 01 January ABC XYZ. Then this conversion cannot be performed. It has to be in a format like 01 January 2000 or 2000 January 01, so that any other character except the date part, any date part like day, month, or minute, second, is not being the part of the string. You have to have only these fields. Okay, so the string to date time format converts string data to the date time format. We will have a look over here. Okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll create new tool. Allow me 2 seconds to connect it. I connected it, and I have selected string to date time format. Okay, select the string to convert. I have selected date of birth string to convert. Okay, I'll convert the date of birth into a specific format. Specify the name as date time out, not date time out, DOB new. Okay, now it will ask you select the format that matches your incoming string. Let us have a look over here of our data. Select a format that matches your incoming data, incoming string format. So we have month, we have day, we have year. So what we will do, we will search for that format. What format it is? It is month, day, and year. You can have a look over here. Month, day, year, and control. I selected this format. Now I control R. I executed the workflow. Again, I'll increase the size and have a look at this output. DOB new is now converted to a string from the format that we have specified. I told you in the starting itself that Alteryx always store the date in the format YYYY, MM, and DT. Okay, so whenever you will be converting a string to a date, you will be getting the data in a specific format. Okay, by default. Otherwise, you can specify a format in which you want to convert. So we have converted this. Now the next option is convert a custom formatted string to a date. Okay. Now what custom formatted string is with us? Just give me a second. There is too much problem just now. We have to connect it again and again. I connected my tools. Now it is asking me that which field you want to convert. So we are having last save date as a custom date format. I'll show you over here. Have a look at this. The last save date is in a format mm-gd/yyyy. Now we have to convert into a Alteryx standard date. What we will do? Again, we will go over here. I'll increase the size for you guys. I'll convert into the last save new. Okay. Now we will have to specify a format. We have format like mm-bd/yyyy. Okay. Control R. Execute this. Now have a look at this. Our last save new is being converted into the Alteryx default format. From this format to this format. Now likewise we can convert the date time to a string. Okay. The same what we have to do, we have done earlier, we will do right now also. I'll delete this tool for now. I'll make use of date time. I'll convert these tools. I'll connect these tools. Now I'll load the configuration of this tool. Okay, I'll look for a date time column. I'll select date time format to a string. I'll look for a date time column. We have last login date time. Okay, Let it be as it is, the output column name. Select the format for the new column. Now you can select date and time to a string. Okay. I want to convert into this format, Control R. I want to convert last login date time into this format. You can see that 15 September 2015, 12:25 is being converted to only 15 September 2015. See, the use case of the scenario is, let's suppose we have transactions like 1 lakh transactions in a day. These are having different timestamps. They can vary within seconds and within milliseconds. So now you want to convert and consolidate your number, reporting numbers. You want to know the daily sales. Okay. And you have all day of data in that. How you gonna do that? First, you have to convert your date time into the date format. Then you can sum up. Okay. So this is the use case of this snap. Use case of this. Now again, you want to convert a string to a date time. Okay. You want to convert a string to a time. We converted a string to date. Now what we have to do, I'll do one thing. Again, I'll use my tool, this. Select a field to convert. So let's have a look at last login date time. So this is a string basically. I want to convert it into a time. Okay, this is a string. I want to convert into time, HHMMSS. What I'll do, I will specify a format. Okay, last login out, last login, new. I'll specify a custom format. I want it HHMMSS. You see, it is case sensitive. When I type double S in caps, it doesn't take anything. It is very much case sensitive because it's kind of a regular expression we are sending to Alteryx. Like, boss, this is the string, you want to convert it into this. Control R, I converted into this format. Okay. So that's all about the date time tool. So let us move to the Alteryx core designer here. Okay. Now regex is, as the name suggests, it is regular expression. Regex is short form of regular expression. What it does, it will parse, it will match, or it will replace data using the regular expression syntax. So let's suppose you have a string. I have a string in format 1, 2, 3, 4, ABC, XYZ. Now we want to separate the strings and we want to separate the digits in a different column. How you gonna do that? You can do that using the regex column. Okay. So without further delay, I will start with an example of regex. I'll open the example that is being given by Alteryx. The regex tool basically is able to leverage the powerful pattern making abilities of regular expression syntax for the sake of parsing, matching, or replacing string data. So what this statement is telling you that we have one language that is called regular expression that works with the string. So our regular expression worked with the string and it was able to parse, it was able to match, and it is able to replace a particular character with a different set of characters if matched. So I like to take it forward. I like to introduce what are the regular expressions. So regular expression are matching patterns with the versatile ability to extract useful piece of information from a string. So one of the most useful use cases I came across for regex tool is extracting the email information or extracting the contact information from the embedded data source, from the website data source. Okay. So we will expand the more info box on the right of each example to learn about the syntax of regex. See, you will have to learn the syntax of regex to work with the regex tool. Now let us execute our workflow first and have a look at what is our data, how our data looks like. So I executed the workflow and in our data source we have, let it load. We have customer ID, we have name, we have address. Okay. The same data source that we used in the last workflow is being used over here also. Now we will work on the address part and we will use the different permutation and combination to just have a look at. Okay. Now this is the regex tool. Got it?
Just a second, let it load. I'll show you the configuration of this tool and the different options to work with this tool. So I'll tell you which option we are looking for. Okay. So let us first have a look at use case, our first use case. What we are doing, summary of this example is, don't look at the pattern right now. This pattern looks for a string of any characters followed by a dash and 4 numbers. Okay. So what it is saying that whenever you will encounter this kind of stuff, okay, whenever you are following this kind of stuff, if you are encountering -4205, it is the pin code. Okay, we have to extract the pin code or zip code from our data. How we gonna extract it is a different scenario. I gonna explain it. But the use case is to look for a pattern that contain 4 characters followed by a dash. This is our scenario. Now have a look at the configuration of this tool. It will ask you by which column we have to address, which column we have to parse, which column we have to match, or which column we have to replace. So the column to parse, we will say we have to pass the address column boss. We have to pass the address column and what regular expression you are trying to follow over here. Okay, which regular expression you are trying to follow over here. We are saying, okay, let me not add it, just give me a second. We are saying that there should be 4 characters after a dash and there can be anything that comes before that dash. So in regular expression, if we look for anything, the meaning of anything is dot star. So dot star replace anything. We are saying dot replace means anything, then dash, then backslash d. Backslash d is the symbol of digits. In the curly braces, we have given 4. So if I talk about this, so what essentially it is trying to do, I'll explain you with the help of a documentation tool. So what this pattern is doing, Control V, it is first searching for anything, okay, then it is looking for dash, then it is looking for the 4 consecutive characters. Okay, this pattern is doing like this. Now when we execute this workflow, and one more thing, see, your format to convert is a regular expression that you give, case insensitive or sensitive. See, right now if we check case insensitive and sensitive, it doesn't matter to us because we have used dot star, means anything. But what if we want to have a string where the pattern should be dot star @gmail.com and @gmail.com should be in the lowercase. Okay, should be in the lowercase. So whenever you match, it is asking you whether you should match it case sensitively or you should match it case insensitively. So we are saying match it case insensitively. If it is written G in caps, M in caps, AIL in small, then also it will be a match. Okay, the output method, where we have the 4 different output method: the replace, the tokenize, the parse, and match. I gonna explain you each and every scenario. Okay, and then I'll tell you further. So right now what we can do, we have match. We want to do one thing. Okay, boss, we want to check if our string has that pattern or not. So if we just want to check, we don't want to do the any other operation.
We just want to check if our string matches a pattern or not. So we will do a match statement. The match method, output method is matched. The column name for match status, see, you here a new column will be generated where it will mention that your string is matching this pattern or not. Right now what we are saying, we are creating a new column has zip. We are checking for zip code, so we are checking has zip for. Control R, execute this. Okay, have a look at this. Has zip, has zip, has zip. This code doesn't have on the row number 7. This address doesn't have zip code. How? Because after the digits, after the dash, there are no digits, and even there is no dash over. So our pattern doesn't match, and it is giving us a false. Okay. So that's all about the first scenario. We are using the match operation, and we are returning a column with the match status. Error if not match, control R. If any of the record is not matching with the specified scenario, okay, see the value 8785 clover leaf CIR park C080123132 doesn't match the regular expression. So what we can do, this is a basic check. Let's suppose you want to pass only the records that has the specific format with them to the next tool. Okay, so you can do one thing, you can just check this button error if not match, so your workflow will not be going to downstream in that case. For now I will uncheck it, and let's see if we have solved the example number 1 or not. This pattern look for a string of any character followed by a dash and phone number. Okay, dot star represent a series of any character. I explained you. Dot refer to a string to match. A period just refer to any character. Star refer to a quantity of the prior matching string. There can be any quantity. So what it is saying that dot refers to a string to match. Okay, and star refers to any quantity. So 0, 1, 2. Any character can come in the string. May it be 1 character, 2 character, or 200 character. Okay, so the meaning of dot star is this. Dash represents simply a dash. Backslash 4 represent the 4 consecutive numbers. Have a look at this. The 4 consecutive number. Backslash D. Any digit is encountered in a string. Curly braces 4, exactly 4 numbers. So that's all about the first scenario. Now let us move to the second scenario. We have matched. Now we will parse. Okay. I want to explain one more thing, but I'll explain you in this example. Let's move to parse. Column to parse the name. Okay. Here our use case is we will parse the name column, and we will just encounter the first, we will just create the first name and the last name column after parsing. Got it? So I'll create this, Control X. I'll create it again for you guys so that you have a fair idea of how to create. I'm just explaining through example, but I'll tell you guys how to create it. Just join these two tools. Okay, join means connection. The column to parse I have selected. The most important part of this tool is format to convert. Okay, you should have a fair idea of which format you should work on. Now when you click plus, you will get a plethora of option from a regular expression. It is just giving you a sign, a helping hand that boss, this is the way you should write a regular expression. Now let us have a look at one by one again and again on the regular expression syntax. Plus is saying that one or more characters. Okay, front slash, the column, the front slash, and the arrow symbol is telling you the start of word. Likewise, the end of word is shown using the front slash and the closing arrow. So beginning of a line is with a cap, the end of line is with dollar, new line is backslash n, new tab is backslash t,
white space character is being represented by backslash s. Special escape character, whenever you want to have a look at special escape character, you encountered backslash, you encountered a front slash, you encountered a only slash, so you can say double slash, double front slash, then you can consider a character over here. Okay, backslash b is digit, lowercase, uppercase, any character, any letter. If you type this alpha, you will search for any letter, word character. This is basically looking for the words. Backslash w is looking for the word. Backslash the capital W looks for word. It look for an entire word, and so on, so on. So there are two concepts also, the marked group and the unmarked group. So what is a marked group? Let's look at a scenario. Let's have a look at the row number 1. Okay, the marked group is basically, if you want to extract anything from a string, you have to have a marked group to extract. To extract, you need to have a marked group. So whenever a marked group is encountered, a new column will be created. Got it? Whenever a marked group is encountered, a new column will be created. Now have a look at this. What we are doing right now, we are using the method parse method. So parse method is, right now nothing will come in the output column because we have not matched, we have not specified the regular expression. Okay, now I will paste the regular expression syntax over here. See what is this showing? The opening bracket and the closing bracket tells you the one marked group. I told you whenever you will encounter a marked group, a new column is created. You can have a look at the expression a-z plus means any number of alphanumeric character can come over here. Sorry, not alphanumeric, any alphabetic character can come within this first marked group. Okay, how we will name it as the first name. Okay, and we will name it as last name. So what it is saying, boss, we have one mark group, then we have space, then we have other mark group. You can see Pamela, right? The Pamela is first mark group A to Z plus any number of alphabetical character. Then we will encounter backslash s space. Then we will encounter any number of alphanumeric character again. Now what should be the output of this tool? The output of this tool should be the two column containing the first name and the last name. So we got the first name and the last name over here. Let's have a look at the configuration of this tool again. You can change the data type of this. You can make it variable, string, float, decimal, anything you want to. Okay. And let's have a look at the description of this. Okay, I told you anything in between a set of parentheses is called a group. I explained you this. In this example, there are two groups. Okay, got it. So whatever I have explained is being written over here. So without further delay, I'll move to a different use case now. So now, using the parse tool, I have to extract the zip code. Like I extracted the user ID, sorry, first name and the last name. I have to extract the zip code now. What I will do, I will make use of this. We will encounter the address column. We are saying that we have to extract this. Now we have created a marked group when you have used the parenthesis. Okay, let us select the method to be parsed. See, the first column has been created. I am saying that if you encounter backslash d and the 4 characters, return me. Do you think so? I got the zip codes. Have a look at the row number. Just give me a second.
Have a look at the row number 10 and 11. Do you think so? These are the zip codes 1137 and 1651. No, what it is doing, it is just looking for the 4 digits. What we have to do, we don't have to look for the 4 digits. We have to look for the 4 digits after our dash. So now when you have a look over here, it is saying that boss, I got this. But whatever you have mentioned over here will be extracted as a part of your output column. Getting my point? You have marked group dash backslash d4. So whenever you will encounter dash or 4 characters, you will be returned with that. Okay. Now what I have to do, I have to show you the partial match. Okay. The regex parse expression look for the partial match also. What do I mean by partial match? Control R. Have a look over here. Okay. On the row number 55, 222680203835, we encountered the scenario 3 different times backslash d4. Okay, but what it is giving us, it is only giving us the first output that is encountered 2266. It will not give us all of the output. Okay, so always remember the regex parse will give you the first encounter of the pattern. Whenever you will encounter the pattern first time, you will get that. I hope I am able to explain it. Now let us have a look at this. Okay. Now let us move to the original zip code extraction now. So it is now originally extracting the zip code. So whatever it is written over here, I have explained it to you. Now let's have a look at the other 2 methods. Okay. Regex replace. You can see that there is one option of replacing over here. Okay, getting my point? Just give me a couple of seconds so that I can try to explain you in the best possible way. So we have to select a column to parse. Right now we have selected the adverse column. Okay, and we are saying the format to convert. Okay, so we are saying this is our regular expression. Right now this might be looking a lot complex to you, but let me explain you in couple of seconds what this regular expression means. Now this is a complex regular expression. You see we have address. Okay, control R. We have address over here, and you can have a look at here. We have the house number. Okay, after that we have city. After that we have state. After that we have zip code. After that we have zip code again. It can be a 5 digit, it can be a 4 digit. It's zip code 1 and it's zip code 2. So what essentially we are looking for in our string, bro, that just a second. It is looking for anything that is separated by a comma. Anything can come, then a comma will come. Anything can come, then a comma will come. Anything can come, then a space will come. Anything can come for 5 digits. Any 5 combination digits can be appearing over here. Then again we will encounter our dash. So let me explain you this regular expression. It is first mark group. You can see it is first mark group. Anything enclosed within the braces is brackets is a mark group. It is a second mark group. This one is third. This one is fourth, and this one is fifth. The question mark at the end suggests that there can be any other mark group after the last 4 zip4 code, or there cannot be anything. It is showing that it is quite optional. Okay, So in the first mark group, what we got? We got street address. In the second mark group, what we got? We got city. In the third mark group, what we got? We got state. In the fourth mark group, what we got? We got the zip 5. In the fifth mark group, we got zip 4. So have a look at this. Now, since you got your mark groups, you have to replace it with something else. Now, I want my address to be a combination of only my zip 5 code. The second is my city and the third is my state. Okay, I want my zip code, city and state. I will select the method to be replaced. So what do you think, like which mark group is zip 5? Correct. The fourth mark group is zip 5. So we will say ki $4. $4 will resemble the fourth mark group. Then again what we'll say, $2 resemble the city, $2 resemble, $3 resemble the state. So we are saying that 5-digit zip code should come first, then a column will come, then our city and state will come, and control R. Tada! We got each and everything in our address column now. See one more thing. This address column doesn't create the new columns. It will replace the content of the existing column. So address will be replaced by the newer address, that is a combination of zip 5, the city and the state. I hope I am clear with this. I'm clear on this. Just give me a second. Now the last method is the tokenize method. See, whenever you will encounter a scenario, it will place the contents in a new column or string. So the tokenize is you have to create the tokens. Okay, I explained a regular expression here. I am saying that boss, anything can come up. Okay, I am splitting it into the number of columns. The number of columns are 3 and the output root name is address. Let's have a look at this. The output of this. You see address 1, address 2, address 3. A regular expression mentioned that a comma should come and after a comma anything can come. Okay, anything can come prior to comma, anything can come after to comma, but if the comma is encountered you have to tokenize the input. So we have tokenized address into the 3 different tokens. The first comma encountered, we got the address 2316 E 5th Avenue. Then second column encountered, we got Denver. Then third column, the third comma encountered, we got CO 802064205. Okay. Likewise, you can split to rows. See, the tokenize method is just like text to column method. In text to column method, you can always convert to the number of rows. You can always convert to the number of columns. Okay. I'm done with this regex tools. So I will once again summarize it. The regex tool will allow you the 5 different method. The 5 different method will be to replace, the 4 different method will be replace, tokenize, parse and match. In match, it will give you the status whether our given pattern matches or not in a string. In replace, it will replace the content of a string with the new pattern that is being shown, that is being given by us. In the parse, it will parse the string and convert the string into the newer columns based upon the marked group. In the tokenize, same, it is text to column. Based upon our separator, we will get the new columns or the newer rows.
In this session, we will be taking some of the hands-on agenda. So without further delay, I would like to start. So this is the workflow that is being loaded, the basic example and the advanced example. So how this session gonna proceed is, first I gonna give you a basic scenario pertaining to the pass tool. So let me just expand this so that you guys can see it properly. I'll explain. I will enhance the size of the font. Just give me 2 seconds. Now we are talking about example. So the use case is employee get paid twice monthly. There are certain country where employees are paid twice in a month. Fortnightly they are being paid. For each month and pay period, calculate the number of weekdays that make up the pay period. Okay, let's suppose we have 1 to 15. Okay, in that there are 5 weekends. Weekends as in 5 days which falls into the weekend. So there will be number of days 10 that are the pay days, and it might happen only 2 weekends fall in between that 15 days. So there might be 11 days. There might be 12. It can happen, but not more than 12, not less than 10. Okay, will be there. We are not considering the public holidays over here. Okay. So what we have to do, we have data somewhat like this. Control R. We have data somewhat like. I don't know why it is running a little slow today, but if I restart it, it's gonna take a lot of time. So bear with me a little slowness. What we have P1 start, P1 end, P2 start, P2 end. So that is the pay period start and pay period end for the month of March 2013. For the month of March 2013, that was the first pay period and that was the second pay period. So how we gonna create the output is like this. In April, P1 weekdays and P2 weekdays. So we have that much of 11 weekdays were there that were included for the pay, and same in P2 11. But there are certain cases where there are 10 and 11, like in June we have 10 and 11. In some cases there are 11 and 12. So let us try to build a solution for it. The approach to build a solution for it will be, I will just do one thing. First of all, generate the records for each date so that we can get the weekday. Okay, the first step will be to generate the record for each date so that we can get a weekday. Let's suppose there is 1 to 15. So we'll have to generate a record 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 till 15, and then we will find out which day is pertaining to which day is corresponding to that date. Okay, first we're gonna do that. Second, what we will do for P1 and P2, we will group by and count. We will group by and count the days that are not weekend. Okay, and third we will summarize. Now you will be thinking that what is the usage of pass tool in this. So the usage of pass tool is in this is currently P1 to P2 n is string. We have to convert it into dates. So what we gonna do, the very first step, what we gonna do, we will add the record ID. I told you in the starting itself that whenever you will be using a transpose or whenever you will be using a cross step, just try to use the record ID. So the next step is to the first step is to generate the record ID. Then I told you that you cannot convert the multiple dates into a single date in a single step. Either you will have to convert this date one by one. That P1 start should be converted from string to, we can see that here. You can see that here these four are string, and to convert them into the date, you will have to either use the for date time tool, or either you can use the transpose tool. So what we will do, we will transpose this four column into a single column. Okay, so the record ID, and there are four different columns over here that we will take as the data column, the P1 start, P1 end, P2 start, P2 end. Okay, execute this, have an idea of what we got in the output. So what we got the different columns P1, P2, P, yeah, and their period. Okay, so again what we'll do now, we will convert this value into the dates. Okay, we will convert this value into our date, converted value. We give the name of the new column as the date time out, and we specify that we want to convert the date that is in this format, mmddyyy. Okay, so now you can see here in this tool, here in the output of this tool, we got date time out as the date column. Got it? Now what we're gonna do next, just give me a second. What we're gonna do next, we have to create something like this, the split of the column P1 and P1 start and P1 end. We will have to split P1 and start and end again differently, so that what we can do, we can create a column something like this, that for record ID 1, for pay period 1, the start and end date. Okay, the start and end date. What we can do now, we will split the name. I'll show in the couple of steps what we will achieve here, what we are trying to achieve. Now see, we got P1 start, and we got the time period. Okay, now what we will do, we will cross tab now. We will cross tab now. We will keep record ID and name one. Record ID and name one. The name one contains what? The name one contain your cycle P1 or P2. Okay, and we will make start and end to be our data columns. Okay, the change column header to be name 2. So you can see that we got P1 end and start. Gotcha. So what we started with, almost we got this kind of input again. I hope I'm clear. So I when I explained you that the cross tab and transpose are reverse function of each other, you can see practically in this example. Now that we have got the start date and end date of the cycles, what we will do, you will have to generate. See guys, now actually we are moving to step 1. Okay, now we are actually moving to step 1 that I mentioned in this scenario. You can see that the data cleaning is a tedious task. You have to clean our data a lot. You just did 6 or 5 steps to clean the data only. Now you have to generate the rows. You have to generate the rows. Row count you have generated. Row count plus 1, the same expression, and row count is less than equals to days. So what you will do, you will generate the rows that are equal to the difference between the start and end date. Here you can see. Here you can see the days are. So we have generated 5 or 6 different steps in the starting itself just for the data cleaning purpose. Now we will generate the record that are equal to the number of days in the cycle. You can see the 15 records are generated over here.
and the 16 records are generated in the cycle 2. Let's suppose we have 1 to 30 or 15 to 31, then the 16 record will be generated. We have 1 to 15, then 15 record will be generated only. Okay. Now the next step is to generate the day of the week. Okay, to generate the day of the week. How to generate the day of the week? We will generate something like this: date time format, start percentile. Okay, percentile A, the caps A return you the date, return you the date. Sorry. So when you type this, you got weekday as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like this. And you will have to generate month also. Why we are generating the month? Because we want to generate the number of pay days in the month. So we generated date time format percentile B, percentile caps B returns you January, February, March, something like this, and percentile Y will return you the year. Okay. So now that we have created the weekdays, we have created the month, we will filter out on the days. We will filter out on the days. We will remove Saturday and Sunday. Weekend in Saturday and Sunday, we will remove this. We will be taking the false records. So whatever record will be passing this condition, if the date has Saturday or Sunday in it, it will go to true, and we will not be taking into consideration that. Now we got only the day of the week, the month. Okay, what you wanna do? Now you're gonna convert on this. You will group by month. You will group by name one, and you will count the weekday. Okay, you can see over here. You will group by month. You will group by name one, and you will count. Either you can count number or either you can count day. Okay, so you can count anything. Basically, you have to just do the counting. Nothing else than that. After that, there is just a simple step of moving your output to the cross tab. So you will create a cross tab, keeping month as the group by, the change column header as the name one, P1 and P2, and the count in the values. So you can see that you got 10, 12, 11, 12, something like this, 11, 9. Okay. Now that you have cross tab, you can just rename your page. P1 weekdays and P2 weekdays. And tada, we have the output. So what step we followed? We just first transpose. After that, we have convert the date time into string at once only rather than using the 4 different tools. Then we split it on the name field. After that, we calculate the number of days in the pay cycle. Then we filter out the weekends. After that, we summarize our data. So that's all about the basic parsing tool. We generally get the report title. Yeah, we got the report title. At the left, we got the logo. At the right, we got the updated timestamp. So this is the only work of generating the report header tool. It generates a header that contains the report title, that contain the head date, and that contain also the image. So this is the symbol of report header tool I will create for you guys. Let's have a look at this. This is just a simple report text tool. What does a report text tool does? It will generate a text. It has Alteryx logo in it. It has link in it. I explained you in the previous examples, so we'll not waste much of the time on this topic. So report header. You guys can read the description of report header. The report header macro will append the created header to the supply data. This new field can then be used in a render tool as the header of your report. So what it is saying, that you will generate a record by using the report header tool, and you can combine that record with any other reporting tool to generate the header of a report. Generally, the other reporting tool is the layout tool. Okay. Now it will ask you for the title of the report. Let's suppose you want to give this is sample report. This is the title of my report. Do you want to include the date in your header? Yes, I want to include the date in my header. I want to include it English. I also want to include the date. The date should be in the format of YYYY, MM and DD. I will search for that format YYYY, MM and DD. Now the next section, it is asking us, do you want the report image to be included? Do you want any image to be included? This is the by default option of using the Alteryx logo. You can use the Alteryx logo over here. You can specify a custom image. By default, I will go for the Alteryx logo right now, and I will execute the workflow. I will execute the workflow. Let's run it. Till the time it's running, I will have a sip of water. So you can see, actually, yep, you can see that we have two fields, the Alteryx field and the header field. So Alteryx field was coming from the report text tool, and the header field, as I told you earlier, like 30 seconds back, that report header tool will generate a header field that you can use with a different tool. So when you will click over here, you will get to know that there is header. This is the sample report, the title that I gave. This is the today's date in YYYYMMDD format, and this is the logo that I have used. Okay. Now this doesn't make any sense. The header is on the side. We have to use the header on the top. Then how you will do it? You will have to combine these two tools using the join operation. You will have to combine these two tools using the join operation, and after that you will have to use the layout. Okay. So we join this report header, the report text tool, on the basis of record position. We join by record position, and after that we use the vertical layout. Why we are using the vertical layout? Because header should be at the top, and after that everything should come. Okay. And now you will have to mention that this is the order. This is the order of your occurrence. The text should come first, the alt should come next, and header will by default will come on the top. Okay. Header will by default will come on the top. Alteryx is so smart that it knows that whatever field will come with header and it's using in layout tool, that must be a header. Okay. So let's render this layout tool. We will render this layout tool and Control R. We are generating a docs type file over here, docx file type over here. Okay. Let's open the Word file that is being generated. You can have a look at this Word file, and you can see that there is report title generated, there is date generated, there is logo generated. This is pretty messy. The header is not in the standard format, but we will have to work on the beautification part if you want to consume this. But that's how the report header is used. So that's all about report header. You can use it with the visual layout tool also. So the visual layout tool I explained you in the last session. Now we will move to the other tool. The other tool is the report footer tool. So what does we mean by the report footer tool? As the name suggests, the report footer tool will be used to generate the footer of the report. Like we have generated the header, likewise we will generate the footer. But footer cannot have image in it. Mostly footer will contain the copyright information, the page number, the other fields, but it will not have image in it. So what we can do, we will open this symbol that is containing a foot. Alteryx has created very funny symbols. Footer is there, then you will have foot. Header is there, then it has given you head. Yeah. So the report footer tool creates a footer reporting element that can be added to a report just like the header. Let us open the configuration of this tool. So as the name suggests, the configuration of this tool, the report footer macro will append the created footer to your supplied data. This can be used in the render tool just like the header. So copyright text, it is giving that you can enter the copyright text. Okay, we have something typed over here. Okay, now it might happen that you want to include the page number also. Okay, so I will say that include page number also and control R. Now after the execution, you can have a look at it, the PDF that is generated. Okay, there is some problem with my data source, not data source, sorry, my word. You can see that what we have generated in the report footer tool, we use the current year field and there is some text that I typed over here. So whatever text was typed in this section at the rate current year Alteryx incorporation. Okay, so it is shown in this field, and I also use the page number, so it is giving us page 1 of 1. If that would have been 20 different pages, it will give us page 1 of 1, page 2 of 20, something like this it will give us. So let us close this. Okay, so just like report header, we have covered the report footer also. Now the next tool, although that was not the part of syllabus, I want to explain it to you. The next tool is the email tool and the image tool. So email tool, now that you have generated a report, you want to send it across to your user. What you will have to do, you will have to create a separate email in Outlook and then send it. But what if you have to send it to the 100 different users? Even not in CCing, you will have to give the 100 different username and send the 100 different emails. What you will do, you will scratch your head that how can I do. There is one option in Alteryx. By using the email tool, you can send 100 of emails to the users. Okay, let's not talk about these 4 things over here. The protocol that is used is the SMTP protocol by default. Encryption, you can specify that you want to encrypt your email or not. These are important. From you can type something over here, or whatever is coming from the input file you can also specify. Now when I was saying that you can send to the 100 different user, what you can do, you can use a field, and let's suppose a field is coming inside over here. Let's suppose my Excel field was there that was containing 100 different fields, 100 different rows. Then you can specify that field values over here. Okay, and you can attach the report. You have to just add the report, attach a report. You can find it from anywhere in your local system, attach it and send to the user. Now you can also create a common body for every user. Okay, I don't have to use a field. I will uncheck this and I can type this common body, and then just what you have to do, you have to run the workflow to send the email to the end user. So whenever your workflow is triggered, the automatic emails will be sent. I hope I am clear on this. So let us move to the next tool, the image tool. It's just very simple. Like if you want to add an image to a report, just use the image tool. Let me have a look if I left something or not. These tools are not used much. The map legend builder, the map legend splitter, they are not used much. But let's work on the insight tool. So what insight tool is showing you? Okay, you have to delete it because there is some firewall issue with the email. But once I work in the organization, I will set up this. Okay, let's take the input data, any input file you take, and start working on the insights tool. Let's suppose I want to take point of sale.yxtb file where we have ticket ID, date, and the price. Okay, description and the price of the item. Now what does your insight tool does? Insight tool is used to create an interactive dashboard with charts and text. Interactive dashboard we are talking about. We can publish it to gallery to gain the deeper understanding of the data. We are not just creating an element over here. Okay, you can see we are not just creating an element, single report element. We have a dashboard. So we have to configure the insight. Allow me 5-10 seconds. So you have to run the workflow to configure this insight tool. Okay, you cannot configure prior to that. Allow me 2 or 3 seconds. Let me test why this is not coming out to be correct. There is some issue with my insight process. I will have to relaunch it and then show you. But I would like you guys to explore this option. In the Insights tab, what will happen? You have to configure just like you configure in the visual layout tool. It's almost 90% similar, just like the visual layout. Okay, try to configure it and we will see. So that's all with the report tools. Let us summarize all the reporting tool once. Okay, the first one was the report text tool that will generate a text for the report, just a basic text. It will contain the image also. It can contain the hyperlink also. Okay, the next tool is the table tool. In the table tool, we will get the basic table structure. We'll get the basic records. We can group by a column and generate the separate tables for that column. Okay, in the third tool we covered the interactive chart tool, where we can create the different charts. Maybe we can create the bar chart, we can create the column chart, we can create any different chart we want to. Okay, after that we covered the layout tool. So basically the work of layout tool is to arrange all of the elements together of a report. Okay, so if there are 20 elements in a report, you will have to arrange everything according to the layout tool, in the layouts tool, sorry. After that, everything that has been generated in the report has to be saved somewhere, and to save that report to be somewhere, we have to use the render tool. Either we can use the render, either we can use the HTML file and the PDF file we can use. We can generate the HTML file and whatnot. Like any file you can think of, you can generate it using the render tool. Okay. After that, we worked on the report header tool and the report footer tool. So the report header tool was to generate the header of the report to give you the custom column of a company on the top, the date of the report on the top, and the report title on the top. After that, we have worked on the report footer tool, which told us that you can generate the footer of the report. You can have some text, the copyright text informations, and the page number of the report. If there is that report is spread across the 20 different pages, you can get it using the report footer tool. And last but not the least, we have worked on the email tool. That is the most important part of generating the reporting. Even if you are not able to send the email, what's the use of your report? So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna work on the reporting tool advanced and we will open it. It's not responding. Just allow me 2-3 seconds. I guess it will respond within that time frame. Yeah, so it responded. It has opened. This is the Alteryx weekly challenge that I use over here. Okay, what we are saying that we have two sets of the performance data that are provided over here. Plot the data on bar chart and calculate the graph trend line for each graph. Okay, and export the charts to a single PowerPoint file. So what it is saying that we are having two performance data sets. For those performance data set, what I have to do, we have to create the bar chart first, and after that bar charts are being created, what we have to do, we have to create the trend line. Okay, we have to create the trend line for it. Just a second, let me just arrange it and then I'll explain you properly. Till the time I am arranging it, I will execute this so that the output is being generated. The output is being generated over here. Okay. Okay, there is some error in the interactive chart. We will see what was the error. Okay. Let us have a look at our input. Okay. Input data this. Okay. And we are not able to find the finished reporting tool. We are not able to find zoom output dot yxdb. Make sure the path is correct. Okay. We'll make sure it is correct. So let us have a look at it. This is our first data where we are having the fiscal month wise performance. Okay. There is the second data where again we have fiscal month wise performance. Okay. You can see that different performance is there. We have to just first plot the bar chart. Then what I have to do, I have to work on the trend lines. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna work on, first we will create the record ID, then we will summarize. Okay. First we will create the record ID, then we will summarize. What we have done, we have first created the record ID for this. We have first created the record ID for the second output. Then we summarize it. We summarize the average X and average of Y. You can see that record ID average X, performance percent average Y. Also here the same formula has been applied. We got the average X and average Y. Okay. After that we have used the append tool just to append the X and Y against each and every row. The reason we are appending X and Y against each and every row is, first let me just, doc to top is first option. First let me tell you why we are calculating this average X and average Y. Okay. It is used to calculate the trend line. Okay. If we are X to report our exact equation for the trend line, then we are approximated in the previous session. We would have to utilize this. I will increase the font so that you guys can see a better picture of what's happening. Why the text is not increasing? I'll increase the size. I believe this is the image. Yeah, this is the image because it is formula. Let us expand it. Yeah, if we were asked to report an exact equation for the trend line, then we approximated in the previous section. We would have to utilize the following formula. The first is the average of X, the second is the average of Y, and the integration of average of X and average of Y. We will have to look for 1 to n. Okay. N is the number of records over here. What we will do, first we will create the average of X, then we will create the average of Y. That's what we created over here. Okay. Yeah, pardon me, sorry. So here you can see the average of X is being created and the average of Y is being created over here. Now we have to apply the trend formula. Okay. We have to apply the trend formula. Let's load the configuration. A new output column will be configured. That is a formula column. Okay. What we will do, we will do record ID minus X, Y minus average Y, record ID minus the performance minus average of Y, this and this. So why we are creating these four fields is because in this formula you can see that you have to create the record Xi minus X average. So record ID minus record average, then performance minus performance average, then divided by this average of X and average of performance raised to the power 2. Okay, that's what we are doing over here in this input. We are calculating X minus average X, Y minus average Y, the product of both of this, and then the power of this. Okay. You can see that 4 output columns are being created for each and every row. Gotcha? Now same thing has been done. The same thing has been done. Again, what you have to do? You have to do the summarization. You have to do the summarization of X average this product. Okay. And this power. You have to do summarization of it. Why? According to the formula. The summarization of this, the summarization of this. Okay. Now again you will have to append, and what you will get, x minus average x, this, and both sum figure over here. Okay, you will get the sum figure over here. Now we will apply the trend formula. Now that we have figured out all of the components, we have figured out all of the component of this formula, we will again apply the trend formula. M, what is M? M we have created like this. Now we will create it B. Now we will create B, and now after that trend will be created. After that trend will be created. Okay, so that's how the trend line is created. Y is equal to mx plus b. So y is equal to mx plus b. That's how we created in both of this. Okay, so I will summarize what I have done till now. Just give me a second. Allow me 2 seconds. So till this point in time, what we have done, we have just taken the inputs. We have calculated the average of, we have created the record ID where the X is record ID and the Y is the performance indicator. Then we have created the average of X using the summarize tool. We have created the average of Y using the summarize tool. After that, what we have created using the formula tools, we have created the record ID minus average of record. We have created the record, the performance minus average of performance, and then we have created this bottom denominator field. These 3 fields then we have aggregated again using the summarize tool. Then we have created a formula tool where we have calculated M, we have calculated B, and then we have calculated again Y is equals to mx plus b, the trend line. Okay, so here what we have done, we have calculated the trend line till this point of occurrence. Now we have created the interactive charts, 2 interactive charts. We will configure this. We have to create the bar chart. So let's configure this for a bar chart with a trend line. Let it open. So you can see there are 2 layers being created, and this is how our bar chart should look like. Let me just zoom in. Yep. So this is how our bar chart should look like. We will create layer 0. So to create our layer 0, what we have to do, we will select the type of chart to be the bar chart, and after that what we will do, in the x-axis we will just look for the fiscal months, and on the y-axis we will look for the performance. You know that when you created a record ID, you created a record ID on the basis of a fiscal month, okay, and performance was y. So when you plot this bar chart, this bottom field is being generated. Okay, now after that, see guys, I'll repeat this topic. Okay, I will try to create this so that you have a better idea. This is the example of interactive, this is the example of reporting tools. So reporting part I should cover in this. What I have to do, I have to configure this. The first layer of this will be, we are adding a first layer. We are creating a bar chart. On the x-axis, what we will select, we will have fiscal months on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we will have the performance percentage. On the y-axis we will have the performance percentage, you can see over here. Okay, then what we will do, we will just style the layer first. Okay, we will style the layer first. The border colors are nothing. We will tell the column text. text, what we have to do, we have to show the performance percentage x the text. Okay, legend. Okay, text. Allow me just 2 seconds. I will change the color of this to this. Okay, I will allow the labels to be present over here. We will have to see where is the option of labeling. Legend, we don't want legend, we don't want this, we don't want even this. Okay, but we want performance. We'll just find out where the performance option is and then we'll see. Okay, text position outside. Yeah, we haven't specified the text position, that's why it was not showing us the text. So now that we have created the first layer, now we have to work on the second layer. The first layer was the bar chart. The second layer is, we'll create a layer. What happened? Okay, we have to add the layer. We cannot create the layer again and again. Okay, got it. We will add a layer. We will add a layer 1. Okay, it is a line chart where the line is the x-axis is the fiscal month again. The y-axis is your trend, and you can see you got a trend axis over here. Okay, this is what we had to create. Okay, now the name suggests the layer is there. The layer 0 is the base layer. The layer 1 is the layer on the top of the layer 0. Okay, so this is how we have to create the bar chart. We'll just close it. Similarly, this bar chart is being created. Okay, we have configured this bar chart also, where we have taken again the performance data and the second data is the chart data. Okay, now cancel it, again execute, and we will see whether there are some errors coming or not. I've executed it. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Now our chart has been walkthrough has been executed. In the next step, what you have to do, you have created 2 charts. You will create an output of chart 1 and chart 2. Okay, now you have to create a output something like this. You have to create an output something like this. Okay. We don't have any data available as of now, but let me tell you, we have to plot the data on the bar chart, calculate the trend line, and export the chart to a single PowerPoint slide. Export the chart to a single PowerPoint slide. What does that mean is, you will use a render tool, you will have to use a report title tool. Okay, you will have to use the layout tool. 3 tool you have to use. When it said have to export it in PowerPoint, it means it is saying you that you have to use the render tool. When it is saying that you have to arrange more than one chart, it is saying you that you have to use the layout. Now, when the PowerPoint presentation is generated, it should have some title. Okay, you cannot generate anything without a title. So what you're gonna do, you will create new field for this text and you will give a title that is equals to performance chart. So I have given a report title performance chart. This is the title text. Then what we got as a output, we got 3 different fields: chart 1, chart 2, and the title text. Now you have to arrange these 3 tools one on the top of another. Okay, or you will have to stack this. What we will do layout mode, we will generate the output for each and every individual record. Okay, the orientation is horizontal. Pardon me, I'm having a running nose. Yep, orientation is the horizontal orientation we have to do. Percentage is something we will take care of. Per column configuration, you will take chart 1 and chart 2 as the per column configuration, and the title text is there. See, whatever you don't include in this will be taken as the title. And Alteryx is smart enough to take the title by itself if you have given a relevant name. So you can see after this, and you will now vertically stack this. You will vertically stack the title text first, and then you will vertically stack the layout. Okay. Now for the browse purpose, we will see whether we have generated the correct output or not. From the last layout tool, have a look at this. We will just try to decrease the size if it is possible for us. There is option of zooming in and zooming out. Yeah, there is option of zoom out. Now the report is not coming out to be perfect. What we have to do, we have to align something. Okay, we have to align the charts. Now we have the width that is very large than our expectation. So what we will do, we'll try to reduce the orientation of chart to the 30%. Let's try to reduce the orientation of chart and then try to execute it. Have a look at this now, whether they are being stringed or not. They have not been stringed. Okay. Well, no worries. We can work on the chart width and chart size. Okay. You can go over here. Orientation, vertical, this. Okay. We have not worked on the orientation. We will work on this chart size. We'll fixed layout width. We will make it to be 4 and height to be 4 inches. So we will see 4 by 4 inches. Now what we have to do, you can see that C user turnover document zoom output.yxtb is not being present over here. That is coming because of this. Okay. So what we will do, we will make a temporary presentation, that is temporary PowerPoint 2007 presentation. Okay. Then we will execute it. And once it's executed, you can see PowerPoint file is being generated. Here, C users pronoun this. So I open this file, and this file is being loaded according to the configuration. Okay, 4 by 4 configuration it is following, but we can increase anytime this. So the charts are being generated perfectly fine. So that's all about this tutorial. First of all, let me tell you what are the in-database tools. As the name suggests, in database, everything is in database. What do you mean by database? Database can be relational database, that can be non-relational database. Anything that is storing the data and not in the flat file is a database. Okay. So in database processing enables blending and analysis against large set of data without moving the data out of the database. So what happens in database tools, you cannot move the data. You can, but most of the processing has been done in the database itself. We are not fetching the data in the Alteryx local system. Okay. Why this is used? Because the performance is significantly higher, and we do not need to move the data from one environment to another. Let's suppose you want to fetch 20 million records. So obviously, if you are fetching the 20 million record in your system, then it's quite difficult to perform on them. It will take a lot of time. While databases are designed to work on the complex number of queries, complex number of records. Okay. Also, if you are using certain tool like performance analysis you are doing, then in the database it is better to run. Okay, it is better to save the processing time. Now you will have to work with the supported database only. There are many databases that are not supported by the in database tool as of now. So in database support, first requirement is for in database tool, you must have ODBC driver installed in your system, and the ODBC driver must be configured as a system DSN. Okay, I will explain in what it is. So this is the list of the database tools that are supported. Database that are supported. Amazon Redshift is there, Hive is there, Microsoft SQL Server is there, Oracle is there. Okay, Vertica, Teradata is there. So almost every database is there in the in database too. Okay. Now let us move to the interface of Alteryx Designer. Now from this tool onwards, we will not be able to find the examples because that are not being supported by examples are not being supported by Alteryx Academy. So what we will do, we'll first move to the connect in database tool. As the name suggests, the connect in database is used to connect to a database. Okay. And let's work with the configuration of this tool. Let's start with the configuration of this tool. So we will manage connection. First, you will have to give a connection name. You will manage connection if you are creating the first time. What it's gonna ask you? It's gonna ask you what is your data source. So I will say my data source is Microsoft SQL Server. So let me tell you about my database. I have my database installed in my system, that is Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, so I will use this. Next, it's gonna ask you like what is the connection type. Do you want to connect by using the user credential, or is there any file to connect? Ask you whether you are connecting as a user or you have some file where you have connection strings. So let me tell you what is a connection string in just 5 minutes. Okay, so connections, it is saying that if you want to connect to a database, you are connected to Microsoft SQL Server, you are using all user type of authentication. Now I'm going to ask you, do you want to create a new connection, or if you have any connection being created already? We are saying that we want to connect new database. Okay, we want to create a new connection. So I selected new over here, and it is saying that give a connection name to the new connection. I'm saying boss. Okay, I will give a new connection name that is equals to Alteryx SQL Server connection. Okay, this connection is the alias name of the connection. Like you will see all of the connections by using this name. Next time you want to connect with database, you will use this name. Next is password encryption. Do you want to encrypt the password? We'll say encrypt for user. Okay, we can encrypt for machine. We can allow decryption for a password, and if we select this allow decryption for a password, anyone will be able to decrypt our password. Okay, so let's use encrypt for user by default. Now you must be aware of there are two type of operation that can be performed in a database, the read operation and the write operation. Okay, so let us talk about the read operation first. It is asking us that boss, which driver should I use to connect to the SQL Server database? I am just giving him the information that you should use the SQL Server OLEDB or SQL Server ODBC. Now OLEDB is the new version that is being supported in Alteryx, and ODBC is the older version. So we will go with the newer version OLEDB. I selected OLEDB. Now this is the most important part of the tutorial, that what is the connection string. Okay, what is the connection string that you are specifying over here? We will say that we will create a new connection string, new database connection I will create. Now there will be 4 tabs that will appear. Okay, now the first tab from these 4 tabs is the provider tab, like which is your database provider, whether it is Microsoft OLEDB for SQL Server, whether it is ODBC server, etc, etc. So we will say that boss, our provider is Microsoft OLEDB provider for SQL Server. Now we're gonna specify the connection properties. Next, it's gonna ask you your server name, where your server is hosted. So if you are working in an organization, that would be the IP address of your database. But I am not working with the organization. I have my database set up in my local system. So what I will do, I will just go in my Microsoft SQL Server connections and I will check what is my server name. My server name is this. I will control C and I will control V over here. So now it is asking us enter information to log on to server, whether you want to use a specific username or password. So in case you are working with the organization, you might have database user, like I'm working in an organization, I have user from my employee ID. But here we are using the Windows based database, the Windows, the local installed database. What we're gonna do, we will use the Windows NT integrated security. Okay, so whatever will be our Windows password will be our database password by default. Now it's gonna ask you select the database on the server. Select the database on the server. We will say, boss, we have 4 or 5 different database, but let's select the bike database from my server. Okay. Then the next step I gonna do is test connection. Okay. So if your text connection is succeeded, that means you are connected to a database. Okay. I've been connected to a database. Now I will see the advanced connection. Okay. What is the connection timeout setting? I will say that if I'm not able to connect in 120 seconds, then just time out my connection. Okay. Network setting we will not be able to touch upon. Access permission we will not be able to touch upon. Okay, because these are the database access permissions. Now all of the information, these are the initialization property of for this type of data. To edit a value, select a property, then choose edit value. Now these are all of the properties of the database connection. Okay, what you can do, you can just select on any value and edit this. Okay, you can select any value and you can edit this. You can see current language, you can edit extended property, you can use the initial file names and whatnot. You can use any properties over here, but for now it is of no use. We will see, we will select OK only, and now we are connected to the database. Now there are 2 or 3 options that are being shown over here. The first option is table oblique field name is SQL style. Okay, so it is saying that when you will work with this connection and you are writing a SQL or you are using a field name, which style do you want to use? You want to code the names? I am saying quoted I want to use, or either you can say none. Okay, that I'm not using any style, just use the SQL Server native typing languages. Okay, so it is saying that read uncommitted. If we talk about the commit and uncommit, if you guys are aware of the database, while we insert in a database, the data is inserted in the basis of the lot sizes, and then these lots are being committed on the database, or bulk loading can be done, which will comment at the end. So there might be the case that there are 10,000 records present in the table, but they are not committed, means they are not made persistent in the system. So it is asking us whether I should read the uncommitted record. I will say that yes, whatever record are there, whether it is committed or uncommitted, just read it. Now it will ask for the right. Okay, it will ask for the right credential. If I am writing to the database, then what driver should I load? What driver should I use? I will say that SQL Server bulk loader you should use. Read is for the read purpose. SQL Server OLEDB is for the reading purpose. Again, this is for the reading purpose. SQL Server bulk loader, as the name suggests, that it will enter the records in the database in bulk. Okay. Now again, you will have to specify the connection strings over here. I'm saying the new database connection. SQL Server database source name. I will say, okay. Is there no bulk connection? Just give me a minute. Okay. Then we will use a SQL Server OLEDB. So in the case of bulk connector, in the bulk loader, you will have to download a bulk connector in your database, but we will not work as we are working in the local environment. We don't have much record in our table, so we can bear with the OLE database provider that we have. We will see the connection size. Okay, now the next thing is the table or field SQL style. Okay, we do not need to look on it. The next thing is the transaction size. What should be the transaction size? Like how many records in a database I should insert at once. I'm saying that 10,000 record you can enter in your database at once, and we will see apply. Okay, let's apply this and okay. Go to the first tool, that is select in DB. Okay, we'll go and we will select in DB. As the name suggests, select. It is exact replica of the select tool under the preparation tool, but the only difference is that it works on the database field. It works with the database connection. Select, deselect, reorder, and rename fields in a in database string. So what's happening? It will select, it will deselect, it will reorder and rename fields in a database string. So what's happening over here? What it is showing? It will select, deselect, reorder, and rename. Let's do 4 operations over here. Let's select. Now we don't want store ID, we want only the store name, the city, the state, the zip code, and the order ID. We want only these 5 fields. What we will do now? We will reorder. We will reorder how? We will reorder the state to be on the top. That in this state, in this city, in this store, sorry, in this zip code, under this store, this much of orders is placed. We will control R. Now we have selected, we have reordered. Now we will rename. Store name will be store. The zip code will be zip. So now we have renamed also. Okay. Control R and we will see what's happening over here. Okay. But before that, we will have to browse in DB and control R. These tools is taking some of the time because they are little heavy tools in Alteryx. You can have a look at it that the city, state, zip, store, and the order ID has been mentioned over here. So that's all about the select in database tool. Now in this video, what we're gonna do, we'll work on the documentation tool. So the most important part of any language is to document the use cases, the to document the code, to document what we have done. Okay. So if you want to share anything, end user must be able to understand that what a user has done in this workflow. So there are 3 types of documentation tool, I would say. The first documentation tool is the comment tool. The second is explorer and third is tool container. So comment tool. What is the usage of comment tool? As the name suggests, if you want to add something in your workflow, to comment upon something in your workflow, you need to use the comment tool. You can add an annotation or images to the workflow canvas to capture notes or to explain processes for later reference. Okay. So what you can do, you can annotate your workflow, you can insert the images to the workflow canvas, or why it is used to process the to explain the processes later or to capture the notes. Okay. So let us open an example of that. Now if we talk about comment tool, the comment tool is basically an annotation in the workflow, and the tool that you are reading right now where I have highlighted, it's the comment tool only. Okay. And you can place one comment tool over the another comment tool. See, if I move this one, you can see that one comment tool is placed over the other comment tool. You can do that. Edit a comment tool. Okay, we can do one thing. We can just click on the text box properties and click on the canvas to apply the changes. What does I mean by that? I'll show you in a second. Have a look at this. So it is saying that to edit a comment tool, you can click on a comment tool and insert something in the text. I would say I am doing what? I am explaining the comment tool in this section. Okay, so that's what the text is. Now I have to shrink this. Allow me 2 seconds, else it's gonna look like something messy. See, this is the problem when you are using the floating kind of stuff now. This is the problem that you will not be able to adjust properly. You will have to again shrink, expand, something like this you will have to do. So now I have shrink and expanded this. Have a look at the properties of this also again. Now your comment tool can be of any shape that you want to, that is inside this. You have rounded rectangle, you have rectangle, ellipse, and the shape is none also. Like if you don't want any shape, you can also make it none. And have a look at this. The moment I make it none, it got like it doesn't have any background color, something like this. Okay, so let's make it rounded rectangle and have the configuration for rounded rectangle first. It's not letting me choosing right now. Allow me 2 seconds. Guys, my system just not behaving properly. So you can select the type, the shape type from here. And remember one thing, if you select the shape type to be none, the comment will be the text only without any background. The comment will be text only without any background, like this is shown over here. I have selected the shape none, so I can see only the comment. Now here it is showing the different kind of shape of the comment tool. Rounded rectangle, ellipse, and none. So okay. Now talking about the different property, you have text inside a comment box. Okay, so if you want to edit your text, you can edit it from here. You can select from any of the fonts in the font family. Okay, let's suppose I selected what I'm selecting, CSU. Let's suppose I select script empty. It's totally upon me whether I want to use the bold, oblique. Okay. In the case of Rockwell, you will get the different option. In the case of Rockwell, I selected the italic color. Okay, let's suppose italic style, and I want my size to be 9. So we have to keep in mind that what we are doing will reflect good or not. So whatever changes you are making over here will be reflected in a box that is being shown over here. So let's suppose I select the Rockwell, the bold italic, and the font to be 10. So it is showing that it will look something like this. Okay, I hope I am understandable to you guys. After that, what we can do, we can work on the effects. So there are two effects. One is strikeout. You can see that we are just striking out the text. We are passing a line from the middle of the text. Okay, and script can be Western or Central European. It's totally upon us, like how we want to script our font. It depends upon different font family also, that we whether we get the Western or not, or whether we get the European or not. Okay, so this was the strikeout effect. Now you can have underline effect also over here. Select over here and you will get that underline text over here. So I will do okay, and I will click somewhere outside, and you can see that my text has been changed. Okay, my text formatting has been changed. Let's suppose you want to increase the width or decrease the width of the comment tool. You can just select any edge and drag and drop. Okay, just expand and drag. So I did it. Now the other property is the text color. Okay, you can select any of the color from here. Okay, let's suppose on green I want to show my text in brown. Okay, so you can also do that. You can create a custom color over here. I selected hue to be 10, and after that I selected hue to be 10, the saturation to be 20, green to be 120 or 220, maybe something like this, and I selected OK. And you can see that the moment I selected this and click outside my comment box, my text color changed. Okay, my text color totally changed. Now here comes the background color. So depending upon the requirement, you can set the background color. Okay, most of the time we select the background color to be a little dark, on a darker shade. Why? Because it catches the attention more. Okay, the more lighter color you will use, it will lose the essence of the comment. Okay, you'll not be able to understand it. Okay, so click and I selected OK. Now see, this is very eye catchy, and the previous version was not that much eye catchy. Now what you can do, you can alignment the text alignment you can set over here. Okay, how you can set the text alignment? I clicked over here and I selected left, center, right, anything I want to select. Let's suppose I want to select top center and click outside it. You can see that it is top center now, although it's looking very clumsy. So Control Z I'll do. So here the example is being shown with all the underlined text and something like this. So now coming to the last section of this comment tool, why this comment tool is used. Sometimes you have to add the background images also. Let's suppose you are working on a workflow and you want to insert your company logo over here. What you can do, you can drag a comment tool, okay, and you can set any background image from here. Select this. So you can select any of the images that is present in your gallery. Let me find some image. Let's suppose I want to add this image. This is my image and I want to add it. So you can see my image has been added over here. Okay. Now we talk about the layer comments. Okay. We can layer the comments. Okay. What I mean by layering, that you can place one layer on the top of other. How you can do that? Let's suppose I'll design for you. I created a comment. Okay. I created a comment. This is the first layer. Okay. And the shape is rounded rectangle. I will allow the background color to be maybe, what should I say, a little bluer side. I will see. So you can see the first layer of the comment has been added over here. Let me just improve the text because it's not visible over here to us. What I will do, I will just make it on this, and the color is okay. I want to work on the font color. The font color should be gray. I would say okay. So this is the first layer. Now let's suppose I want to add any more comments over it. So I can add this. I can change the shape. Let's suppose I ended up with ellipse and I selected this. So what I am trying to explain over here, you can layer the comments, okay, placed one on the top of another, and control right click on this comments. There are two options over here, bring to front and send to back. What do you mean by bring to front and send to back? So if I select send to back over here, it will be send it to back layer of this. Okay, so we'll not be able to see our comment. So that's all about the comment tool. Now let us move to the next tool, that is the explorer tool. So if we talk about the explorer box, as the name suggests and the icon is showing, will display a web page, a file directory or file on the canvas. What should I say? Let's open the example and I will explain you in a better way, in a better possible way. So as the name suggests, explorer, we want to explore. We can either explore the whole internet. I can explore my local gallery. I can explore my workflows. Okay, whatever I want to, I can do over here. Let it load. It will take 5-10 seconds to load because this web pages are a little heavy to load here. That's why it's taking time. Okay, so it's fully loaded. Let me show you. So you can display a web page from a explorer tool. What I will show you. So this is the explorer tool. Click on this. Okay, why it is not letting me edit the properties? Okay, it is able to. What we can do, if we want to explore any URL, we want to explore any URL, what we will do, let's suppose I want to visit on the official FIFA website and we landed up over here. So what we can do, we can just type this URL over here. We can just copy this URL and then paste this URL in this. Why it is not letting me paste? There must be some issues here. I got the URL, Control C. I will paste this URL in this and I will Control R now. And let's see whether our workflow is being refreshed or not. So you can see that our workflow is being refreshed and we are able to see the updated text over here, updated web page over here. So enter a URL to display a web page when an internet connection is available. So to use this tool, you must have the internet connection, a stable internet connection. To resize the box, click it and click and drag square on the right hand side to the desired position. So what it is saying, boss, to resize it, you can just do anything you want to. Just expand it, move it anywhere. So like you are able to work with this, okay, and I am okay with that. So you can interact with any other, like any web browsers over here. The next option is, so you can display a directory also. You can display a directory also. Let's suppose I want to, okay, my bad. I'll just give me 2 seconds. So guys, you can show a directory over here also. What I am saying, I will open any directory, okay. I open Zoom. And let's suppose we want to explode this only. We want to see this in our input bar. In our work. Control R this. You can have a look at this, how quickly it loaded our path. So why it is used? Sometimes what happens now? Sometimes you need to drag the input from any directory. So what you can do? You can just open any directory, okay, and then move the file. So it's not of the proper type. I'll show you what I'm trying to do over here. Let's suppose I want to use any Excel file from here to here. So you can move any input file from here, the local directory path, to your canvas, and you can select the Excel input and then give the configuration, something like that you will do. Okay. Now moving to the next thing, you can also show any file over here, any XML file over here. Okay. Just give a path to the file name and you will be able to see what are the content inside this file. Now the next thing is that you can hide the address bar in the box also. What do I mean by this? You can hide the address bar. You are giving the URL, you don't want to show the URL, just hide the address bar. So that's all about the Explorer tool. Now the next tool that we want to explore is the tool container. Okay, let us start working on the tool container tool. And in the tool container, what we do, we will move all of the tool inside a box. So that box is a container and you can enable and disable that container. Okay, just open example. Use tool container to organize and segment tools on the designer canvas. For example, you can use a tool container to prevent the contain tool from running with the selected segment of workflow. What it is trying to say that while you are designing a workflow, you can segment the workflow in the different section. Okay, this is section 1, this is section 2, this is section 3, and these sections then can be dragged inside a container for better readability, better execution, and this kind of stuff. Okay, I'll show you. So what's happening under this is, let's suppose you are having a workflow like this. Okay, and you have all the element right now, you have all the elements right now, and this is not being arranged. This is not being arranged. I will open a parallel workflow. Okay, I'll open a parallel workflow for you guys. And what I'm trying to do over here is, I'll create 2 containers for you guys and try to explain the side by side what we are trying to achieve using these containers. So let's suppose this is segment 1 of our workflow, which is doing our operation ABC. This is segment B of the workflow, that is doing the operation EQR, and this is the segment C that is giving us the out. So we want to segregate this into the 3 different segments. So what you can do, you can use the group by. Okay, you can use the group tools example. Group tools by placing them in a tool container. If you move the tool container, all the tool contained in it move in a sync. The tool container automatically adjusts to fit the additional tool placed within it. So what it is trying to say, it is trying to say that the first thing is you can select all of the tools and move them inside a container. And once you move them inside a container, what you can do, you can add more tools here also. You can add the more tools, you can remove the tools, and the width and the height of the container will be adjusted accordingly. Okay, so this is how what we're gonna do in the A, B and C segment. So this was the segment B. I move the segment B inside this, and we will have the segment C. The segment C is moved inside this container. Okay, so what it is trying to explain you that once you group the tool, you can move these tool at once anywhere. You can move the tools at these tools at once anywhere. Let's suppose I want to move it here. I want to move it here. So all these tools inside a containers are moving. That was example of group tool. Now the second thing is the collapsible container and the non-collapsible container. Okay, the only thing between the collapse and non-collapse container is this. This is the open container, non-collapse container. Okay, and this is a collapse container. The single smaller box is the collapse container. The expanded box is the non-collapse container. I hope I'm able to explain this. Now the next term that contains over here is that get over here is enable and disable a container. So have a look at this section very carefully to how to enable and disable a container. What I will do, control R, not control R. I will select this container, okay, and we can mark it disabled. Once you mark it disabled, try to execute the workflow. Control R. What we are trying to say over here that boss, disable this container. By disabling, we mean that the whole workflow will be executed, but this part of the workflow will not be executed. This part of the workflow will not be executed. Obviously, all the downstream tool after this container will be affected if we don't execute this. So 90% of the time we do not need it, but sometimes we need that this part should not be executed in the workflow depending upon the condition, and this part should not be executed on the workflow dependent upon the condition. So this is how it is used. Disabled container will have that black mark with the line over here. Let me enhance the size. The enabled container will have blue. The disabled container will have black and a single line. Okay, now if we talk about the configuration of the containers, what we can do, we can give our containers a name that it is segment 1 of workflow. Okay, it's fetching input files. So you can see that this is segment 1 of my workflow and it is fetching my inputs file only. You can give the text color, the fill color, the border color, the transparency, the margin, something like this. Okay, these are just the formatting things. Let's suppose I want to move my font to brown. Okay, the fill color of this is maybe gray. The border color is maybe again black. The transparency is I increase the transparency to 50 maybe, and the margin is, I guess, medium margin I should take, and control R. Now you can see in this container I got the background to be gray My font size has been changed, my font color has been changed, the border color is black only, and the transparency is 50%. What do you mean by transparency? The content of this container is how much transparent. Okay, the margin is how much margin do you want? Do you want very extra margin? Do you want less margin? Okay, so this is the configuration of the tool containers. Okay, let me show you something if anything is missed. Okay, so we have completed the tool container also. We will work on the most interesting, most challenging part of Alteryx, that is macros and analytical apps. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to share my screen. So let us go to Alteryx, and after that, what we'll do, we will work on the first definition part of macros. We'll see what are the macros. Okay, after that, I will show you implementing a standard macro and a basic analytical app in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna explain you each and every macro that we have. Okay. So before proceeding with the type of macros, what we do, we will find out that what are the Alteryx macros, what are inside it, and why they are used. So the two questions that are in front of us, what are macros and why they are useful. So there is a very beautiful article by the Data School in which they have explained what are the macros. Okay. So using macros in Alteryx can sound intimidating, especially if you are relatively new to Alteryx. However, along with Alteryx journey, you may find that there you need certain type of macro in order to complete a specific task. Aside from that part, macros are occasionally necessary. They okay. So from this line, have a look at this. So when you are quite familiar with Alteryx, you will get to know that there are certain things that you need to perform again and again in a workflow. If you need to perform these things again and again in a workflow, then you need a macro. A macro basically repeats a task for you. Okay, they can be also save you a lot of time or present an alternate solution to challenges. In this block, we will learn about the standard macros. So first, we will have a look at what are macros. Macros are a means to compress a workflow in a single tool. This line is very important. Macros are a means of compressing a workflow in a single tool. So let's suppose you want to execute an operation again and again. So this operation should be a single tool that we can import in our workflow, but that tool is inside itself is a combination of multiple tools. Okay, which we can then use in other workflows. Exactly what I explained you. In simple term, macros are workflows which you can save as a tool. They are workflows which you can save as a tool and reuse, so you don't have to keep building the same workflow over and over again. Perfectly fine. So it will help us save the time. Okay, it will help us find the alternate solution. So we got the answer. What is macro? It is a set of tools that itself is a tool. Okay, this set of tool that itself is a tool. Secondly, why we are using it? It will do the repetitive operation. Second, it will find the alternate solution to our problem. Now there is one thing I want to tell you guys. Most of the tools are not macros, but there are some tools that are macros. By default, the macro symbol is disabled in Alteryx, but you can enable the macro symbol. Okay, what you can do, you can go to options, you can go to user settings, you can edit the user settings, and then after that we can go to canvas. Maybe just let me find what I need to do. Then under the canvas setting, we can display the macro indicators on the tool. What it will do, this step will help us enable to find which tools are macros inside Alteryx. We'll say, and tada, we will be seeing which tools are macros. The change is not being reflected to me. Let's allow me 2 seconds. Just we should be able to see this black symbol after the after performing this step. Okay, so let me just find out why I'm not able to see that. Allow me 2 seconds. Okay, I got it. So any time you need to work on the workflows, anytime you make any changes to the canvas setting, this would be reflected after a restart. So you will have to restart the Alteryx to get those changes reflected. I'll see again whether I have made the changes. It is checked that save layout and settings on exit, save layout and settings now. I will click on this. Okay, the settings are being saved. Again, options, user settings, edit user settings, canvas, display the macro indicators on tool. Just 5-10 seconds. Let us restart Alteryx, okay, and then see whether the changes are being reflected or not. Now, guys, you can see that a plus icon is being shown in outside our count record tool. So that is symbolizing that our count record tools is a macro. It is symbolizing our count record tool is a macro. We'll talk about the further steps in the later section. Okay. Once you have checked this box and apply the changes, you'll be able to see a white plus symbol that is indicating that we have a macro. Our count record tool is a macro, and let's suppose we want to open this macro and we want to see the configuration of the macro. We will open a macro. Okay. Now that you have opened a macro, let's suppose we want to have a look at the description. So as I mentioned earlier, macro itself is a workflow. Macro itself is a workflow. Let's expand this section, okay, and have a look at the descriptions. Count record count record tool is used to count the record passing through a data stream. A count record is 0 if there are no records passing through it. What are the different tools that we have used over here is input tool, text input tool, summarize, union, sample, and output. So we are taking the different things. This output, this macro has macro input, it has macro output, and we can write the logic in between. We can write any logic in between. So what's the standard format of having a macro inside our workflow is, first we need to have a macro input, second we need to have a macro output, and inside that macro input and macro output you can have anything you want. Okay, so that's what it is explaining. Now, talking about the type of macros, we have 4 different type of macros. I'll explain you each and every type in theory right now, and we will work on the standard workflow in the next video. We will do a practical example of that. Okay, so let's start. Now, how would you identify that your workflow is macro or not? There is a section that is workflow section inside your property, inside your workflow property, where you can mention that your workflow is a standard workflow, is it an analytical app, or is it a macro? Okay, now macro can be of 4 different types. Once we have a standard macro, we have batch macro, we have iterative macro, and we have location optimizer macro. Okay, I'll try to find an article for you guys where we can look for each different type of macro. But if we have to have an overview of this, the standard macro is executing your workflow once. It is not executing your workflow iteratively. Okay, the batch macro did what? It execute your workflow in the batches, in the lots. Like let's suppose 10,000 rows will be executed first, then 10,000, then 10,000. Iterative workflow will execute iteratively till the time it is not reaching its end of iteration. And obviously location optimizer is something related to the spatial tool. Now I will find an article for you guys. Just allow me 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Now this is the article about the macros in your in the Alteryx website. It is saying that there are 4 different type of macros. The standard macro, this macro is designed to package a process in a workflow as a tool that can be inserted in a workflow. So whatever I explained to you till now in this video, that it is a process that can be inserted into a workflow. Okay. Now talk about the batch macro. This macro run multiple times in a workflow and create an output after each run. So our macro will be executing maybe for a group of record or maybe for each record. And after execution, each and every execution will generate a output, will create a separate output. Let's suppose we have 100 records and we have divided them into the 10 batches, okay, of 10 each. So after execution of 10 records, it will create output. Then next 10 it will create output. And next 10 it will create output, something like this, and the 10 output will be created. So there is a concept of control parameter tool, which I guess will not be taking up in this course, but it is requiring the control parameter as an input. In the iterative macro, this macro run in the workflow the number of times set in the configuration or continuously under a condition is met. So maybe you guys are aware of the for loop or maybe while loop. So what happens in that? So that loop continue to expand, continue to like work till the time it has not reached its threshold condition. Maybe if we have taken something like this, I equals to 1, I less than equals to 100, I plus plus. So what it will do, it will be executing the 100 times. This is the work of iterative macro. It continue to execute and execute and execute till the time we have not reached the iteration number or the condition is met. Okay, now the fourth type is the location optimizer macro. Okay, the macro is an iterative macro that can be used in the network analysis to identify optimal location or locations. So it is used in the spatial analysis kind of umbrella, where we need to find the optimized location. Let's suppose you're working on a retail store and we want to find the target and the customer to target. We have the data which contain the geospatial coordinates of the customer. So we will target those customers that are within our reach and that are nearest to the store. So this is the location optimizer macro. Now that we have discussed about the type of macro, we will find out how to build a macro. Let us try to build a standard macro. Okay, sorry, standard macro. So basically the macro consists of the interface tool. Okay, the second thing they contain of the, what should I say, macro input and macro output. So these two are the mandate. Macro input and macro output is the mandate. The second thing is a macro can or cannot have the interface tool. A macro can or cannot have an interface tool. Now it is explaining you how to build a macro. If you are using an existing workflow, select the portion of the workflow to save as a macro, then copy and paste it on a new workflow tab. Now let's suppose we want to create a very simple macro. Okay, we want to create a very simple standard macro. We have a list of numbers. We have a list of numbers, not input data. We will have text input. Now what this workflow will be doing now, this workflow will be testing out that our numbers are divisible by 2 or not. Okay, whether we are having an odd number or a even number. So I will enter some set of number. Let's suppose we have these numbers and we will give it a header number. Okay, how we can find out whether we are having even or odd number? We will give a formula. Okay, we will give a formula, guys. The configuration should load. Why it's not loading? Okay, what we will create? We will create a new column, even or odd. Okay, and if a number divided by 2 equals to 0, then even, else, odd, and include or. What's this? This. Oh, we have to use the mod operation. I just need a blunder. We will use the mod function. Okay, number will be our number, comma 2 equals to 0. I guess this should work. Yep, this is working. So we got the even number and the odd number, pardon me. And we have created our output. Now we have created our output. Write to a file or a database, what we will say, we will work on a YXDB file, and I would say, let's say my YXDB file inside this macro, okay, control R. Now the workflow has been executed perfectly. Now we will work on the macro part. Let's suppose you want to do this operation again and again and again. Okay, you want to do this operation again. So what you will do, you have to use the macro input and the macro output. So the input and output that we have used over here need to be macro input and the macro output. So where you will find those, every interface tool, interface means radio button, date, drop down, list box, the checkbox, numeric up and down, you will find in the interface tools. Okay, I will say you have to use the macro input, you have to use the macro output. Now macro input can be of any type, maybe a text input, maybe a file input, like how we have here. Likewise output be of any type, not of any type. Okay, it will generate the output in a mediator format. Okay, I would say in a mediator format that can be used outside of the workflow. I gonna work on this step in 5 or 10 seconds, sorry, minutes. Just hold on for that time. So you can use these tools, or there is a second option. I would say control right click, I will convert it into a macro input. I will convert it into a macro input, and the moment you convert the input into a macro input, your workflow will change from the standard workflow to standard macro. Now let us work on the configuration of this. Okay, we are saying that it is a text input. I will say that the name is not input 3, it is macro input. I am saying the anchor abbreviation to be A. There are certain properties that I would tell you what are this property. Show field map and show optional incoming connection, I will tell you, but in next 5 minutes. Likewise, the macro input, macro output can be generated using this. Convert to macro output. No, it's not letting me do. So you have to delete it. You have to use the macro output and connect this. Control R. You got the macro input output. Save this workflow. Save as browse. Now guys, have a look at this. Okay, have a look at my bad. Just give me 2 seconds. Even, odd, max. Have a look at the extension. You got the YXMC extension. Till the time you were getting the YXMD extension, but you are getting YXMC now, means it is a macro. Save this. Now you can use this macro inside any other macro, but to use it, first you will have to close it. Okay, first you will have to close it. Now again, what we will do, let's suppose we have input data and we input over here. Allow me just 2 minutes, I will have to find out something. Point of sale YXDB open. Now guys, we have price section over here. You can see the price. We want to find out the price is odd or even. Okay, we want to find out the price is odd and even. What we will do, we will insert a macro after it. Control right click, insert. Allow me just 2 seconds. Why it is not showing me to insert a macro? See guys, it was not letting me insert because I haven't selected the workflow to be standard macro. Right click anywhere on your canvas, insert, go to macro. Okay. To oh my my bad. I have saved it as even off macro, but it is even odd macro. Most of the time it happens that this macro requires no configuration. Okay. Now try to execute this. It is giving you error. What error it is giving? Unknown variable number. What's happening in this case? We do not have the number in our input field, and when we created a macro, we use the number expression. So again, file open, recent, even of macro. Have a look at this. It is saying that guys, you do not have the column, that is the input column, named number in this. What I have to do, what I will do, that boss, show me the field map, optional incoming connection. I will check all of this, control S. I will test that whether I'm getting, yeah, I'm getting perfectly fine outputs. The macro even odd has been changed, and boss refresh. Do you want to refresh it? I am saying yes. That yes, boss. I will insert the macro again. Okay. Now you guys can see while when I selected the field map option to be on, it is asking me that boss, there is a field number and which field in your input symbolizes that. I am saying, okay, there is no field. How it can be possible? There might be price might be in the strings. That's why it is possible. So allow me just 2 seconds and let me check whether my price was in strings or not. I'll use a select tool and we'll work on the price. So remember two things. The input type that you have chosen in your macro should match the input type that you are configuring. Okay. Now select over here. Price is matching our number and control execute. Have a look at this. You are getting even odd, even odd, even odd, even odd. This is why the macro is being used. We have created a macro. We can input it anywhere inside any macro. I can use this. Okay. And it's quite simple to use. Now we have the macro input. We have the macro output. We can use it any which ways. Okay. This lightning symbol, I'm gonna explain you in the next video what is the meaning of this lightning symbol. Okay. So I will summarize and wrap up on this session. I told you that guys that macro perform a certain set of operation and a macro can be inserted inside any of the workflow. We have 4 different type of macros: the standard macro, the iterative macro, the batch macro, and the location optimizer macro. In a standard macro, what we are doing, we are working on the simple or complex process to just return our output. In the match macro, we are doing the standard macro stuff, but we are doing it for each and every batches. So after each and every batches, the output is being generated. The third option is the iterative macro. We are performing a looping kind of operation in the iterative macro. Okay. And the location optimizer macro is used to find the optimized location nearby to your area. So this is the crux. I will save this workflow. Control S. The standard. So we were working on the predictive tools, and allow me just 2 seconds. So we have covered the introduction to predictive tool and the R code. So we have completed it. Today we're gonna work on the Spearman correlation. Yeah, sorry, we have completed it too. Now we were working on the type of the predictive tools. we were working on the type of the predictive tools. We have just covered the spearman correlation. Now we'll cover on the different types. We'll cover the A/B testing, the predictive, the time series, the predictive grouping, and the prescriptive. Okay, let's move to the A/B testing part, or maybe the predictive tools. Let's cover the predictive tools. So in the last video, we have worked on spearman correlation, where we have figured out like how the data is correlated. Okay, now this category of predictive tool includes tool to generate the predictive modeling for both classification and the regression. Remember, this type of tool is used for both the classification and the, sorry, I forgot to share the screen, just a quick recap of what we have covered. So we are working on both the classification, that is a categorical target field, and the regression, that is a numerical target model, as well as tool for model comparison and for the hypothesis testing. So what we are doing in these predictive tools, we are working on first the hypothesis testing. The second, we are working on the regression models, and the third one is we are working on the classification models. Okay, now out of these tools, is the general predictive tool, we can group them into traditional statistical model and model learning model. Now what is the difference between a traditional statistical model and a modern statistical learning method is the level of direct user intervention in the modeling process. Okay, in the case of the traditional statistics model, we require the more intervention, the more expertise in order to develop the model that is accurate, that is predictively accurate. Okay, like we will have to work on the important predictor field as mentioned over here, and the transformation needs to be bang. The transformation needs to be bang on. While in the modern statistical model, we make use of the algorithm, and these algorithms take care of the predictor selection and the non-linear relationship. So to just summarize, we can work on traditional statistical model, we can work on the modern. While in traditional, we have to apply the more rigorous transformation, we have to find the non-linear relationship between target and continuous predictor, but all of that is covered in an algorithm. Okay, now sometimes it happens that in a traditional statistical model, there is some difference in between them all. Okay, there are multiple traditional statistical models. All of them are used for the linear model generation. All of them are used in the linear model generation. Now let us work on the traditional statistical model. Let's work on logistic regression tool. Okay, these all are the traditional statistical models: the gamma regression, the linear regression, logistic regression tool. You can see that all of them are the regression model, the core one. After them, they are the classifier model. So we'll work on one regression model, one classifier model. So let me open an example of linear regression tool from the linear regression models. So I'll search for linear and we'll get the example of linear regression. Now, as the name suggests, linear regression. Linear means a single relationship between the two variables, like y is equals to mx plus c. Linear is one-dimensional relationship between two variables, and regression means variable. We are not using any categorical classification, we are just using the regression. Okay, now we are using this using the nested tool. Okay, we are using this using the nested tool determine whether two models are statistically equivalent to each other. Let's suppose we generate two models and we want to know if these models are statistically equivalent to each other. Okay, let me just break down the problem for you guys. Allow me 2 seconds. Now guys, before working with the linear regression model, you should know that what is a linear regression. So let me tell you what is linear regression. Linear regression is a type of machine learning or the statistical model that is helped to identify the relationship between the two variables. Let me just show you one more thing. Talk about the representation of the linear regression model. Linear regression model is being specified by the expression something like this: y is equal to beta 0 plus beta 1 of x. Now here x are the set of input variables, y is the set of output variables. We have two coefficients, beta 0 or beta 1. Now if we talk about beta 0 is a scale factor that is assigned to each input value or column. So what whatever input we are getting, we'll be assigning a coefficient, and that coefficient will be represented by the beta. Okay? One additional coefficient are also given. One additional coefficient is also given to give us the degree of freedom. We can have 1 degree of freedom, 2 degree of freedom, 3 degree of freedom, greater than a degree of freedom, higher the number of coefficients. Okay, let's suppose in higher dimension we have more than one input. What do you mean by the higher dimension? Here you can see that we have 1 degree of freedom. The more additional degree of freedom, the higher dimension will be. The representation therefore is the form of the equation and the specific value used for the coefficient beta 0, beta 1. Now higher the number of coefficients, higher the complexity of the model. Okay, let's suppose if a coefficient becomes 0, when a coefficient becomes 0, it effectively removes the influence of the input value. Let's suppose our beta 1 becomes 0, then there is no relevance of. Okay, now once you create a model, you have to run it, rerun it, more rerun it. So how many times do you run a model? The more you run a model, the more mature a model will become. Okay, the more mature our model will become. Learning a linear regression model means estimating the value of the coefficient used in the representation with the data that we have available. So while we are learning the model, in the first iteration we will not have value of beta 0 and beta. In the second we have one value. In the third we have more mature value. In the fourth iteration we have more mature. So you can just train your model and identify the more appropriate value of your coefficients. There are 4 values. There are 4 methods you can train a model. Okay, there is simple regression, simple linear regression. We have only single input. Ordinary least square, we have more than one input, and we find least squares out of them. We have gradient descent. Okay, gradient descent we have not used in Alteryx, and there is one method of regularization. Now you have your model. You have trained your model. Okay, now what predictions can you make from your model? Question arises: what prediction can you make from your model? Now let's suppose we take an example. We have to fix the height and width. Let's suppose we have equation y is equal to beta 0 plus beta 1 of beta 0 is the independent coefficient and beta 1 is the dependent coefficient. On the case of predicting weight, let's consider weight as y and height as x. So we have x available, we have to predict the weight. We will just train our model, and let's suppose after 10 times of training our model, we got beta 0 as 0.1 and beta 1 as 0.5. Okay, now we can let's plug, and let's suppose we have 180 pound of weight, then our weight should be around 191. Our weight should be around 91. If we have height of 170, our weight should be this. So you can use this kind of linear regression model. You can train it, and you can just find the graph. You can just find the graph basis the inputs. Now there are certain set of techniques that you prepare the data for the linear regression. You just give a read at this. Okay, paste the content of this inside the vector. Okay, this is the first thing where you need to do a read on. Now let us go to Alteryx. Okay, we got our data. We have our data where we have team wise, games wise, win and win percentage. Teams wise, games wise, win and win percentage, the number of batsmen batted, the batting average. So what we want to do, we want to just train our model. Now let's suppose we drag the linear regression tool from our canvas, and this linear regression tool will have 3 outputs: the O output, the R output and the I output. Okay, let's have a look at these 3 outputs. First have a look at O output. What is the O output? Now O output is the name of the object, the name of the output model. So the O output will have the name of the model and the object, the name of the model and how our model is generating and how many bytes is generating. Okay, the R will have the results window. The R anchor will give us the summary of our model, and the I anchor is the iterative dashboard to support further data discovery and model exploration. Now let us have a look at this, how we create a model. So we gave a model name, we give SLGOPS. Okay, we have selected a target variable. Okay, we want to find R and T and our R and G is depending upon SLG and OP. Even I do know what these fields are, but let's think of it as it is that we want to predict R and G. We have two predictors, SLG and OP. Okay, we have two predictors, and let's execute this. After executing this model, we will get this kind of output. And how to interpret this output? The formula is to manner. The formula for the linear model SLG ops is R underscore G multiply SLG plus OP. This is how we'll determine. Okay. Now our model has median value this, the maximum value is this, minimum value is this. SLG estimate is roughly around minus 3.13. OPS is 15.65. These are the standard variables. Okay. We will give the R squared value also. So this is just type of response that we are getting from our linear regression model. Okay. We are finding the value of the coefficient here. You can see that coefficients are being coefficients are being valued over here. The value of intercept is this, the value of SLG is this, and the OPS is in I output. I'll show you in a bit of second. Now in the I output, what you will get all of the variables. What is your R squared? What is adjusted R squared? Mean absolute error. So you will have to learn this fancy term in the term of statistics. Okay, you have to learn this. You will get the value of intercept, the SLG, the ops, etc. So that you can use this input. You can use this input to further train your model if you want to have more training. Okay. So that's all about the linear regression model. Okay. Now let us move to the hypothesis testing. If we can have a look at this hypothesis testing. Let me just slide. I'll tell you guys to explore this nested test for the hypothesis testing. There is a concept of full model and there is a concept of half-baked model. You can use these two inputs to generate a more robust model. Let us not cover this inside this tutorial, and we'll cover this. I'll leave it up to you guys. Now we have completed the predictive tools, the data investigation tool. We will start working on the time series where we have multiple tools. Like Arima we have. Okay, I'll show you guys the time series. We have Arima, we have ETS, we have TS compare, TS covariate, TS filter, something like this. Okay. Now, what do we mean by the time series tool? So, this category contain a number of regular in terms of date time travel such as monthly, univariate time series plotting and forecasting tool. So, what we are doing the univariate analysis and we are forecasting. We have two or three model inside it. The main one is ARIMA. We have extended exponential smoothing forecasting model. Okay, let's suppose we have example to forecast the weekly sales. We can use these models to forecast the sales, to forecast the weekly sales. Now both of these models, the ARIMA and the exponential smoothing method, develop the forecast on a basis of systematic time related element in the value of a target variable. Okay, so the target variable is our forecast. Both of them generates, but in a different form. The ARIMA and the exponential smoothing. Okay, now this exponential smoothing method or the ARIMA analysis dependent upon the various factors. Various factor, what I say, the first factor may be there is a seasonality. Okay, there is a trend. If we are calculating a trend of 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, the seasonality is if we have some cyclic pattern in our data. Do we have some cyclic pattern in our data? So this is time series analysis. Okay, now here it is giving an example. Let's suppose we want to create a time series model of a tablet computer sale. Okay, so this model this model will have the higher sales value towards the starting of the year. Okay, and towards the ending of the school year, this will have the less values, because when we are starting the course, it's more likely to get the tablet computer sales. Okay, so there is trend and seasonality present. The trend is we get the same trend year over year. Seasonality is we get more in the starting of the session season and less in the last of the session. Now let us consider a second scenario. We consider the sales of the automobile, and we are assuming that there are no seasonality over here and no trend over here. Okay, if there are no seasonality and no trend in our data, there is no seasonality and trend, the forecast will be a particularly a straight line. Okay, the forecast will be a straight line. Read here. What it is signifying is that there is no real structure in the data with respect to these time related elements. Okay, the trend and seasonality, the forecasting can be predicted, but there is no effect of trend and seasonality. It will be a linear trend. Now, once you have created the time series model, okay, this model needs to be tested, like how efficient our model. So there are many tools to identify this efficiency of a time series model. Okay. Now let us move to the ARIMA tool. ARIMA is used for the forecasting. Let me just open it. Sorry, let me open it and view that. Now I just executed this workflow. I'm not looking at it. Let's have a look at the description of ARIMA model. So ARIMA is finding the univariate analysis, or maybe we can have just one predictor, we can have multiple predictors that are sales is being influenced by trend and seasonality, then we have covariate. In the univariate, we do not have. It is using a auto-regressive integrated moving average. That's why its name is ARIMA. Auto-regressive integrated moving average. You can learn more about ARIMA in this example. I'll specify a link for this. Okay? Just give me 1 second. I specify time series. We have ARIMA, and we have second one is what we are trying to learn over here. Second one is ETS. ETS, and third one is TS compare. Okay, in this video I'll cover ARIMA. ETS and TS compare will work on the next video. To learn ARIMA, you have this tool on this link over here. Allow me just where were we? So it is most commonly used forecasting approach, and it is the most general class of model for forecasting a time series field. Okay, it make use of the custom R ARIMA method. Make use of the custom R code. We can go over here, go options, download predictive tool, and just download the R tool. The configuration I'll explain you in some seconds. The configuration of this tool. Let's suppose we got the data like this. This is our data. We have year wise, month wise booking. So we have year wise, month wise booking. Booking is our forecasted variable which we need to forecast. Year and month may be contribute to the trend and seasonality. Okay, they may or may not contribute. So in the case of ARIMA, we have the three output. The O is the output model name that like we covered in the last video. The R is the result, and I is the iterative model. So more what should I say? More train R video. Okay, R model. So model name is bookings ARIMA 1. I gave the name bookings ARIMA 1, which we need to find on the target field is we need to find bookings. Okay, target field frequency. How do we need to find the target? We want to find the bookings value for and every month. We can use from a set of operations here. The hourly, daily, weekdays only, weekly we want to figure out, we want to quarterly, annually, or other estimation. We can use other estimation. If we check use covariates in the model estimation, okay, if we check this, we will have to specify the covariate field, like our booking is dependent upon the month also, or booking is whether dependent upon the price also or not. If we would have price in that, we can specify price in this, but for now we will not. This is the required parameter that you have to give. You have to give at least this option, this much of input to execute. Now these are the model customization. These are the custom parameters for the automatic model creation. Okay, how many models do we mean? How many iteration do we want to run? Okay, the non-seasonal component. There are two properties. The maximum order of auto-regressive component the maximum order of moving average component. Okay, we set it up to 2. The seasonal component, this can be one season. Okay, so these are the custom options that you can build according to, like, you can use according to your convenience. So the other option are series starting period. When do you want to start your series at? We are saying that we have 20,000 to 2040 days, but we want to start our series at 2003. So we can, yeah, we can start our series at 2003. Out of that 2003, from which month we should start our series? I am saying that the per month we should take the data from 2003 January. The number of period to include in the forecast plot. So how your plot should be forecasted, the number of periods should be included. We are saying that 6 periods should be included, and we format it like totally upon us. We want to use a US format, UK format, something like this. And when we create a plot, what should be the plot size? So I set up these variables. I executed my workflow. Let's wait till the time our workflow is executing. It will take around 30 to 40 seconds to execute. So our model has been executed. Let's see what's the result of the model. Okay, this is the output model name that our model has been generated of this much of size. The result, we are interested in the result. Okay, so this is the summary of our ARIMA model. Okay, the method used is ARIMA, and these are the plots that are being generated. These are the plots that are being generated. You can use this model to predict the value of sales, booking sales. Now you can see that there are the summary field generated, the summary of the ARIMA booking model. Okay, we are more interested in having a look at the plot. You can see that we have forecasted the value of bookings based upon this, and this is how our trend line is looking like. Okay, so that's all about the ARIMA model. Introduction to basic functions. Let us connect to the input data first, and I'll introduce you what are the basic functions in Alteryx that are available. Let us connect to a file, yxtb file 1. It will take some of the time to load the files. Now let us take our input file. We'll take a superstore input file and let's see what's in the data. Let it load. So we are using the superstore sales data source. We're using the output, the order sheet over here. Select option. Orders will come by default. It's always like this. What is it? Alteryx process manager start timeout for data wrap connect name 5 300 second. We'll refresh this and we'll see if we are able to load the data now or not. There is some problem in reading the data. God knows why this is working this strangely today. So we will click OK. The order sheets have been imported. We'll see the data over here, that what data we have. Let's input the browse tool over here. Right click, input browse tool, add browse software, control execute the workflow, and let's have a look at our data at the bottom, what all data fields we have in our data, so that we can apply the regex expressions. Now this is executing, might take some of the seconds to execute. We have the orders data in this input. We have order ID, the order date, the ship date, ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment, country, city, state, postal code, region, product ID, furniture, subcategory, etc. etc. So what we will do, we'll start working on the functions from here. We'll just drag the formula tool. Let's connect these two. It is saying that no expression has been created. Yeah, we'll create the expression. Just give us 2 minutes. We'll work on a new column, product ID, part 1. So what we'll be doing in this product ID, we will be fetching the part 1 of the product ID. Okay, using the regular expression FUR we are fetching. Okay, so let's try to parse this regex. Okay, this kind of operation can't be performed, like we cannot extract this, but we can certainly replace this kind of pattern. Okay, so what we will do right now, we will first count the pattern, how many times this pattern is being occurring. Okay, so we'll count the string. In the string is product id and the pattern is, okay, for that we'll have to make some percentile s, percentile s, percentile not s, a to z 3 dash. Let's check whether we have given the right pattern or not. I guess we haven't given the right pattern. It is saying the unknown variable a to z. Let us try to find over here why it is not working out to be correct. Control R. Product ID part 1. Product ID part 1. We are saying how many times this pattern is occurring. That percentile a to z, sorry, not percentile, a to z is occurring 3 times, and then a dash is occurring. So almost in every record this is occurring, and only the one time it is occurring. So regex count matches does the count matching of the pattern in a string. What it does? It does a count matching of a pattern in a string. Now the same function is regex replace. It will replace the specific pattern. What I'm saying, you have a string, you have pattern, and you want to replace it by something. Control R. Okay. My bad. Let's control execute this and see what this regex replace is doing. We are creating this, everything is being replaced by ABC dash. So regex replace does what? It will just replace your pattern in a string with something else. Okay. Now the third function is regex match. Regex match will give you whether you are finding a pattern within a string or not. Control C, Control V. Okay. It will give whether the pattern is matching or not. Why the configuration is not working correctly? Okay. It is saying matches or not. Control R. Have a look at this. Matches or not. Why it is doing something like this? We are saying in a string whether we are able to match this or not. Allow me just a second. In product ID, yeah, we are getting, and like this. So regex match will return 0 for a successful match and will return 1 for whatever is not matched. That's all about the regex tools. We'll start working on the next part. Okay, there are certain basic functions also that I'll cover in next. There are very functions in different data type. Let us talk about the function in each data type and we'll take example of two functions from each data type. Okay. Let us take test functions. There are test functions to test whether our column is empty, whether our column is number, whether our column is spatial object. Okay, so we'll test for null. Is null discount? Okay, we'll add column. Right. That is saying discount null or not. Okay, control R. Discount null or not. We are not having discount as null anyway. We have discount present as 0. Okay, there is no null in this data. You cannot see any null. The second thing is start working on we'll check whether is integer is empty. We can check this, whether we can check this is number or not. Okay, the column is number or not, is a string or not. So let's work on the string functions now. The string function, there are many string functions that we can use. Okay, out of that I want to show you the one that we have not worked on right now. Yes, we have worked with this. I want to show you the strcspn. strcspn. So what this function is doing, it will show you the string length apart from the pattern that we have mentioned. Okay, allow me just 2 seconds. So let us talk about the product. Okay, I will say here we have product category. Okay, let's suppose we have product category and we have given office over here and we have category. So what it is saying, that it will return the length of the string that is not the part of the string. So what is happening essentially over here, control R, have a look at this. The output is 3 comma 3 and for this here is our product name. So guys, in the case of furniture and office, let's match this. Office O is not in furniture, office F is not in furniture, although it is there but it is not in same case. We have I, we have E, we don't have C. So number of characters that do not have in this category is O, F and C. That's why it is returning 3. But while in the case of third row, in office supplies, you have all of the string matching. Okay, you have all of the string matching. In the case of technology, you do not have, just give me 1 second. You do not have O, you do not have F, you do not have I. Okay, you have C and E. You can see over here, you have C and E, you do not have O, F, I. That's why it is returning you 4. That's all about this strcspn function. Let's explore the other functions now. Now we can count the word within a string. Okay, we can use the contains function. The contains function does, if our string is having the substring that we have given, it will return true, else it will return false. The same we can do with the find string. Okay, with left and right we can just find the number of characters from the left, number of characters from the right. The length function is used to count the length of characters in a string. Okay, now this is a good function. Pad left string length character. String is category length and character. That's happening. Okay, the new column is added. Adding column is added. So what this function will do, this function will pad your string with A if there are some empty spaces. What if there are some empty spaces? Then only it will pad. As far as I am just allow me to see. Pad string to the left with the specified character to the specified length len. So this function will pad. Apologies guys, that's what it was happening. And let's suppose we took category over here and we padded pad left. We want pad left. We want to create a 15 digit, 15 character new field, and whatever is there left it over there but padded with 8 if the strings are left. So in the case of furniture, you will see that it has been padded with 6 A's. We'll see in a moment of. You can see it is padded with 8. While in the case of office supplies, it's not being padded. Why? We have 6 over here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Already have 15 characters. In the case of technology, it has padded. The same thing will happen with the pad right stuff also. Now there are some specialized functions. We will work on those also. In the case of a specialized function, let's go to their category. So there are some functions like null, returns a null value. Okay, you can create a function like this if you want null values in your column. I mean that's not the case. 90% they are not used, so you won't use it in the real life. Now what you can do, you can use this encode string as a web legal URL. You have some string in your database. Let's suppose you have some string in your data and you want to encode that string into a web URL. You can use this. Okay. You can use the range median. Calculate the median from a series of aggregated ranges. Okay. You have some range, like let's suppose we have profit. We have profit something like just allow me 2 seconds. I will have to create a data for it. Okay. It's not doable from this data. Now guys, to create the range median data, we'll have to spend a lot of time. So let us not waste the time on this. I'll show you what is range median here only with the help of example. The range median function is used to calculate the median from a series of data, giving a count within a range. For the purpose of this calculation, median household income is used, and the example data is 2002 data for Boulder country, Colorado. What we are doing, we have variable, we have their description. If the variable is this, the income is from 0 to 5,000, and the number of households that are coming inside this is 4233. The number of households that are coming under this income criteria are 4233. Under this income criteria are this much. Under this income criteria are this much, and so on and so forth. $5 lakhs plus there are 1523, and there are total number of households over here. Now in the case of range median, what we can calculate, we are just giving the higher and the lower ranges. Okay, have a look at here. We are giving 0, HIXCYLCO5. Have a look at this one. Okay, so we are saying 0 to 5,000 is in this, 5,000 to 10,000 is in this, and we will execute it like this. It it will return as the median range within the household. So what it will return? It will return that what is the median income for the city Colorado. Okay, that's all inside this range median function. Will not give it a try. Let's have a look at the other specialized function. Now you can get a value. Okay, you can type a message something like this. It will output a message to a message log and update the value accordingly. You can tweak the message log according to this function. So these are the specialized functions. There are some spatial functions too. Okay. Now I want to work with the spatial function with you guys. Let me check if our data has some spatial data or not. If I have some spatial data or not. Okay. Let me open an example for you guys, and we will open an example of distance function, and let me execute it whether we are able to execute it or not. I'll tell you if we are not able to execute. I'll tell you why I'm not able to execute. So yeah, we are able to execute the function. Now have a look at this. This example requires spatial data and spatial license. So what do we mean by spatial license? To work with the spatial coordinates, we require the geographical data set, first of all, containing the point and coordinates. After that, you require a, a map like structure, the map, coordinates map, where you can work with the spatial data. Like if you do not have map, how would you locate? How would you calculate the distance? So this is very much required. Now we got the data. Now that we got the data, we will start working on the function, the spatial function. Let's open some of the spatial function and I'll show you. You can return the area of a specified object. Okay. So let us talk about our object inside our data. Let me just check. Let's talk about this trade area. We took an example of trade area and execute it. Did you have a look over here that how much spatial area are you covering? You can see that 26, 34, 30, 54. So these are the spatial area of this trade area. That my trade area is of 26 mil square mil. My this trade area is of 30 square mil. Okay. We have another spatial functions also. We will work on spatial too. Let's suppose our use case is to find the centroid of the points. We have many points. We want to find the centroid of these points. What will we do? We will work on this function spatial. You will find the centroid. Now this the centroid of the store point. Okay. Now it is saying that the field resulted in a spatial object, but our field is a string. So no worries, we'll just change the spatial object type. Now guys, have a look at this. We have store points. Let's suppose we have 1000 store points. Now this 1000 store points will have a centroid. So you will see that the centroid is just let me just insert a browse after and then again execute the workflow. And now you guys have a look at this. You can see the centroid. The highlighted area is centroid. Okay, the highlighted area is centroid now. Now for these areas, we can find the centroid. For these store points, these are the store points. Okay, this one, and there can be many other store points inside this. So these green points are the centroid of all those store points. You can see this one. You can have a look at this one. Have a look at this. So these green points are centroid for all of your areas, squared areas. Okay. We can work on the different spatial function. We have many more spatial functions. Spatial 3. The reason why I'm taking this spatial function in depth is because they are very much used if you are doing the spatial analysis. Guys, you can use the function st within. I'll explain you, not technically each and every spatial function, but I'll tell you some of them. st within will tell you whether one object is contained by another object or not. It will be used to find what. Let's suppose we want to find which retail store we have inside 100 meals. So whatever coordinates are inside the 100 mil, they will return true in the function st within. St touches. So if our one object touches the another object, then st touches will return true. Like this can be used to find the boundaries of two areas. Like India is being touching Pakistan or not. That can be calculated using this. St touches or intersects. Okay. We have certain x coordinates and certain y coordinates. X coordinates are longitude, y coordinates are latitude. We can find the longitude and latitude, maximum longitude and latitude out of the points. Okay, we can do this also. We can create a point. Let's suppose we have a coordinates, we have x coordinates, we have y coordinates. We can create a spatial object. We can create a line. We can create a point, we can create a line, and we can create a polygon. These are three different examples. Line is a straight line. You can think of it as a road. We have to connect point A and point B. We can create a line. Point, you can create a point. Let's suppose to create the location of retail store. You can create the point. You have x and y coordinates. You want to create the polygon. Polygon is mostly the trade area, maybe area containing all the points. Let's suppose you have 4 points. You want to create the enclosing area within those 4 points. You can use this create point. Okay, so that's all about the spatial function. I will save this workflow for you guys first. Spatial function. Now let us talk about the other type of functions. Okay, we can have operator. We can use the boolean, not boolean equals to. See, there are many kind of operator. The numeric operator, the arithmetic operator, the boolean operator, the subtraction operator, value in or not in. So this is very much used. Okay, let's suppose we are using the in function. There is unknown function in. Let us just use it again. Okay, so what we will say, we will find that category. We want to find our category is in A, comma B, comma. Execute this. Category in or not, I executed this. So what we are doing right now, we are just working on this and we got 0 as an answer. So our category is not inside this. The moment we'll type furniture in this, we will get, yeah, we have category inside this. We have category belonging to furniture. The minus was symbolizes yes, we have. Now let us talk about the other functions now. There are min max function. You can give a range and you can find a min and maximum value out of that range. So let's suppose we have a list and let's suppose we have profit. Control R. I doubt that this function will work. User cancelled. Boss, I have not cancelled. Have a look at this. Not enough parameter for the function max. Why there is not enough parameter? This function will not take a column. It will take a series. Let's suppose I type something like this. Now we can give a series over here. We cannot give a column name. Out of that series, it will give us the maximum. Okay. Now let us move to the different type of functions. Math bitwise, we can use binary and or not, and this is used for the gates operation. You can use any trigonometric function, the floor, log, cos, ceiling function you can use, random function you can use. You can find a random number get that is greater than or equals to 0 and less than 1. Okay, it will find the random integer between 0 and the specified parameter. Let's suppose you want to work on this function and you find a random number between 1 to 10,000. This sometime is used to like to assign the primary keys or something like this. That's why it is used. We can use the random integer function. There are many finance function to calculate the CAGR. Okay, combined annual growth rate, you can just find this. The finance rate you can find. The net NPV value you can find from here. Incremental earn rate you can find IRR. So you can use the finance function. There are many file function. If there is file inside our workflow, we can find the path of that direct path of that file. Okay, return true if the file exists and false if does not. If file exists at this given path, it will return us true or else it will return us false. There are many date time function. Okay, you can add a date, like you can add something to a date, you can subtract something to a date, you can add the hour, you can add the minute, you can convert the string to a date, the date to a string. Let's suppose we have a string, you can convert to a date. Let's suppose take a column that is string inside this. Let's suppose ship date we take ship date, we convert it into the string. Oh, okay, ship date. So you from the timestamp you have converted this ship date to the date. There are many more functions inside the date time. This function will return the first day of the month. You can just you can just write the date time format in the language of your choice. Okay. This date time will convert the date time to the local system time zone. If you are working in the different time zone, let's suppose you are working with the US clients and you are sitting in India, you want their time, so you can use this date time to local. Date time to UTC, and you can send the date time to UTC. Okay, you can trim the date time. Now we have certain conversion function. There are many times that we want to convert a string to the date, a date to a string. We want to convert the integer to the hexadecimal integer. Okay, let's suppose you want to convert this integer to hexadecimal. Okay, we are working on the conversion function. we are working into hex. We converted this integer. What is the integer value inside our data? We converted postal code. Let's suppose we converted postal code to the hexadecimal string. You can see A5B4, this hexadecimal code, this integer that we had in the column postal code 42420 is being converted to the hexadecimal format. Okay, so you can perform any kind of conversion over here. Now the last type of function that remains are the conditional expression. Okay, 90% of the time you will work with the conditional expression, that if this then this, if this then this. So you can use if else, you can use if then else. There is a statement if. So let's suppose if my profit is greater than 0, then what I will do, positive, else I will return negative. So what I am doing, I am checking, rather than typing a expression if my profit is greater than 0 then positive, else if my profit is less than 0 then negative, and I use this expression. I use double if. It is saying if this expression evaluates to true, then return this, else return this. So I will add a column if over here. Let's have a look at different functions also. We have one more function, switch. Okay, compare values within a list of cases and return the corresponding result. What it will do, we have one condition, we have switch in between the value. So it will, according to the condition, it will switch the value. Okay, that is the use of this function. I will leave it up to you guys to explore it more. Let me just save this workflow for you guys. That's all in this video of functions. Guys, there are many tools that are not the part of basic Alteryx package, but they are developed by the community. So Alteryx community is very strong, and the developers work a lot to develop the new tools. Okay, so what I am saying, that in the developer community you will see the plethora of tools. These all are gray because they are not created by Alteryx, although they are included. And the one more reason is they all are macros. 95% of these tools are macros that just do the work for you. Okay, now out of this we're gonna work on the 4 tools in this video. Okay, and plus these 2 tools, the tour and the tour end. So if we talk about the dynamic input tool, let us start working on the dynamic input tool. Open example of it. It will take some time to load. I don't know guys why this is taking so long to load. Maybe the workflow is heavy. Now have a look at the description of this reporting on this dynamic input tool. So read input from the input file or databases at runtime using an incoming data stream to dynamically choose the data. Allow for dynamically generating queries. So when you have worked with the input tools, whether it is in database tool or whether it is normal input tool, have you ever noticed that the query is always static? The content that you read is always static. But what if you want to read the dynamic content? The dynamic content, I mean by dynamic content that I want to change my inputs. Okay, at runtime. I want to change my inputs at runtime. So how we gonna do this is using the dynamic input tool. It will allow us to generate the dynamic queries. The dynamically generated queries will be there. Okay. Now have a look at this part. It is saying me that in a directory, if you have a look at this tool, we have a directory tool. Okay, we are giving the path of the directory and file specification is co star.yxtb. What I am trying to tell over here is that have a look at this directory. So my directory will be something different because I changed the normal path. Okay, I will say just go to this directory. Okay, why my data is not there? Okay, sample data. Okay, I selected this directory and yep. So we are having file of name co-star.yxdb. This is all the directory tools. Have a look at this dynamic input tool. Have a look at the template. Okay, input data source template. So input data source template would be something like this, that I want to import co store file dash not.yxdb. Under this folder, let me just open the folder and you will find the same file. Sample data, sample data, date modified, and I'll search for okay, just allow me 1 minute. I'll search for you. You can have a look at this. We have CO store files. This CO store file north, CO store file south, CO store file west, and there must be any file. There is CO store file east. So we have 3 or 4 store file that contain the region wise segregation, and we are saying we have to read a list of data sources and the field is full path. The field is full path. Have a look at the execution of this first. Okay, so you'll be able to better understand. Let it execute for a minute or so. Now you can have a look at this. The output of a directory tool is full path. The output of a directory tool is full path. You give that full path inside this to read a list of data sources. The action is change the entire file path. What is happening? Every time you are reading a file inside this folder, you are changing the entire file path. So let's suppose we are having co store file east, co store file west. So at first time east is read, second time the entire file path is changed, the new file path field is being given, and we are reading the co store file north. Okay, you can modify the SQL also. You can add. I'll show you in a couple of seconds. I will show you, but just for now, have a look at this. It has read all of the output, all of the like input files, and you can see that co not file is there. Allow me just a second. Likewise, you have data from all of the co store file. The dynamicity in this is you can choose from various number of action. You can choose the entire file path. You can choose to change the table name and etc. Okay, and you can just give the template. This template is changing again and again. Okay, now the next question, replace the string in a SQL query. Here come the main dynamicity part. Okay, you are reading the file and you change the SQL query. Replace a specific string arvada. Okay, what we are doing, we are reading a file, master store file dash co.mdb. We are reading a file, and whenever we are encountering, see, there are some actions. This is the input file that you are reading over here. We want to modify the SQL query, although we are using the flat file, but it is being treated as SQL query inside Alteryx, and I want to replace a specific string. Okay, I have a SQL query, select star from stores where stores.city equals to arvada. I have a table, I have a sheet stores inside this workbook. Inside that workbook, I have a field called city which has values arvada. So what I am saying, I am replacing this text with the replacement field store number. Okay, I am replacing this with a store number. So you will see that whenever I get Arvada, okay, what error is coming over here? Error opening manually. Okay, what is happening? I am reading this file or put file name as file. I am reading this. Is this? Okay, okay. I have created two conditions. You can modify at least once. Okay. So what I did, I created this. Let's have a look at this one. What was created? Text to replace Arvada. The replacement text is city. Okay. So what we are doing, we are just finding the city and we are dynamically replacing the city. At first we are reading for Arvada. At second we are reading for maybe Washington. The third we are like finding the data for California. And when you execute this, now how the dynamicity is coming over here, it is modifying the query that is being sent to the database. If we are using replace a specific string, you can see that every time we are sending the text to the database, we are just updating our query with a city field. We are updating the query from a column that we have specified. Okay, so you'll be able to retrieve all of the records. You need not to hard code the record. Okay, now likewise you can update the where clause. Okay, you can update the where clause. Have a look at this. Pass replace a specific string to update a where is called is clause. You can update a stored procedure. You can update a like you can pass the field to the output. So what I am trying to tell you, using the dynamic input, you can read the multiple file. You can update a SQL query that has been showed to the database. You can update the where clause. That's all about the dynamic input. You cannot do this using the input tools. Okay. Now let us open a different example. No, I don't want to save it. Have a look at this example, dynamic rig. As the name suggests, a dynamic rename tool can rename any or all number of columns in a data stream. Now you will say that boss, I can use the rename tools only. I can use a rename tool. But can you use a rename tool to dynamically rename all of the column based upon the secondary input? Like I have my columns in input A, I have their new names in input B. Can you do this using a rename tool? No, no. You cannot do this using a rename tool. Even just let me check one thing. Just let me check something. I guess I got a little confused between yeah. So there is no rename tool. You can do all of the rename using select, but that was static renaming. I want to do a dynamic renaming. My first example is have a look at the data. Okay, have a look at this data. The customer ID, first name, last name, address, city, state, zip, this. Now, boss, you will say that I am using Excel. I can specifically use my first row as header. Why? Okay. If you use Excel, you can just use your first row as header. But what if you are having different out? What if I am having a SQL statement or maybe a JSON file or maybe a CSV file? I want to use my first field as a header. Okay. Now what you can do? You can just use the dynamic rename tool. Okay, and you can select the rename mode. You can select the rename mode. Take field name from the first row of data. You can take the field name from the first row of data. There are plethora of options that I'm gonna explain you again and again in the next 3-4 minutes, and I'll summarize it at the end. But have a look at this. You can rename your column and take the field name from first row of data. I selected all of the columns and have a look at this output. Now this output is taking the first row as the header. Here, the first row is the header. Now, can you rename using a formula? The question arises, can you rename using a formula? I have never seen the renaming using formula, but here in Alteryx we can do this using a formula. Have a look at this. This has left and right input. Have a look at this. The dynamic rename is is having the left and right input both, but the right input comes into picture. The right input comes into picture when we are just selecting the last four options. I will just give you some example of last four options, but here we are just renaming the first row of data, and we are just specifying the renaming based on the formula. Okay, so here I gave a formula that my formula is if my field name contains zip, okay, then current field underscore code. I guess code is there if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So what I am saying, if my current field contains the zip, the header contains the zip, rename it to zip underscore code. Okay. Else you can rename it to the current field. So you can have a look at the output of this tool. Have a look at this. I have zip and zip4 columns as the output here. As the output, I had zip and zip4 columns. But you can see while using a formula, I renamed these columns. Okay, and this formula will applied on every column that we have in the data. Every column that we have in our input will be applied this formula by default. But if you want to select some of the column which you don't want to apply the formula on, you can just select from the top. Okay, so the formula interface is just like the formula tool interface. You have variables, you have expression, but you have to mention. Okay, now add suffix and prefix and remove suffix and prefix, they were just the static option, but they are given the part of the renaming also. Okay, they are the static thing, they are not dynamic. Now have a look at this. We have this field 1 2 field 12. This is our left input and this is our right input. Our right input is having the current column name. It is having the correct column name. Okay. Now what I am saying that I have file 1, I have file 2. Okay. In file 1, boss, in file 1, I have all my columns as field 1, field 2, field 3, field 4. They don't have the column name. Okay. But my right input has column name. So what we are trying to do, that we are trying to match each column in file 1 with each column in file 2. The column 1 will be mapped to column 1 in file 2, column 2 will be mapped to column 2 in file 2, and likewise. So we are selecting the option take field name from the right input metadata. Let us pass this statement. Take field name in the left input from the right input metadata. Metadata is the column name basically. Okay. So this statement is saying that take the field name from the right input data, right input metadata. And when you execute this, have a look at this, the input, the left input now have the headers, but you should be very careful about the column order. I'll explain you why. You did two data set have the same column, the right input metadata can be used to name the data coming through the left input. I agree. Now careful about the column order, join and other tool may reorder them. Join and other tool may reorder them. Let's suppose I was having field 1 in the starting, but now I have field 1 in the 8th column. What this dynamic rename tool, it is just mapping column 1 with 1, column 2 with 2. So the mapping will be just useless. We have no use of it. Okay. Now let us take the next example. Take field name from the right input rows. Take field name from the right input name. Have a look at this. We have field 1 to field 10, 12. Have a look at this input. We have customer ID till customer name in the 12th column. Okay. 1 to 12 row, we have our column names. Now what we are specifying, take the field name from the right input rows. Till now you are taking it from the metadata. We are now taking it from the rows. And old field name from column old field name, from column, it is saying that in the left input, what you want to give the new column name, I am saying that use the positional name. My first will be the first row, second column will be matched to the second row, the third column will be matched to the third row. It is the meaning of the positional rename. Okay. Now what should be the new field name? I am saying that boss, new field name should be field 1. My new field name should be field 1. So that's happened over here. When I executed this workflow, it executed and the column 1 is mapped to row 1, column 2 is mapped to row 2, something like this. Now I would like you guys to explore the rest of the options. Okay. We have worked on the dynamic rename too. No, I don't want to save the changes. Now have a look at the dynamic select. So in the case of dynamic select tool, as the name suggests, you can dynamically select the columns. Right now you have to mention the static order, and sometimes it happens that you have to find the dynamic columns. You want to find the dynamic number of columns. So what we can do, we can use the dynamic select. Okay, have a look at this input. We have control R, this enterprise sales, commercial sales, other sales, number of year in current position, this. We are having the employer data, having his sales number, the join date, and etc. etc. Okay. Now you can dynamically select the field type. I am saying that boss only select the string and the variable string data type. Only select the string and the variable string data type. I executed this. Now you can see that we have only two columns, that is employee and manager, that are of string data type. So only these two columns are being selected. Okay. Now let us look at the second option. Just 1 second. Okay. Now it is saying that button shortcuts you can use. We are selecting the field type. We selected all. Now we are saying that boss, I don't want to include the spatial fields in my data. So you can just, okay, I don't want. So it's not like exclusion, it's just the selection. I only want numeric and string data type. Okay, you can just select one at a time. Okay, I select numeric, and if I want to have a look at the string data type also, you have to just select like this. You cannot select numeric and string both from here. So I can execute this. Now this is, you can select via a formula. So whenever there comes the formula in the picture, whenever formula comes in the picture, you got variable, function, and save expression. Now have a look at this. I want to find only, have a look at the input. We have 7 or 8 input fields. Now I want to just find out in my input, I only want to consider the field number 3, the field number 4, and field number 5. I want the field number 1, field number 2, and field number 5. So you can see there are fields over here. These fields are not actually the fields that are being present over here, that name, employee, something like this. These fields are the function, the name, the type, size, scale, source, something like this. They are just the function, they are not the original field. So I am saying field number. I am saying my field number should be 1 or field number should be 5. Why it is not getting proper? Allow me just 1 second. Field number should be equal to 5 or field number should be equal to 7. These three field numbers should be fixed with us. So you can have a look at the output. The field 1, field 3, and field 7 is being fixed. Field 1, field 5, and field 7 has been fixed. Okay. Now in the next statement, we can have a look at the, just allow me 1 second. Now I want to show you the use case of this tool. The use case of this option, select via formula. Let's suppose when we are working on a input file, and sometimes the column first comes as the name, the column third come as sometime name, and the column 10 sometimes comes as name. Now if I want to select my column, okay, if the standard select tool was used to select those columns, an error would occur if they ever rename a string. If they ever were renamed of a string, let's suppose my first name was there, I renamed it to name, and I have made a condition downstream that I want to select the first name column. Now first name column would not be there because I have renamed it. That is the use case of the selection using a formula. Now it is being dependent upon the field position, field number 1, field number 5, and field number 7. Whatever name can come, I am just selecting by making the formula tool, by making the expression. Okay, so that's the use of select tool, that dynamic select tool. So we have covered the dynamic input, dynamic rename, dynamic select. Now I want to use the dynamic replace. So boss, the dynamic replace tool quickly replaces data in the multiple column based on the expression or value. Now you might argue that I can replace a value using a formula tool, but that can be done using the multiple formulas. I don't want to do it. I just want to take the input, two inputs. I have input 1, control R. I have input 1, this field 1 that is containing 1 to 10. I have input 2, okay, that contains the formulas, okay. Now what I am saying that boss, I have the D input and the R input. The data in the D anchor get replaced by the data in the R anchor, okay. So this is our data, this is our replacement, this is our data, this is our replacement, and the value resulting from the expression is the O anchor. A summary of each data and replace combination is output via the S anchor. I will explain you how. We have this data, we have this. So what will happen when I am using the dynamic replace tool? So field 1, if greater than n equals to 5, if greater than equals to 5, it will replace by greater than 5. If less than equals to 5, it will be replaced by less than equals to 5. We have given the expression, and I am saying that boss, new field in the output should be new field, okay, new field, okay, sorry. So yeah, what's happening over here, what you want to work on, I am saying that my new field is new field that is being given, that is field 1, okay. Boolean expression field, if you want to check any expression, yeah, I want to check my expression using the expression tab, expression folder, sorry, tab and not folder, the expression formula. Expression is the formula you want to work on, which field is given in new field. So I am saying I want to work on new field. I have this expression. What should be the output? Output should be the value field. Output should be the value field from here. Okay. Now it is saying that keep original field types. Do you want to change the data type of the column that are being output? I am saying no, just keep the original field type. And you can see in the output, the field 1 is being replaced to different outputs, less than or equals to 5, greater than equals to 5. Okay. So now the summary of the dynamic replace tool is that in our input, we are replacing some values with some other values using the formula that are being specified in the different inputs, that are being specified in the R input. So it is saying that in the field 1, I have outputted this value, and the count of records I have outputted is 5. So there were total 10 records. I am saying that I replaced with this value in 5 rows, I replaced this value in 5 rows. So it's altogether 10. Now what it is happening over here, have a look at this expression. Now we are saying that field 1 minus 1 boolean expression is this, expression is this. So it is just doing the static stuff. It is just being appending the text to this, not appending even. What it is doing? Yeah, it is appending. It is doing append operation. Like each and every field will be appended with this text has been added to the input data, and this is the static stuff. So yep, that's all about these dynamic rename, dynamic select, input and replace tools. In this video, we're gonna work on the D2 tools and the VLOOKUP operation, how we can do the VLOOKUP simulation in Alteryx. So let me just find the developer tab. So yeah, we got the developer tab over here. We will work on the detour example. So as the name suggests, the detour is basically detouring. What do we mean by detouring? I will show you. Have a look at the description of this tool. This tool bypass a set of tools must end in output or detour end tool generally used for authoring or analytical app and macro. So first of all, this concept is belonging to the comments. So the first comment is detour, it must end in the detour end or output. Okay. Second, it will be used in parallel with macro. Okay. Public analytical app. Okay, let me just explain it. So what does these two things mean? Let's read this input. Okay, we have record ID, the points x1, y1, x2, y2. We have this. Okay, now let's suppose I do not want to take this example. I am creating my example and I am having the person wise age. Okay, the person wise age, there is input tool. This might take some time, so you have to stay with me for this. I am dragging a text input from here. I am dragging a text input from here, but it's not getting dragged. Okay, I drag. Let's suppose I am now my age is Akshay is there. Okay, and the age column. This is the name and this is the age column. Okay, 26, 20, 45, 32, 16, and let's suppose Akshay we have 17. Okay, and now we are creating app for checking the valid driving age. App for checking the valid driving age. Okay, this is, let me just specify it for once. Background, is it background or is it for background? No, it is text color. Okay, the text color should be white only. The background color should be this, and my text size should be a little more. I am saying that my text size should be equals to 15 or something like this. I am saying 16. So I get out of this, and this is an app for checking the valid driving range. Now in an app, we need an interface tool. I am just doing one question. I am using a checkbox, and checkbox is kind of question. It is asking you enter the text of question to be displayed. I am saying are you over 18? Yeah. Okay. If this checkbox is selected, I want to perform some operation. If it is not selected, I want to perform some different operation. So I want to just perform the different set of tools using the depending upon the checkbox is being selected or not. So I will make use of D2. What I will do, I will connect this tool. So my input to this tool is, my input to this tool is my input data only. And have a look at this. When we just connect this magnifier to this striking angle, striking arrow, we got this. This action had not, no. Okay. So I am saying that select an action type, update detour action from question default. So it is saying that if I am working with a question that I used in this checkbox, if I selected then detour it to the left or maybe detour it to the right, I'll configure it, but detour it anyhow. Okay. I am saying that if I select this workbox, I am by default detouring to left, but if this is selected, just detour to write, and I will write these two formula and one more formula and the detour end. I will explain you what's happening. That's a general kind of flow that is being followed by using the, what should I say, detour start and detour end tool. So what I am saying that if my age is greater than 16, then I will create a new column, add a column valid for driving. Okay, if age greater than 18, then can drive and okay. If age greater than 80, then can drive. Okay, and of if else not drive, and of if. So this is a general expression. I am saying ki age greater than 18, you can drive, else not. The same expression can be typed over here, but what's the catch? Not drive. Okay, I want to create the two different column, one drive and one not drive. Okay, so what I am saying that boss else condition should be null over here, and here less than equals to 18 can't drive, less than 18 can't drive, greater than equals to 18 can drive. These are the two direction of the workflow, and they just end it into a detour end. So what does detour end does? It just combine your both output, the workflow or the output of both the streams, the right stream and the left stream. L means left stream, R means right stream. This just combine your stream and give you the some consolidated output. So I will say browse tool. I will use browse tool and just try to execute this workflow once. I'm saying are you over 18? Yes, finish. Let me just check if there is error or not. Okay, we are not having any output file because we have not specified. I will use Control Alt D, the interface designer. I will do the setting. I am saying that open this file when I am successfully executed the workflow. When I have successfully executed the workflow, just show me this file. And when we have executed the workflow, okay, I have not done the app. Are you over 18? I said yes, finish. Oh, you can see there is one thing, the drive and not drive column. Okay, so what, have a look at this. This is the output column that has been generated. The not drive column has been generated. And why? I'm just telling you why. Okay, the default direction for this was, detour to the right, detour to the right. Okay, have a look at the description. I just told you the reverse. If I check this, it will go to right. If I doesn't check this, it will go to left. So if I just deselect it and let's have a look at this, what should happen? This action should do what? Okay, we just reversed. So this should have been something like this. I will execute R1 18. Yes, I selected. So that is an I guess this will generated a wrong column. You have to have the left as the false and the right as the correct. Okay, so we can just reverse the direction, and we got to know that we can update the direction of the detour using the interface tools. Okay, now the next question arises is how we can do the VLOOKUP and append operation in Alteryx. I'll just say that first. Allow me 1 second, guys. G2 it is. Now I want to do the VLOOKUP operation in Alteryx. So to do the VLOOKUP operation, we just need two data sets. The first data set will contain the records. The second data set will contain the lookup values, and we will look up the values in our primary data source. I'll explain you in a bit. So let's suppose we have two data sets. The data set 1 is the normal set data set that contain a sales number. Data set 2 is the data set that contain the lookup value of the sales representative. Allow me just 10-15 seconds, guys. Have a look at this. Okay, we have this data with us, first name, last name, concatenate the first name and last name. Okay, and we have first name and last name column over here also. Let me just try to explain you through the snapshot. The first thing to remember while we are using the VLOOKUP function is that the value should be mutually exclusive. Here you can see if I VLOOKUP on the basis of first name only, then we have two Angelina. I don't know which Angelina is matching correct over here. So first we need to do, we need to find a correct field, the unique identifier. So we can combine first name and last name. Okay, we can combine the first name and the last name. The second requirement is that we have to have the data sorted in our primary input. We have to have the data sorted in our primary input. So this data should be sorted. Okay. So we sorted this data. We have this data set also. Like we can use VLOOKUP function over here in Excel. We can do the same thing using the find and replace. Okay. We can do the same thing using the find and replace. Let me just explain you how. Let me open an example of find and replace. Try to execute this workflow. So we have this first data set that contains the transaction ID, date, account holder, amount. Okay. The second thing is this, the word and replacement. The word and replacement. Now what we are doing, we are relooking up the word and just doing the replacement. Now this find replace is used in many ways. There is a specific use case where we can do the VLOOKUP operation. So have a look at this. Find the beginning of a field, any part of the field, and entire field. We will say entire field. Okay, that's how VLOOKUP will work. We will find the entire field. The entire field name is word over here. So let's hypothetically assume this word is now. Okay. Let's suppose we have only one data. I have to delete this rows, and I again delete it. Okay, Pranav has to be replaced by Pranav. Garg. The second thing is here we need to have the account holder name. So let's suppose I just gave my name to be Pranav. First, you have to sort the data. You have to use a sort icon, and you will sort by the name ascending. Control R. Okay. So when you are using find and replace and you are just finding entire field. So what I'm doing, I am finding the Pranav word inside the account holder name. The moment I got Pranav in my primary data source, that is account holder name, I will replace it with my full word, that is a replacement. So this is what is happening. In VLOOKUP also what we do, we vertically look up our value in the primary data source and then just replace it by some value in the VLOOKUP. So that's how we are doing it. Let us just go to the example data set now. There is one more way to perform a VLOOKUP operation. We can simply join the tools. Okay, we can just simply join the tool on the basis of the matching field, and we can get the necessary field from our secondary data source. Okay, so you can go to this article and have a look at how Alteryx VLOOKUP works. You just need to do what you need to type Alteryx VLOOKUP. So the first link you are getting, the very first link you are getting, just open it and try to replicate this. Okay, try to replicate this. Now let us go to our indexes and let us see what else is left for the day. Loading while left. So we have completed this today. D2 we have completed. We have completed VLOOKUP. Now we are left with the append, basic VLOOKUP and append also. Now here have a look at this option. The append is of two types. You can append the record like this. Okay, you can append the record like this. I will tell you replacement, and I execute this. So this append is a little different from the append operation that I have done. I have just appended our replacement text, but when we use the append operation, it just appends all of the records against all of the records, not selective append is there. Okay, I'll show you what is the difference between this. I told you that append is example. Open the example first. You can have a look at this. Control R. The source is this, and the target is, so you can append only with, like, the number of records will be duplicated. It's just like duplicating the record, but this append is different. It just first do VLOOKUP and then append. It is not just appending randomly. Okay, it is not just appending randomly. It is first doing the matching and then appending. So this is the basic difference between both of this. So which tool is not the part of preparation tool? I guess it's quite straightforward, but you will get to know this while you are working at least 4 or 5 months in Alteryx. Let's suppose, yep, sample tool is there, join tool is there, unique tool is there, and formula tool is there. See, all these are tool in Alteryx, but you should remember what are the part of preparation tools. The preparation tools are only the sample tool, unique tool, and the formula tool. The join tool is the part join operations. Okay, so let us jump to the next question. What is are the choices in select record tool configured? Okay, now let us go to the select record tool. Okay, we will go to the select record tool. What are the options? They are none of the options. I just made it deliberately that you guys will get a little confused between the select record and the sample. If I change it to sample, now you will feel this question is pretty straightforward. Okay, now I will make it to sample. Now you have all of the options: first n rows, last n rows, skip first n rows, one in every n row. Have a look at this. Skip first n rows, first n% of rows, select arrange. No, we don't have select arrange option in here. We have select arrange option in the select record tool, but not in the sample tool. Okay, now let us go to a different question. Is grouping possible in the tile tool? Yep, the grouping is possible in the tile tool. We will go here, and how grouping is possible in tile tool. See, you might get confused in on this, that tiling tool is itself a grouping tool. So why would there be an option in the tile tool to group? But it might happen that you have a category A, B, and C. Within that category, you have subcategories. So you want to create the tiles within a category, like 3 tiles in category A, 3 tiles in category B, 3 tiles in category C. So that's why the grouping option is being given in the tile tool. I guess I'm clear. So the answer for this is, okay, let me write down the answer for you guys too. So the answer is A, comma, C, comma, D for this. For this, the answer is A, comma, B, and the answer of this is true. Now let us move to the next set of questions. Which multi-tools are available in Alteryx? Multi-tool is we can perform operation on multiple rows, multiple column, multiple field, multiple criteria, something like this. So we have multiple sample tool. No, we do not have multiple sample tool. We cannot create multiple sample at once. We will create one sample at one time. For that, we have sample tool and sample record tool. We cannot create multiple sample. Yes, you can using the create samples, but they are different. They are not just one output. You cannot do something like this from an input tool. You cannot do like 1 to 10, 100 to 200, and 300 to 500 records. You can just give one criteria. Okay, the multiple field binning tool. Yeah, we have multi field binning tool. The multi-row formula I explained a lot of time. Multi-data type formula, there is nothing like multi-data type formula. Okay. The next question is a little interesting one. Which of these tools have multiple out stream in Alteryx preparation tool? Okay. Let me just write down the answer of this. We do not have multi-sample formula. Yeah, we have multiple field billing formula, multi-field billing formula. The multi-row formula too. We do not have D option. So which of these tools have multiple out stream in Alteryx preparation tool? Okay, let us have a look at this. See, this question is very difficult. You have to remember each and every tool to figure out what are the multiple output tool option. The unique tool, yeah, we have multiple output stream. We have U stream, we have D stream. U give the unique record, D give the duplicate record. In filter tool, yes, we set a condition, we get the true stream and we get the false stream. So yeah, multiple stream in both A and B. Create sample, yeah. In create sample tool, we have three different samples, E, V, and H. Evaluation sample, validation sample, and H is holdout sample. Okay. So this the option, the correct answer for this is D, all of the above. Now let us move to a different tool. Which tools can change data type or alter existing column in Alteryx? Again, this is a good question. Which tool can change data type or have a look at this question, or alter existing column in Alteryx? So select tool. Can you use select tool to alter the data type or to alter the column? Yeah, we can use select tool. The multi-row formula tool. Yeah, we can use to alter the existing columns. I'll show you how. The multiple row formula tool. There is an option that comes over here, update the existing field. So yeah, you can alter the existing field. The third option is unique tool. We cannot change the data type or we cannot alter the existing column in the unique tool. Okay. And filter all tool. Is there any tool of filter all type? No, there is no tool of filter all. So the answer to this question is A, comma B. So guys, there is one more thing that I want to explain you that I forgot to explain, or that was not the part of the agenda. I'll insert a row. The sample tool, the select record tool. So we will cover it today, and we were covering this today too. Okay. So I have covered this part. Make it control D. It's completed. The select record tool. Okay. Let us have a look at this. Please have a select specific records and or ranges of record including discontinuous ranges, useful for troubleshooting and sampling. So control R, and let us just limit the number of records to 100. Okay, we want to have a look at the row 5 to row 10, row 20 to row 40, and rows 80 onwards. Okay, now let us execute this. Parse error, add character 1, parse error. Okay, now let us have a look at this. Okay. So when I executed this in the starting, make sure guys you are typing the correct ranges. Okay, there are no white space or no space in between. Control R. This might happen that your walkthrough might fail if there are spaces between them. So 5 to 10, you can have a look at this. 5 to 10, we are having 5 records here. We are having 40 records here. Sorry, 20 records here. 20 and 5, 25, and 80 plus. So 19 record here. 44 records should be there. But I guess there is some issue. Just give me a second. No, guys, I figured out the error. Control R. Now let us execute this workflow. You can have a look at this 43. How 43 is coming? Because it is just taking the one row from this output. It is not taking the range. Okay. So while we give the range, make sure there are no spaces. No spaces. So it gives you 5 to 10, the inclusive range. So the row number is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 6 records returned from this. 20 to 40, we are returning the 21 records, 21 plus 6, 27. And 80 plus, we are returning the 20 records from there. Okay. 81 to 100, we are returning the 20 records. So the total number of records sum up to 48, and you can have a look at this. It is showing the 48 records. What are the output from the join tools? I mean, that's very simple, and 90% of you will be able to answer this, but that comes in the certification sometime. What are the output from the join tool? L, X, J, and R. These are the 4 outputs from the join tools. No, X output is not present in our join tool. The next question is there any limitation of joining the tables in the join multiple tool? No, there are no limitation of joining the table from the join multiple tool. The third question is which tool can perform the VLOOKUP operation in Alteryx? You guys need to think of it, and you guys need to have fair idea of working in join tools to answer this question. So the VLOOKUP operation is being performed by the find and replace tool. Okay, append tool just appends, select tool selects, filter will filter the data, but the find replace tool will find the data in the source file and will replace it in the target file. So the answer is B. What all operation the find tool can perform? Find replace tool can perform. This is again the tricky question. What all operation the find replace tool can perform, and have a look at the choices. So what we will do, we will drag the find replace tool. Okay, find and replace. Now have a look at the configuration of this tool. Beginning of field, any part of the field, entire field. Okay, so you must be clear at this point only that what all operation we can perform. Replace the starting of the string with the specified text. Replace whole string with column in the source data set. So yeah, A operation we can perform. B operation you can perform, very well perform the B operation. Replace found text with value, and you will specify the name of the column over here. The third option is replace character from anywhere in the string. Yeah, you can replace the character from anywhere in the string. That is the default functionality of find replace tool. So the answer to this question will be all of the above. So the answer of this is, just hold on for a second. The answer to this question is, I'll not answer it over here because you guys otherwise will be confused. So the first has answer of A, comma, C, comma, D. The second has answer A, that is true. The third has answer of B, and the fourth has answer D. Tool are the part of the transform tools. Select tool? No, we don't have select tool under the transform tool. We have select tool under the preparation tool. The second option is pivot tool. We don't have pivot tool even as a option. There is no pivot tool in Alteryx. Yeah, cross tab tool is there. Cross tab tool is the part of transform tools. The transpose tool is the part of transpose tool. So the correct option is C and D. The second question is how many column will be in output of the count record tool? Let us have a look at it. There will always be only one record outputted from the count record tool, that is the count of rows. Even this tool doesn't require any configuration. This is a macro developed by Alteryx. I'll explain you what is a macro later during the videos, but this is a macro which is developed. It just counts the number of records. Moving to the next question. So the answer is A. Which all operation can you perform in the summarize tool, not in the summary tool? It is the summarize tool. So obviously you can perform group by. You can perform running total. No, you cannot perform the running total in the summarize. I kept it deliberately. If you have a look at the summarize tool over here, have a look at the spend. Can you perform a running total? I cannot see any option that is running total over here. There is a workaround to do the running total, but there is no direct operation. You cannot create the running total by just using the summarize. So B is not the answer. C, average, yes, you can do. D, count of null you can do for the string option. So the answer to this question is A, comma, C, comma, D. Are transpose and cross tab vice versa of each other? Yes, they are vice versa of each other. I told you in the very starting of the transform section video. Which all tool can perform the transform operation with grouping? Can perform the transform operation. We are not talking about transpose. We are talking about transform operations with grouping. Can it be done using the arrange tool? Let us have a look at this. We will drag the arrange tool over here. Is there any grouping option over here? Yeah, there is grouping option. Key field is not just group. The name is not group, but it is the grouping field. So yeah, arrange has it. The cross tab. Let us have a look at the cross tab tool. Okay, the cross tab tool does. Just let the configuration loaded. I'll explain you. Whatever is in the group column field is basically treated as the grouping. Group data by these values. Okay, whatever field will select in this will be the part of grouping. Now let us move to the other option. Summarize. Yes, you can perform the summarize operations. Running totals. Okay, if we talk about the running total tool, yeah, you can use the grouping. You can create the running total for the groups. Have a look at here the configuration of this tool. You can group by customer ID, city, etc., and you can create the running total. So the answer to this question will be all of them. A answer is E. Now here comes the next question. What are the different in database tool available to us? Okay. The tile in DB is not available to us because the tiling option is only available in the normal tools. Either you can do one thing, you can work with the formula and you can just create the ranking and then tile your input. Okay, that there is no certain direct option to have a work on tiling data. The second thing is union in DB. Yeah, we have union in DB to union the data, but the limitation of this is it will union auto config by position and auto config by name. You cannot manually configure the field. Okay, cannot manually configure, but we have see select in DB. Yeah, we have select in DB option. The transpose in DB, no, we do not have transpose in DB option available to us. Okay, so the correct answer to this question is we have union in DB, we have select in DB. We do not have tile in DB and transpose in DB. So B and C is the correct answer of this. Now the next question is which of the following tool can reduce the number of records in the workflow? So to reduce the number of records in a workflow, we will have to put in certain condition. Okay, and how you can do? You can put the certain condition using the filter in DB. Using the filter in DB tool, you can put in the certain condition to filter the record, so it will reduce the number of record in the workflow. Second, you can also use the select in DB, but select in DB will rename the records, will select the columns. It will not reduce the number of record. The number of record will come as it is. Okay, so select in DB cannot be a option to reduce the number of records in a workflow. Yeah, you can use very well the sample in DB. So sample in DB does what? It will take one record, 100 record, and whatever record, like whatever you will mention in n, it will take that many of records. Let's suppose we are going over here. Okay, and we will look at sample in DB. So you can mention the number of record to sample or the percent of record to sample. So the answer to this question is B and C. Again, B and C, the answer is there. Now, what are the different options that are available in right in DB tool? Okay, so the different option that are available under this is first, yeah, we can create a temporary table for our purpose. Okay, let's suppose you want to create a temporary table for the for the joining purpose only, for the filtering purpose only. Then yeah, we can very well do this using the temporary table. The second thing is append record to the table. Yeah, we can very well do that. We can append the records to the table if we are having the existing table and we are getting the new table, but the only condition is the number of columns should be same, the name of the column should be same. You can very well drop and recreate the table. Okay, in that case nothing, no condition should be there. You can drop and you can recreate. If you have to overwrite a table, okay, if you have to overwrite a table, what you can do, let's look at this. Okay, let it load. If you have to overwrite the table, is there any option of overwriting the table? Yeah, you can overwrite a table drop. Okay, so we can say that we have all of the options available over here. To answer to the first question is, allow me just 2 seconds. So answer to the, and the third question is E. What are the different actions available in the action tool? What are the different type of action available in the action tool? So the first one is update formula. Okay, yeah, we got update formula. Update cells, yep, we got update cells. Update value with formula, yep, we got it. Have a look at this. There are always the if and but. Let me create the action tool for these 4 tools. Okay, let me create a action tool for these 4. And have a look at this. So for drop down, the action is update cell, update value with formula, update select with multi-select list box. Okay, this is the additional option. The second tool we are talking about, the list box. You can see that only 4 things are available. Update value with formula, update cell is not available. Now talking about numeric up down, here you will find update value, update create area radius. So the fourth option is correct in this MCQ. That it depends upon the interface tool we have dragged, what option we get in the actions. Okay, what option we get in the action depend upon the tool that we have dragged. So the answer is D. Allow me just 2 seconds. We'll move to different question. What are the different interface tool available? We have the list box. We don't have action box. You cannot have an action box. We just have action. Okay, the control parameter we are having and the radio button we are having. So the answer to this question is again A, comma C, comma D. Okay, now let us move to the other questions. What are the different type of macros available to us? So I guess I have repeated this question again and again a lot of time because this is most asked in the interview. Okay, so we have location optimizer, we have batch, we have iterate. So the answer is all of above. The D, we have 4 type of macro. Even one is missing over here, the standard macro. What if we have added the analytical app over here? Then the answer would be analytical app is not a macro, it's an app. Okay, now the next question is, what are the various layouts available in the Alteryx interface design? Okay, so we have debug window, we have layout window, but update sample window is not there. Okay, so we will have the output as A and C. Now the other question is, what are the maximum number of places that we can use a macro? So we can use the macro any number of times. There are not the maximum number of places. Is it true that a macro increases the the running time? Is it true the macro increases the workflow runtime? No, it is not true that a macro increases the workflow runtime. It is even lesser to use the macros because we have certain set of operations standardized, and we can always create a macro to optimize the workflow, never to increase the performance time. So answer to this is we have A. we have C. Okay. Now the answer to this is we have D any number of time, and the last one is no. So that's all about this video.
Hello everyone. Interview questions about the working of Alteryx. What is Alteryx? How it works? So these all kind of questions we're gonna cover. What are the different component of Alteryx? So let us start with the first question. What is Alteryx? It is basically very low level of question, but it can be asked in the interview. What is Alteryx and for what purpose we have used it? There is no standard answer for it, but what we can say that it is a driving data analytics tool that would help to retrieve any volume of the data by developing the workflows. So it is very simple and we can do it in a very automated way. There can be many answers of it. It can be a predictive analytics tool, it can be a split analysis tool, and this might be the case that an interviewer might ask you what are the various scenarios that you encountered while working with Alteryx. We're going to cover these scenarios at the end of this topic. So why do you use the Alteryx tool? Because it is very easy to deploy, it is very easy to develop the workflows in that, and it gives us very quick results. So why not we are using the different tools in the market like Informatica and Talent? There are many ETL tools. Why the Alteryx is superior to all of those tools? First reason is it is very easily learnable. The UI of Alteryx is very good and you can relate to your SQL a lot. Let's suppose the input tool. Input tool tell you that you will take the inputs from SQL or the flat file. The second thing is output tool. The name suggests that it will write. The join tool, it suggests that it will join. But in the other tools, the tool are not that straightforward. In some languages, it might be group. In some languages, it might be anything else. The second reason why we are using this, because it does the spatial analysis. No other tool in the market perform the spatial analysis like Alteryx does right now. It will help you find the possible location where you can deliver your goods at. Let's suppose I'm sitting at my home right now. By using the spatial analysis feature, we can find how many points are in our proximity of 100 kilometers. So this much of capabilities we have in Alteryx. The third thing is it is no code. It is no code tool. Like you don't have to write any code in Alteryx. In other tool, it might happen that you have to write the small scripts. Like if we talk about 9, if we talk about Talent, we write some or a little bit of script in this. But in Alteryx, we do not use this. So this might be the answer of your question. The third question is, what is Alteryx Server? See, this question is asked a lot in the interviews because most of the people have worked in code designer. Like what I will be teaching you is most of the things will be pertaining to the code designer. But there is a limitation in designer. You cannot schedule, you cannot version control, you cannot share the workflow. So all these three features that I take name of, the sharing part, the collaboration part, the scheduling part, and the version control part, all of these take place in Alteryx Server. And apart from all of this, everything takes place in Alteryx Designer. And the Alteryx Server is hosted on a web location on a web server. It is not locally available to us. So if someone asks you, is it Alteryx Server local to the workstation? No, it is not local to the workstation. Now let us move to the other question. The interviewer might ask you, explain some of the most important feature of Alteryx. I'm talking about Alteryx input tools. The input and output. We can access data from any location, any possible location. It may be SharePoint, it may be a local system, it might be cloud, it might be web scraping kind of data. The second thing is you can similarly write the output to any kind of location. So this is pertaining to only the input tools. And as and when we will move To the other question, I'll explain you the different features of Alteryx. So the question might be asked that what are the different file formats that are being supported in Alteryx? So let us open Alteryx and have a look at what all different data sources we have in Alteryx. It might take a minute to start up the Alteryx, so let us wait till then. So Alteryx is started. Let's have a look at input tools. So let us drag the input tool over here and go to these options. So the major files that are supported is the first one is Alteryx database file, the YXDB format. In this, you can store data in the Alteryx suitable way of interpreting it. The first thing is that. The second major file is CSV file, the comma separated file you can interpret. The third file is ClickSense file or ClickView file. Let's suppose you are using a reporting tool that is ClickView in your Alteryx. So you have exported a table using ClickView. You can use QVX file to interpret data. You can use a JSON file. So most of the web data comes through the JSON file. So you can web scrape the data using that file. The fifth file will be obviously the Microsoft Excel file. We can input Microsoft Excel or the Excel binary file. We can even import the macro enabled file. The fifth file will be the type Tableau hyper data extract file. So Tableau generates a hyper file, like the data is being used in a hyper format. So we can use that file also. The zip file obviously we can use. We can use any other file, .txt file, .log file if we are having any log data and we want to analyze where we are lagging somewhere. So we can use that. Guys, one more thing I want to explain you over here is Alteryx gallery. We have not added any gallery. So what is Alteryx gallery? Alteryx gallery is your organization platform where you will host your data, where you will host your workflow. So let's suppose I click on add a gallery option. What it will do? It will ask the URL of your gallery. Right now, we don't have any URL, we don't have any Alteryx server in our system, but let me try to connect the common Alteryx gallery. So guys, we'll go to Alteryx gallery and add a gallery. So have a look at this. HTTPS gallery.alteryx.com. So it is the common gallery of Alteryx. Anyone can access it. While you create your account in Alteryx, it will by default give you access of Alteryx gallery. So I have deliberately typed this. A connection to this server has already been added. So while you install Alteryx, you get connection to this gallery by default. Where you can check this, just close this file. You can open workflow and you can go to add Alteryx gallery. So here Alteryx is trying to make a connection to this. It will pop up. It will first ask your credentials. So just enter your credentials, whatever credentials you have used to create account on Alteryx. I will keep myself logged in and connect. It might take a couple of seconds to get me logged in. So we have logged into Alteryx gallery. Now have a look at this. So Alteryx gallery is a common platform where a lot of Alteryx users just host their workflow. Let's suppose we talk about Aaron Harcher. So what he has done, he has added an analytical app and iterative macro. The location is public gallery. If we talk about the file converter today, it is an app that converts file from one format to another. So this is the Alteryx gallery, and here you will find app, the workflow, the data set, anything you want to find. So if you want to have a look at workflows only, just go to workflow. If you want to have a look at macros, you can go to macro section. This macro and app section, I'll explain you what are the macro and apps, but just a high level overview. Macros are a reusable kind of tool, the reusable kind of stuff in Alteryx, and app is the analytical app that has a user interface. It will prompt user for the inputs, and you can enter anything. So this is Alteryx gallery. Now this is all location. By default, Alteryx give you a private studio. So 1 year ago, I created a workflow writing of data to the database. I have added that to my private studio, so we can access data from there also. The public gallery is basically the all location plus your private studio. See guys, your private studio, as the name suggests, is private to you. No one else can access your private studio, even if you are using the gallery option, the public gallery of Alteryx. And there might be the case that users have shared a workflow with you. Right now, I don't have any, but might be the case the user have shared workflow with you. So this is all about Alteryx gallery. I'll cancel this. I explain you about the files. What are the different type of database that is being supported in Alteryx, and have you connected to any database ever in Alteryx? So this question encountered a lot of time in the interviews because they want to check whether you have connected to a database or not, or you have just connected to the flat files. So you can just go back to my SQL Server videos and give them explanation that we have connected to SQL Server, and how we connect to a SQL Server is we just create a quick connection, maybe ODBC, and OLEDB is a new type of data source that is being used nowadays. The JDBC has been disconnected or discontinued. And talking about the different databases that we can connect to Adobe Analytics, we can connect to Redshift, we can connect to MongoDB, the SharePoint, and any database you name, it is there. Or even if there are no options to connect to a database, no specific name option, what you can do, you can use a generic ODBC and OLEDB connection. Let's suppose I will take any fancy name, the ClickStream data source. The ClickStream is a click tool. We want to connect to that data. That is the ODBC connection. So we can use the generic ODBC connection in that case. So you can have a look at this in detail. So let us move to a different question. Is there any limit on the number of rows and column retrieved from Alteryx? We are talking about the databases over here, not the flat files. So is there any limitation that you can retrieve this much of rows and this much of columns only? While there are no limitation on the number of rows retrieved in Alteryx, but there is a catch. You can only read the data up to 2 GB in a single cell. What I mean to say, in a column, you can read up to only 2 GB of data. And if we talk about the columns, there are load limitation on the number of columns. You can read any number of columns in Alteryx. So moving to the next question, can you write the table in a database using Alteryx? If yes, which tool will you use and what will be the configuration of it? So the answer to this question is pretty straightforward. Yes, first we can write the data in the database. The second, we will use the output tool. And the third is we will use the output to our database. And what will be the configuration of a tool? Depending upon the table. If you have table existing, you can use the create new append to the table. If you don't have the table, you can create a new table depending upon the usage. That I will cover in the next question. So which third operation in a database you can perform in Alteryx? So guys, third operation in SQL is create, read, update, and delete. Can you perform all of these operations in Alteryx? Yeah, we can perform all of these operations in Alteryx. Read operation, I told you that it can be done using the input tool option. The second thing is the read. Oh, sorry, create. Yeah, you can create. I just explained in the previous question, you can create a new table. View is update. I'll show you update option. So let's suppose output data, and See guys, I'm practically explaining you because I want you to be properly trained in Alteryx, and there should be no doubt whatsoever. So remember, we have created a SQL Server 2 connection in our videos. So we will go over here a little faster. We will test run connection. It is successfully tested, and then we will go and OK. Okay. So here is the C operation, the create operation. Now the update operation. The update operation is update one of the update for failure, one error on update failure. Okay, and append existing. So these are the update operations. Delete, yeah, we can delete also. Delete data and append. Override table drop. So this option will drop a table and then create it again. So just we can create all of the third operations. Now moving to the next question, can you do the web scraping of data in Alteryx? Yeah, definitely we can do the web scraping of data in Alteryx. You can use any of the JSON file and you can connect to any of the website and then scrape the data. How will you read the files present in a directory in Alteryx? So guys, I told you that you can read the file present in the directory in Alteryx. You can search subdirectory, and you can also do this using the directory tool. It will retrieve all of the file paths pertaining to a directory, and then using the input tool, you can take the directory name and read the files from there. I will leave up to you to explore this kind of stuff, and you will find a solution on Alteryx Gallery. If you're stuck somewhere, just let me know. So the next question is, what is the configuration pane? The configuration pane. So I guess I explained it quite well. Let me take this topic again. Yeah, the configuration pane tells you all about the configuration of a tool and the configuration of your workflow. The second thing is, yeah, configuration pane. The configuration pane is different for a tool and different for the workflow. Why it is different? Because there might be certain thing that you want to implement all over the workflow, like annotations. I want to show annotations for all of the tools, not just a single tool. You want to have the runtime errors. If there are any errors encountered, do you want to show them in a workflow or not? You can trigger many of the events from here. And there might be configuration specific to a tool. So this is quite important question, and we'll move to the next question. What will you do if your data start at row number 30 in Excel? Okay, what I'm trying to ask over here, or the interviewer is trying to ask over here, is yeah, we'll connect to a sample SQL file. Unable to read this file. Okay, cancel this and let me open a different file. Files, look the file. I will go to ABC cells, just any random file. What if your data is start at the row number 30? So what if your data start at row number 30? Just simple thing. Start data import at row number 30.
What is the difference between the unique tool and the filter tool? So basically, this question is answered to confuse you guys between the usage of these two tools. As the name suggests, the filter tool will just filter out the records depending upon any condition. So you can perform filtering on the integer field, string field, boolean field, or any field, and you have to give a condition. But what is the usage of the unique tool? In the case of unique tool, you will be given an input, and you can have the records. So in case of unique tool, you will be getting the two different stream from the input from the output slots. So unique tool will consider, let's suppose there are 100 records, so and the 20 records are duplicating, so it will be returning the 20 records from the U output of the field, and from the D output of the tool, and 80 records from the U output of a tool. So let me show you practically, just an overview. I'll search for the unique tool. It's taking a couple of seconds to search for the tool because there is just hold on for a second. The unique tool is present at the very end, and you can see there are two outputs, U and D, U for unique records and D for duplicates record. It will be taking input from any file. Let us move to different questions. Can formula tool work on the multiple stream of data? What I mean by multiple stream of data, can formula tool take inputs from 5 or 6 different files? Let us have a formula tool dragged in our sheet, and we want to connect the multiple inputs from the formula tool. Nope, we cannot select a criteria that is dependent upon the multiple field to formula to filter. So we can only just take the input from a single tool. Now moving to the next question. What is multiple field binning tool? So there are three different type of multi tools: the multi-field tool, the multi-row tool, and the multi-field binning tool. So I am asking, what is multi-field binning tool? As the name suggests, it will bin the data. It will create the slots of the data depending upon any condition, and it can create the slots or the batches of data depending upon the multiple fields. As the name suggests, multiple field binning. So let's suppose we have a data and we want to create the multiple field binning. So we can create bin on the basis of, okay, this data is not having the numeric fields. So let's suppose we have numeric fields in our data, and we can create the field depending upon the multiple numeric field of data. The other question might be asked from you that, can we create the bins depending upon the string data? So the answer to this question is a strict no. We can only consider the numeric field while considering the binning. The next question, what is the difference in select, sample, and random sample tool? So basically these three different type of tool are mostly used to select the data. They are not just performing any operation. They are not performing the filtering. They are not performing the formulas. They are just help you reducing the data. Okay, so let us go to the first tool, the select tool. The work of select tool is first to rename the field. Second, to reduce the number of column that will be injected in our workflow. And the third thing is to give the description. So all three you can see here. Select, we'll go to select, yep, select. And you can see it will show error because this is, see, the first operation I told you that we can typecast. We can change the type of our column. Secondly, we can change the size of our column. The third thing is we can rename our column. And the fourth thing is we can describe our column. The fifth thing is we can shortlist our column that we need to select. Okay, these are 5 different type of operation that can be performed using a select tool. Now coming upon the second tool, which is sample tool. So sample tool, there is only one work of the sample tool to reduce the data. It cannot change your data type. It cannot uh, reduce the size. It will just filter out the tools. Okay, filter out the records. So let us have a look at this. The sample tool will just filter out record the first n rows and then n rows, skip first n rows. And many different operation are there. The third thing is the random sample. Now everything in the sample tool was fixed as in first n rows, last n rows, skip first n rows, one in every n rows. So we were giving the criteria to filter out our data, to sample our data. But in the random sample tool, we do not have any criteria. It is just total random selection of the tool, random n records and random n% of records. So these three tools are similar yet altogether different. The one operation these all three tool can perform, it will reduce our data. Okay. So let us move to our different set of question now. Is there any way you can change the data type and size of a column? Yeah, I just explained you in the previous scenario only. We can reduce the data size and the data type we can change by using the select tool only. We can use the select tool to do this operation. Can you tell me the practical scenarios of using the multiple row formula? Yeah, let me give you a scenario. This is scenario based question. Multi-row formula is a scenario based tool. I will give you a scenario. Can you generate the ranks using the normal formula? No, we cannot generate the rank, because for generating a rank, we need to refer the other rows to. We need to measure the relativity. So we can perform the rank operation using the multiple row formula tool. Second tool is can you create the running total without using the summarize tool? Yeah, we can create the running total without using the summarize tool. We can sort the records, we can group the records first, and then we can use the multiple row formula to create the running sum. Can we update the existing sales with the last 3 months running average of sales? So let's suppose we have the data of sales in the city-wise sales for each and every month. Can we replace the existing sales with the 3 months of running average? So the question will be this much only. You have to remember in mind that yeah, we can do it using the multiple row formula. Now the interviewer might ask you, how you gonna refer back to the last 3 months? Okay, so there is one option you can refer back to the num rows. Using num rows, you can refer back to any number of rows. The second thing is, have a look at this. Can you update our existing sales? You have to update the existing sales. You cannot I mean, you can create a new column also, but you don't have to create in this scenario. You just want to update the existing sales with the last 3 months running average of sales. So yeah, the answer is multi-row formula. I want to select the number of record from 100 to 1000. Can you tell me the 3 different ways of doing it? First, by combination of record ID and filter tool. The second is using the limit options in input with import data at line. The third option is, can you tell me what will be the third option? Just a hint, it is in the preparation tools only. So guys, the third option is the select records tool. Okay, you can select any number of numeric ranges of records to return. So I want to select the row number 100 2000. Okay, sorry, we don't want to include 100. We want to include 101 till 1000. Control R, and you can have a look at this. There are 900 record display. So the first option is this. The second option is, obviously, I explained you the record ID tool. And in parallel with this filter tool, you can select the record ID greater than 100 and record ID less than 1000, 01. Control R. So I show you the two different ways. You can see that 900 records are returned from this tool. 900 records are returned from here. And the third different way is, yeah, the first one is record ID and the filter. The second one is select records. And the third one is, yeah, the third option is to use the limit option, but there is a catch. You cannot use the limit option with any other type of file other than the flat file. You use a flat file over here, transaction.slsx. You can select a random range from here, okay, and you can limit your input. The record limit is 900, and yeah, record limit is 1000. Control R. We got the top 1000 record, and then in parallel with this, we will skip first 100 records, and you will get the 900 records now. We have to connect this tool with this tool. And now execute. Now you will get 900 records. So which tool is not the part of preparation tool? It's, I guess it's quite straightforward, but you will get to know this while you will be working at least 4 or 5 months in Alteryx. Let's suppose, yep, sample tool is there, join tool is there, unique tool is there, and formula tool is there. See, all these are tool in Alteryx, but you should remember what are the part of preparation tools. The preparation tools are only the sample tool, unique tool, and the formula tool. The join tool is the part of join operations. Okay. What are the choices in select record tool configured? Now, let us go to the select record tool. We will go to the select record tool. What are the options? They are none of the options. I just made it deliberately that you guys will get a little confused between the select record and the sample. If I change it to sample, now you will feel this question is pretty straightforward. Okay. Now I will make it to sample. Now you have all of the options: first n rows, last n rows, skip first n rows, one in every n row. Have a look at this. Skip first n rows, first n% of rows, select arrange. No, we don't have select arrange option in here. We have select arrange option in the select record tool, but not in the sample tool. Okay. Is grouping possible in the tile tool? Yep. The grouping is possible in the tile tool. We will go here. And how grouping is possible in tile tool? See, you might get confused in this, that tiling tool is itself a grouping tool. So why would there be an option in the tile tool to group? But it might happen that you have a category A, B, and C. Within that category, you have subcategories. So you want to create the tiles within a category, like 3 tiles in category A, 3 tile in category B, 3 tile in category C. So that's why the grouping option is being given in the tile tool. Which multi-tools are available in Alteryx? Multi-tool is which we can perform operation on multiple rows, multiple column, multiple field, multiple criteria, something like this. So we have multiple sample tool. No, we do not have multiple sample tool. We cannot create multiple sample at once. We will create one sample at one time. For that, we have sample tool and sample record tool. We cannot create multiple sample. Yes, you can create using the create samples, but they are different. They are not just one output. You cannot do something like this from a input tool. You cannot do like 1 to 10, 100 to 200, and 300 to 500 records. You can just give one criteria. Okay. The multiple field binning tool. Yeah, we have multi-field binning tool. The multi-row formula I explained a lot of time. Multi-data type formula, there is nothing like multi-data type formula. Which of these tools have multiple outstream in Alteryx preparation tool? Let us have a look at this. See, this question is very difficult. You have to remember each and every tool to figure out what are the multiple output tool option. The unique tool, yeah, we have multiple output stream. We have U stream, we have D stream. U give the unique record, D give the duplicate record. In filter tool, yes, we set a condition, we get the true stream and we get the false stream. So yeah, multiple stream in both A and B. Create sample, yeah. In create sample tool, we have 3 different samples, E, V, and H. Evaluation sample, validation sample, and H is holdout sample. Correct answer for this is D, all of the above. Which tools can change data type or alter existing column in Alteryx? Again, this is a good question. Which tool can change data type or have a look at this question, or alter existing column in Alteryx? So select tool. Can you use select tool to alter the data type or to alter the column? Yeah, we can use select tool. The multi-row formula tool. Yeah, we can use to alter the existing columns. I'll show you how. The multiple row formula tool. There is an option that comes over here, update the existing field. So yeah, you can alter the existing field. Third option is unique tool. We cannot change the data type or we cannot alter the existing column in the unique tool. And filter all tool. Is there any tool of filter all type? No, there is no tool of filter all. So the answer to this question is A, B. The select record tool. Okay, let us have a look at this. Please have a look at the description of this tool. Select specific records and or ranges of record, including discontinuous ranges, useful for troubleshooting and sampling. So Control R, and let us just limit the number of records to 100. Okay. We want to have a look at the row 5 to row 10, row 20 to row 40, and rows 80 onwards. Okay. Now let us execute this. Parse error, add character 1, parse error. Okay. Now let us have a look at this. Okay. So when I executed this in the starting, make sure guys you are typing the correct ranges. Okay. There are no white space or no space in between. Control R. This might happen that your workflow might fail if there are spaces between them. So 5 to 10, you can have a look at this. 5 to 10, we are having 5 records here. We are having 20 records here, 20 and 5, 25 and 80 plus. So on 19 record here, 44 records should be there. Now let us execute this workflow. You can have a look at this 43. How 43 is coming? Because it is just taking the one row from this output. It is not taking the range. Okay. So while we give the range, make sure there are no spaces. No spaces. So it gives you 5 to 10, the inclusive range. So the row number is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are six records returned from this. 20 to 40, we are returning the 21 records, 21 plus 6, 27. And 80 plus, we are returning the 20 records from there. Okay. 81 to 100, we are returning the 20 records. So the total number of records sum up to 48, and you can have a look at this. It is showing the 48 record. What is the difference between the join and join multiple? So as the name suggests, the join tool will join only the two tables, and the join multiple tool will join the multiple tables. The first basic difference is this. Let us load the configuration of join tool and the join multiple tool. It's lagging somewhere. Just so in the case of join tool, you can see that you can only join the two tables, but there are three different output L, J, and R. But while we are taking the join multiple tool, we can join the multiple table although, but we are having a single output. Okay, let me show you. Here you can join any number of tables. Okay. But what is the difference between the join and join multiple tool is you cannot do the L part and the R part from the join multiple tool. Okay. You cannot get the matching record, non-matching record from the left input. You cannot get the non-matching record from the R input. Okay. This is the difference between these two tools. Now, how can you create the full join in Alteryx? See, this is a tricky question. It is very much asked in the interviews. How can you create the full join in Alteryx? So full join means you will have record from the left input, you will have record from the right input, and you will have the record matching record from both of the inputs, L and R inputs. So what is the way to create the full join, to simulate the full join in Alteryx? So the way to simulate full join is, let me tell you, I'll open the example. In the join tool, you can simulate the full join by unioning the L, J, and R outputs. So why I'm saying that the full join will be there. In the J output, you will get the matching records from both. In L output, you will get the remaining record from the left input. In R output, you will get the remaining record from the right input. So LJR unionized together will create a full outer join. What is the usage of make group tool and the fuzzy match? So basically these tools are used in the combination of one another, and the make group tool is used to identify the dependencies. Like if A is dependent on B, B is dependent on C, then A is dependent on C. It is used to find the relationship between the rows in the data. Okay, that is the use of make group tool. Now fuzzy match tool, after creating the relationship from the make group tool, you will identify the duplicates in the tool. Have a look at the explanation of fuzzy match. Identify non-identical duplicates in the data stream. So these three are almost similar and there are some difference of characters in the spelling. Okay. Let's suppose one row is I am. The second is I am. So what is happening essentially? These three records are almost similar to each other and they will match to an extent of 90% with each other. So we'll set up a threshold criteria and we will find the non-identical duplicates in our data using the fuzzy match tool. How many table can you join and can you perform a join between an Excel and the database? See, this is the tricky question. The interviewer is trying to ask you about the cross database joins. So let me open the window for you and we will try to create this so that you will be having a fair idea of whether we can create the join between our database and our Excel file. Now I created a input file and I will import it in Alteryx. Samples, the data, the one tool data. Let us take the consumer file one. Okay, customer file one. It is a YXDB file. Have a look at this, Control R. And now in this input, we will take input from the SQL Server database that we have created previously. What we will do, we will connect to the data sources. We'll connect to Microsoft SQL Server. Quick connect. I'll test the connection first. Then it will be able to load the schemas in. I'll not be loading the MSDB. I will load the byte database. Let us take any of the input tables from our database. The reason why I'm taking any of the input tables is just we want to test whether we'll be able to cross database join or not. We do not want to join anything as specific. I go to the DView and I just drag the byte output table inside the Visual Query Editor and I click OK. Okay. Now just drag the join tool. See, I know the answer. I could definitely tell you that whether we'll be able to join or not. We will join by record position. Okay, first record will be joined to first because there was no specific join criteria in our database. So I just joined by the record position. Have a look at this. Yeah, we can very well cross join the various databases. Can you join the file that have different structure from one another? You can very well union the file that have different structure from one another. You will not always get the file that are having the same structure. Okay, you will perform some of the operations where you can make the structure same for the two different files. But yeah, it is very much possible. Which file will be given the preference in the union operation? Okay, let us check that. And we have union tool with us. What we will do, we will union 1, 2, and 3. So these three are unionized. We are just auto configuring by name. Don't have a look at this point, but set a specific output order. So the answer to my question is the one you specify on the top. If I specify 2 on the top, my second file will be given the preference. What are the output from the join tools? I mean, that's very simple, and 90% of you will be able to answer this. But that comes in the certification sometime. What are the output from the join tool? L, X, J, and R. These are the 4 output from the join tools. No, X output is not present in our join tool. The next question is there any limitation of joining the tables in the join multiple tool? No, there are no limitation of joining the table from the join multiple tool. Which tool can perform the VLOOKUP operation in Alteryx? You guys need to think of it, and you know, guys need to have a fair idea of working in join tools to answer this question. So the VLOOKUP operation is being performed by the find and replace tool. Okay, append tool just appends, select tool selects, filter will filter the data, but the find replace tool will find the data in the source file and will replace it in the target file. So the answer is B. What all operation the find replace tool can perform? This is again the tricky question. What all operation the find replace tool can perform, and have a look at the choices. So what we will do, we will drag the find replace tool. Okay, find and replace. Now have a look at the configuration of this tool. Beginning of field, any part of the field, entire field. Okay, so you must be clear at this point only that what all operation we can perform. Replace the starting of the string with the specified text. Replace whole string with column in the source data set. So yeah, A operation we can perform. B operation, you can perform, very well perform the B operation. Replace found text with value, and you will specify the name of the column over here. The third option is replace character from anywhere in the string. Yeah, you can replace the character from anywhere in the string. That is the default functionality of find replace tool. So the answer to this question will be all of the above. What is the difference between a cross tab and a transpose tool? So I have explained this topic like 20 times during our videos, and why I am emphasizing on this topic, because this is the most confusing topic, and at the same time this is the most interesting and most used and most asked question during the interviews. So as the name suggests, the cross tab tool will convert your horizontal data into the vertical data. Yeah, me myself just joke right now. It is not from the horizontal data to the vertical data, while it is vice versa. So what it will do, pivot the orientation of data in a table by moving the vertical data on a horizontal axis. So what it gonna do, it gonna convert your tall data into a wider data. The second part, the transpose. The transpose is trying to reduce your data from horizontal to a vertical axis. It will convert your wide data into a taller data. These both of the tools are used in parallel with each other. That's why they are asked a lot. The second question may arise, in what situation have you used the transpose and the cross tab tool? The first question is, the first answer to that question may be like, I have yearly data in my rows, okay, but I want my file to be presented in a way that for each year I get a separate column. So I have used the cross tab tool in that case. See, the cross tab tool suggests one more thing, that it is cross tabulating the structure. So it is just converting the vertical to horizontal data. Now, when you have used the transpose, a lot of time have occurred that let's suppose you have 50 items in your inventory. You have the sales number for the items in the separate column. But for the reporting purpose, you cannot use those 50 column in your calculations. I have encountered a lot of scenarios where I cannot use those 50 columns in my calculation in Tableau. So what I will do, I will just pivot the data. I will just transform the data and I will make them into the rows and then use a single column. So this might be the use case of the transpose tool. Now I just explained you what is the white data and what is the tall data. In the previous step only, white data is having the higher number of columns, the tall data is having the higher number of rows. Always the best possible data for the reporting tools is the tall data. It doesn't support the white data structure. It doesn't support the white data structure in a way that it will degrade your performance a lot if you are using 1000 columns. Instead, it will increase the performance if you are using 1000 rows. How can you use the transpose and cross step tool to restructure the data and then move it to the original format? So many times the thing is like that. Let's suppose you want to calculate the running total of your product, okay, under a product category. Let's suppose I have, let me explain you using an example. Let's suppose I have product category. My product category is food, P1, P2, and P3. Now product category is food, furniture, and third category, let's suppose we have ornaments. Now for one, we have sales of 100. For two, we have sales of 200. For three, we have sales of 300. And let's suppose we don't have P1, P2, P3, we have till P1000. Let's suppose we have 1000 product in all three of category and we are having different sales. Now the scenario is you have to calculate the total for all of the product in a category. Now you are imagining the pane in your brain when you will be doing this P1 plus P2 plus P3 plus P4 plus till P1000. You imagine how much it will be pain in your head, okay? And let's suppose 200 columns then again added up. What will you do? So the scenario is you will have to first transpose them, make them into the rows P1, P2, P3, and what transpose will do if 200 column are also added over here. Let's suppose we have reached till P1000 and 200 column will also added over here. It will auto accommodate this 200 column. Then what we'll do? We will do the total. Okay. 100, 200, 300, 400, and so on till 1000. We will get 1 lakh, somewhere around this. Okay. Now again you can cross it. What it will do? It will first transpose, then create a running total column, and in that running total column at the last item of a category we will get the sum, and then we will again cross tab. What will happen? It will just add the additional column. So this is the use case, how we use transpose and cross tab in parallel with each other. I hope I am clear. What is the use of count record tool? Calculate the record of the number of records by using the summarize tool, but there is one catch. When we use the summarize tool, if there are no records for the category, then it will not return anything. It will basically return null. But when you are using the count records, you will get 0 for a category. If there is no record, you will get 0 for a category, so that you can use it in your calculation. That is the only difference between the summarize and the count record tool. What is running total tool? Can't you do the same using the summarize tool? Here you can see there is running total. Calculate a cumulative sum per record in a data stream. Okay, can't you use the summarize tool to do the same operation? Yes, you can very well do it, but there is no direct way. See, there is no direct way to do the spend, like to do the running sum of spend. If you go to the numeric function, you cannot find the running sum. What you have to do then, you will have to do sum of spend first and then append it by using the append tool. Okay, you can create, I'll show you can create numeric and sum. Okay, what it will do, it will create the sum at the very end, and if you group by customer ID, it will create the running sum, but the other column will be missed. You will have to add other column again and again. But in the case of this running total tool, you can do the multiple running total at very once. You will get the original columns and you will also get the new columns. Which tool are the part of the transform tools? Select tool? No, we don't have select tool under the transform tool. We have select tool under the preparation tool. The second option is pivot tool. We don't have pivot tool even as a option. There is no pivot tool in Alteryx. Yeah, cross tab tool is there. Cross tab tool is the part of transform tools. The transpose tool is the part of transpose tool. So the correct option is C and D. How many column will be in output of the count record tool? How many column will be in the output of the count record tool? Let us have a look at it. There will always be only one record outputted from the count record tool, that is the count of rows. Even this tool doesn't require any configuration. This is a macro developed by Alteryx. I'll explain you what is a macro later during the videos, but this is a macro which is developed. It just counts the number of records. So the answer is A. Which all operation can you perform in the summarize tool? So obviously you can perform group by. You can perform running total. No, you cannot perform the running total in the summarize tool. I kept it deliberately. If you have a look at the summarize tool over here, have a look at the spend. Can you perform a running total? I cannot see any option that is running total over here. There is a workaround to do the running total, but there is no direct operation. You cannot use you cannot create the running total by just using the summarize. B is not the answer. C, average, yes, you can do. D, count of null you can do for the string option. So the answer to this question is A, C, D. Are transpose and cross tab vice versa of each other? Yes, they are vice versa of each other. I told you in the very starting of the transform section video. Which all tool can perform the transform operation with grouping? Can perform the transform operation. We are not talking about transpose. We are talking about transform operations with grouping. Can it be done using the arrange tool? Let us have a look at this. We will drag the arrange tool over here. Is there any grouping option over here? Yeah, there is grouping option. Key field is not just group. The name is not group, but it is the grouping field. So yeah, arrange has it. The cross tab. Let us have a look at the cross tab tool. The cross tab tool does. Just let the configuration loaded. I'll explain you whatever is in the Group column field is basically treated as the grouping. Group data by these values. Okay. Whatever field will select in this will be the part of grouping. Now let us move to the other option. Summarize. Yes, you can perform the summarize operations. Running totals. Okay. If we talk about the running total tool, yeah, you can use the grouping. You can create the running total for the groups. Have a look at here. The configuration of this tool. You can group by customer ID, city, etc. and you can create the running total. So the answer to this question will be all of them. Your interviewer may ask that what are the macros and how they are different from the normal work. So if we talk about macros, they are the special type of workflows. They are the workflows. They have some specialty that they can be used within other workflows. They can be used within other workflows. Second, they can run in batches. The third one is they can run iteratively. And the fourth one is they are used for the location optimization. So we are having the four different type of macros. The standard macro, the second one is the batch macro, third one is iterative macro, and the fourth one is location optimizer. How they are different from normal workflow? So in the normal workflow, you can only execute them once. You cannot repetitively execute them. I mean, you can execute repetitively, but at the different instance of time. But this macro, you can run it iteratively at a single instant of time. Secondly, they can perform the more complex task. Macro can perform the more complex task. Okay. In what case you will use a macro? We will have to use a macro where we have to implement a complex functionality and we cannot incorporate it into the current workflow. So let's suppose we are working on any functionality which we can't incorporate inside our workflow. Let's suppose we are working on the data that is having the sales and we want to find which if the sales are greater than uh, if the sales is greater than 10,000, then if it is greater than 10,000, then interest will be something like this. This can be used for let's suppose each and every workflow. This can be used within each and every workflow, but this cannot be built in a single workflow. If you have to do the same operation for the different files, if you have to do the same operation for 10 files, you have to find the sales. If the sales is greater than 10,000, you have to apply the discount of 10%. So in that case, you will use a macro. Or the second case might be when you want to run the batches. Okay, let's suppose I want to execute the state-wise operations. I want to execute the state-wise operation. The New York is being executed first. The California executed secondly. Oklahoma is executed on third. So likewise, you want to execute the different stages data, different states data, in the different batches. Then in that case, you should use the macro. Okay, iterative macro, batch macro. Let's suppose you want to find you want to execute a workload till the time the data is not being zero. Okay, let's suppose assume this. So what you can do, you can use the interface tool in that case, iterative macro in that case, and you can make use of it. Okay. What is the interface designer and what does it do? So interface designer is the GUI of the interface tool. So if you are working on the analytical app, you have to have the interface designer open in your system. There are multiple areas inside it. There is a layout designer, there is a test designer, there is a debugger, there is a simulator. You can create the like hierarchy structure kind of thing over there. You can set the analytical app properties, something like this. So what's happening in that case is you can use the interface designer. So what does it does? Now let us have a look at the interface designer. Okay, and we will have a look at what does this interface designer do. The very first operation that an interface designer helps us to perform is, first of all, let's change to the analytical app, and then it helps us to design a layout. It helps us to design a layout. It helps us to keep the different element inside each other. Like if there are 4 elements inside this analytical app, it will help us to arrange this element in a better way. Okay? The first operation is this. The second is it is helping us to get the test configuration. Let's suppose you don't want to execute your analytical app at once. Okay, you want to run for a specific use case. You can execute that in your test environment. Okay. Now the test view is there. The tree view is there. It is telling you what all actions and what all questions are there. And the fourth one is helping us setting the analytical app properties. Okay, it is helping us setting the analytical app properties. Can you take the field name as input on the interface tool? This is a tricky question. Can you take the field name as input in the interface tool? Yeah, we can obviously take the field name as input in the interface tool, but depending upon the tool type, we cannot take the field name in each and every input interface tool. So let us talk about the interface tool a little more. Where are the interface tools? Here are they. So let me drag the drop down the list box and the numeric up down. Let's suppose. Okay, I dragged all 3 of them. Can you take the field name as input in the interface tool? Field name as input. So what I will say, yep, I can take the field name as input in only the drop down tool. Only the drop down tool. Okay. You can select this option field from the connected tool and it will take the field name. Okay. It will take the field name. Any other tool will not take this kind of inputs. Okay. Apart from the list box, apart from the list box, any other tool will not take. So drop down and list box will take the input from the connected tool, the file and the field name from the connected tool, and this cannot take it. Okay. So yeah, we can take. The next is control parameter and what is action. How can you differentiate between them? So action is something that changes the property of a workflow. Action is something that changes the configuration of the workflow or the interface tools. Okay. And control parameter is used to control execute the workflow. It is used to control execute the workflow. We're going to work on both of them, and let's move to the interface designer and I'll explain you what's the difference in between them. So this is the control parameter. Have a look at this. Allow user to configure a batch macro control parameter. So a control parameter is specific to a batch macro, while action is applied to each and every tool inside the interface. Okay. Let us open an example of the control parameter. So this control parameter tool tells a batch macro what values to use for each batch. Okay, what values to use for each batch. Let me explain you one thing also. What is a batch macro? Okay, we are having a macro that is a batch macro. Let's learn about this. This workflow is a batch macro. When running this workflow, it will run the tools as a standard workflow. To see how it behaves as a batch macro, open a new workflow and insert, right click, insert macro. This macro, use the master store in the sample data files and select the region column in the macros configuration. So this is a batch macro. Okay, you will be able to see that it is running as a standard workflow only. Okay, you will not be able to differentiate whether this is working as a batch macro or not. But have a look at the configuration of this. The control parameter is used to specify what value the macro should use for each batch it processes. Configure the tool by adding a label for the control parameter. When using in a workflow, the macro will show a question asking the end user select the requirement column to be used. So let's suppose we have this much of data: address, city, state, zip, lat long, and this much of data. What we want to do, we want to check we want to check whether the region is north or south or east or west. We want to check on the regions. Okay, and we want to sort by the sales descending, and we want to create a record ID, and something like this will be generated. So let's suppose I'll show you. If our region is north, we want to sort our data by decreasing order of the sales. Okay, and then we want to output it. Now have a look at this. Select the control parameter. This is control parameter. Now what is happening when you give this control parameter? We will execute the workflow in the batches. Means this control parameter is defining the batches. Okay, right now we gave the region column as batch. Okay, we are saying that for each region update value default. Okay, for each region just filter out this. So what it will do, for when the region will be there in our input and the region is north, it will do this for north. When the region is south, it will do this for south. This control parameter is simply updating the value. Okay, it's simply updating the value. Okay, so that's all. And I will enter I will use this control parameter, use this macro inside a new workflow. Just give me 1 minute. It is saying that use the master store file cu.dxyb. Okay, yxdb. Use the in out. I would say use the open workflow. Sorry, open recent. What I am doing, I have to connect to the recent workflows, recent data sources, and I will just see if I have this database that is mentioned over here or not. Allow me just 2 seconds. If I can't find the data, then it's okay. We'll move ahead. So actually we can't find the data. We will work on the sample superstore. Okay, this is also the same data set. Okay, we will select the sheet that is equals to the sheet 1, that is orders. Okay, and we'll click OK. We'll try to find out which all fields we have in this, and let's suppose we have a region or not. Please God have the region. Yeah, we have region. So what we will do, we will insert a workflow, control right click, insert a macro, this control parameter macro. Okay, so we inserted this control parameter macro. This control parameter macro must be mapped to a field. So we are saying boss, choose a field, select the region column. We are saying the region column is the region over here. Okay, and I executed it. Control R. Let's see how the batch output, the batch macro gives the output. So what I did, I inserted the batch macro and executed it. Now you can see in the output that there were 9,994 iterations were run. This much of iterations were run. Okay, so that's what the batch macro is. So we are not discussing on the batch macro. That was just an additional topic. Okay. So let us move to the next interview question. What are the various interface tools? So it's just the normal question that an interviewer might ask you, that what are the different interface tool to test your knowledge. So you can tell them in the order of importance. We have somewhere around 10 to 12 interface tool. The first one is the drop down tool. The second is radio button. The third one is macro input, the macro output. The fourth one is macro output. The fifth one is what should I say? The list box. The sixth one is action. Seventh one is control parameter. Okay, and you have many more over here. A map input, numeric up down is there. So you can just tell him some of the interface tool, not every. Can you enable and disable any of the interface tool? Yep, you can enable and disable any of the interface tool, but not directly. You will have to work with the layout tool in parallel. You will have to work with layout tools in parallel. I'll show you how you can hide and how you can create. Let's suppose we have three tools over here. You can see guys over here. Now in the interface designer, what if I say that this tool will only be executed if I have selected something. Okay. Allow me just 2 seconds and I will have to find out why it is not taking this. Yeah. So I forgot to tell you that there is something you can add or you cannot add, okay, inside one tool or another. So yeah, so you can input a list box inside a radio button. You can use a checkbox, okay, to move one dashboard, one interface tool inside another. Now execute this. Now let us try to execute this. You can see that the label, the radio button, okay, and if you check this, just allow me 2 seconds. Just allow me 2 seconds. I'll configure it for you guys. I'll make the use of where is my configuration pane. Okay, I'll configure each of them. Radio button, yes or no. Okay, on the default value I will select. The drop down, I want some of the random values. Okay, I would say A, B and C. Okay, again the list box, I would say the random values A, B and C. Now this will not give you error. Okay, we'll move to this and this will now not give you error what we are having first or not. Okay, now you can see that when we select this radio button, then only this is enabled. Okay, when we are selecting on this radio button, then only this is enabled. You can have drop down also. You can like move inside a drop down the other tool. So yeah, you can hide tool. What are the different type of action available in the action tool? So the first one is update formula. We got update formula. Update cells. Yep, we got update cells. Update value with formula. Yep, we got it. But have a look at this. There are always the if and but. Let me create the action tool for these four tools. Okay, let me create an action tool for these four. And have a look at this. So for drop down, the action is update cell, update value with formula, update select with multi-select list box. Okay, this is the additional option. The second tool we are talking about, the list box. You can see that only four things are available. Update value with formula, update cell is not available. Okay. Now talking about numeric up down, here you will find update value, update create area radius. So the fourth option is correct in this MCQ, that it depends upon the interface tool we have dragged, what option we get in the actions. Okay, what option we get in the action depend upon the tool that we have dragged. So the answer is D. What are the different interface tool available? We have the list box. We don't have action box. You cannot have an action box. We just have action. The control parameter we are having and the radio button we are having. The answer to this question is again A, C, D. What are the different type of macros available to us? So I guess I have repeated this question again and again a lot of time because this is most asked in the interview. So we have location optimizer, we have batch, we have iterative. So the answer is all of above. The D, we have four type of macro. Even one is missing over here, the standard macro. What if we have added the analytical app over here? Then the answer would be analytical app is not a macro, it's an app. What are the various layout in the Alteryx interface designer? So we have debug window, update sample window is not there. Layout window, okay. So we will have the output as A and C. What are the maximum number of places that we can use a macro? We can use the macro any number of times. There are not the maximum number of places. Is it true that a macro increases the running time? Is it true the macro increases the workflow runtime? No, it is not true that a macro increases the workflow runtime. It is even lesser if we use the macros, because we have certain set of operations standardized, and we always create a macro to optimize the workflow, never to increase the performance time. Now, the answer to this is D, any number of time.